Good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. Ooh, what a weekend it has been as far as social media and Sebastian's case goes. I feel like a lot of people have once again forgotten what this is about. So let's start it off with this and keep this in the forefront as we go through the latest that has taken place.
On February 26, 2024, an Amber Alert went out for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian is white, 5'5", 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. He has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have seen Sebastian or have information regarding his whereabouts, please contact the Sumner County Emergency Center or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Let's take this moment to pray for Sebastian's safe return.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, Carrie from Australia. Pretty cool. It's amazing how far the internet, what a reach the internet has, especially when it comes to situations like this and cases like this, missing children. Good morning, Rebecca, Pristine, Kathy, Batgirl, Miss Liverbird, Billy, Fire. I can't read it. Firefly is mean. Trish Green Eyes, Captain. Did I get that right? Linisms, Scooter, Teresa, Gary, Lindsay, Captain Avi. It's good to see everybody. Sun Beach, Sheila, SoFlo. SoFlo's going to be doing her Sunday morning cleaning. We are finally getting a nice day with sunshine, no rain. I'm excited. I'm excited to get my son out there. I'm thinking about doing going on a little nature reserve walk. Good morning, Jeannie, Gianni, Laura, Scottish, Natalie, Thomas. Good morning. I love that, Gary. Been watching for a while. First live. I never wake up this early. Sandra, well, good morning to you. So last night, a lot of stuff went down, and a lot of people were left confused on what was it? What was happening there? What did we witness? Well, I'll let you all decide by the end of this stream. Do you think that Seth Rogers is being misguided by his PR, in quotations, PR guy? Or do you think that we got a glimpse at the real Seth Rogers? So I know a lot of people's opinions differ when it comes to Trevor Lee. I like Trevor. I have a lot of good things to say about him. As all of us, he has made mistakes on his road, here online. But the guy does a lot of things offline too. Hi, Elisa. Pamela, Rebecca, Seth was off the rails. He was. Titanium, Just Carrie, Pamela Tate. Let's start with this. Put a 1 in the chat if you saw what went down. Put a 2 if you're confused. It was crazy, but it was right on par with what I expected. I also know that Seth is aware of this channel over here and has seen some of the streams. If you are watching, Seth, I would love the opportunity to ask you a few questions. That's true. Eli's mama, that's very true. Wow, we do have some 2s, lots of 1s. Okay. Tony was the cameraman. He sure was. Good morning, Nana. Trainwreck Lover, Colino, Mr. Long Island, and Ricky. Okay, so you're not aware, Nana. Scottish, you didn't see it either. Hey, Penny, Yaya. Good to see all of you. If you wouldn't mind, please hit the thumbs up while you're coming in. Let's get us into the algorithm. More people aware, the better. Now, I know a lot of people think this is just strictly an anti-Seth channel over here. It's not. I am biased. I see a lot of red flags when it comes to Seth, but I generally started off because I'm like, wait a minute. Everything people are judging the Proudfoots for, they are ignoring the things Seth is doing. And I think this is the perfect example of that. So what I witnessed is similar to what we witnessed with Chris when he went up on Web Sleuth's panel, in my opinion. We sure did, Brantley. We called it weeks ago. Weeks ago. I think we were one of the first people over here to point out Seth's red flags and state that this is the way the internet will go. I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. He did seem like he was showing off for Tony. Good morning, Chris. Um, he needs to leave Trevor alone. So for those who are unaware, Trevor Lee is a young guy. He's not a kid, but he is a young guy who lives in Tennessee. Trevor does a lot of things. I've said this many times, but I'll say it again. He does a lot of things online and offline. Trevor Lee did a lot of things to get Sebastian's face out here in the social media circle. Every single day, Trevor would make a post with a photo of Sebastian with an update on what day it is and just keeping his face out there. But he was also boots on the ground. He was also looking around the neighborhood and all that. And yes, he did the Nina interview. I get it. I got it. But he was in conversations with Seth. Sorry, I just got distracted. So, he from the beginning was involved in all of this. Now, I know Trevor has told all of you here on this panel that he was very disappointed when the PIs were let go, especially Chloe. He felt like Chloe was such an asset to help him find Sebastian. He was disappointed, but he respected it. He stepped back and, he let them do their thing. But he did speak to Tony before Tony went on to Pascal's, and Tony promised him that he would not allow Chloe to be disparaged. Well, he didn't keep his promise. She was immediately disparaged over there. So it upset Trevor. And Trevor kind of responded back like, I'm not verbatim it, but you're a snake. Why would you do that? Why would you, she's a professional. She's done a lot for Seth, most importantly, a lot for Sebastian. Why would you do that? So that's where that starts off. Now, I know there was a lot going on behind the scenes that a lot of people weren't aware of. And I think that's part of the problem. There's a lot of behind the scenes moving parts and a lot of drama, which is ridiculous because we're talking about a missing teenage boy. Trevor was the first one to put $2,000 in Summer's reward fund. So for a little context, Trev is 20 years old, right? He's in his very early 20s. Keep that in mind as we go through and I show you all what took place.
Eileen.
I'm going to try to pause throughout, but yeah.
Hi, Seth.
See, right here in front of Beach High School, in front of my son's high school. Of course, it's me. Trevor Lee, you slimy little slime ball.
Trevor Lee, you slimy little slime ball, right off the bat, right? Of course, it's me. I'm sorry. How often were you outside of that high school, Seth? How often?
Ho, 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 ho. Seth, what's going on?
Chloe, I asked her to step back because she was leaking stuff.
Chloe, I asked her to step back because she was leaking stuff. So let's revisit the different reasons why Seth said that he had Chloe step back. Should we do that for a moment? Because now he's saying it's because she was leaking stuff, right? Well, let's see. Chloe was leaking stuff. Well, that would be horrible. Nope. Hold on. All right, so let's look at these. Let's hear what he says.
There, since you're going there, let's get into it, shall we? So I understand that you have a private investigator. You had one before. hold on, let me just say this. You had a private investigator before Tony came in, right? And that person left. Then Tony shows up. He's here to be a spokesperson, help in the media side of things. And then
Tony pretty much does what I ask him to do, so it takes weight off of my shoulders.
Right. So then as of
He pretty much does what I ask him to do, so it takes the weight off my shoulders. Hey, Eli's mama. Hey, I'm so happy you found us. Thank you. All right, so let's proceed.
today, there's been a new person, a new private investigator that put out a new statement basically saying that they are now stepping down from the search for Sebastian. So, of course, I have to ask a few things.
So that was Chloe's. That was Chloe's post.
Let me get straight to the point. Tony, did you have anything to do with this?
Well, it wouldn't be credible if it came from me. Ask Seth that question.
It wouldn't be credible if it came from me. You know why? Because he's non-credible. That's why.
Right on. Seth.
100% guilty.
100% guilty.
So is everything amicable? Did you guys part ways in an amicable way, or what's going on here?
We did.
I thought we
You
did,
said-
he
say
says.
that again. You thought you did?
I thought we did.
I thought we did. Okay. Well, okay.
Only time will really tell.
Why is that?
I pretty much told my team that, too many chiefs, not enough Indians, too many cooks in the kitchen, not enough.
We're going to count every time he says me or refers it back to him. So we're on one. I told my team, right? Me.
There's just,
Thank you, profile.
this is my son. All right.
Two.
People I wanted to work with, when I brought Tony in, I told him what I wanted. My goal was to see if I could get Chris and Katie to come work with me.
Well, why would you want Chris and Katie to work with you if you're out here disparaging them all over the place? That's a bizarre statement. So that was the purpose of Tony. Yeah, Tony says gloves off, right? Okay.
The olive branch, it was done. A phone call got leaked out that kind of told me what, where particular people were sitting at. And I don't.
When the phone call got leaked out, who leaked that phone call, Seth?
My son doesn't have time to wait for people to stop being childish.
Well,
We're
childish.
supposed to be adults. The
Good
goal
work.
is, Sebastian, to recover, to find, rescue, take care of, bring.
Now, I will point out there's a few. It's been a few times now that I've heard Seth Rogers refer to Sebastian as deceased. I don't, he's the father's, whatever's in his heart, but I do find that to be very. I don't know. Like he just said, whatever.
Bring him home in whatever form and fashion we can. All right. It just didn't seem to be going that way. And when I want to bring somebody in, and then people want to turn around and in the group, well, Tony's doing this, Tony's doing that. Well,
Okay, so we heard that, right? When I wanted to bring people in and people turn around in a group and they're saying, well, Tony's doing this, Tony's doing that. So what Seth says over here on this panel lines up with what Chloe herself stated. Chloe stated she did not want to work with certain people, that as a professional, she felt that it could jeopardize her professionality or, her credentials, if you will. So that was the reason he gave over here.
I sent the engagement letter with these people 3 weeks before I even started talking to Tony.
Yeah, it's interesting the amount of shade. We need to talk about this because as soon as Tony came onto the show last Friday or something of that sort, there was not last Friday, but the Friday before, I'm sorry, there was a lot of backlash. Tony got a lot of hate for just showing up and just trying to be a supportive, just be a support system and help.
Okay, whatever. That's enough of you. So we heard his reasoning there. What was his reasoning? Chloe did not want to work with Tony. That's what we just heard. That was the first thing he stated over there, right? So what we're going to conclude to is that either Seth is a bullshitter and he says different things in different places. Either way we cut it, he's lying. He's either lying here or he was lying there. So you all tell me by the end of this stream which one you think it is.
Chloe, I asked.
Ho, ho, ho. Seth, what's going on?
Chloe, I asked her to step back because she was leaking stuff. I know you don't got me in the show yet, but
which one was it? Which one was it? You think he's just a liar, Sheila? Do you think this was a cop-out? What he stated here? Because it's well different than what he stated over on Pascal. Very interesting.
She was leaking information.
You are in the show.
Oh, I am in the show. My bad.
You are in the show.
You're so funny. All right. I'm sorry. I'm going to try not to be petty. I'm going to try. Let me just stop right there. Okay.
You are in the show. Hold on.
I figured I was still backstage talking to you, Smiley.
No, you're in the show. You're in the show. Mic drop. Mic drop.
Pretty much. Yeah, Chloe leaked. Chloe gave the.
How many behind the scenes conversations are you in, Seth Rogers? With how many different YouTubers? How many different YouTubers are you in private communications with? And does the way you present yourself change when you're behind the scenes or when you're publicly? Because say what you will about Chris, but at least Chris is authentic. All right. He's not going to put on a front because he's on a public stream. He's going to tell you how he feels regardless. He does think he's a big star. He is absolutely lying, Trevor. I absolutely believe you.
Audio file to Trevor Lee, knowing full well that I would take the blame because I'm the person that does that.
Because you're the person that does that, because you are the drama man here, aren't you, Seth Rogers? You are the man that has thrown all this drama in front of the matter here, which is your son. Okay.
And then I did my own investigation to find out where it was. You sit there and leaked it off to podcasters and everything else, and then wants to get all up.
Keep that in mind, okay? Everybody keep that in mind. He sat there and leaked it off to podcasters. We just heard Seth Rogers say that, right? Drop a 1 in the chat if you're going to remember that statement. Because if not, I will timestamp it right now and we will revisit it. Where are we at? 147?
You sit there and leaked it off to podcasters and everything else, and then wants to get all uppity because I won't let.
And wants to get all uppity, right? And here goes Tony. Tony has to make his appearance. Hello, Tony. You phony.
Hi, Smiley.
I won't let my PR person sit there and defend Chloe. Who the hell does Trevor think he is to sit there and tell somebody that's working for me?
Me. Working for me. Huh, okay.
To do something.
Smiley, I'm sorry.
He didn't tell him to do something. He asked him, hey, do me a favor. Can you make sure that Chloe's not bashed, while you go on the Pascal show that you organized to have CPS records released on? Right? Don't forget that either. Seth Rogers went on to the Pascal show with every intent on releasing the CPS documents pertaining to his missing 15-year-old son. He knew he was in the show. Absolutely, Kathy.
Sorry, hon. I don't know who you are, and I don't know whose profile that is, but it's not mine. I've been with Seth all day.
So my understanding here is somebody acted like they were Tony, or if you ask me, it was Tony himself, because they play games like this, and said that they were going to go on the Smiley show. They drove to the school before getting on that call, a PR stunt. I wouldn't doubt it, Rickety. I would not doubt it. Yup, Carrie, we're going to get into that. Hey, Megan.
I didn't say you were coming on my channel.
That's that funny. That's that funny. You go from screaming about somebody allegedly leaking audio to hysterical because there was a clone account. Yeah, I don't believe it was a clone account. I don't believe it. Does anybody in the chat believe it? Not me.
Say,
Y'all didn't say you were coming on my channel.
Somebody was out there saying that we were coming on the panel. That Tony said that we were coming on. We've been out here riding around all day.
Oh, I'm glad your shoulder allowed that. Hey, Mr. Long Island, you don't believe it either. Where did I see that? So it's funny you say that, Moonchild, because while all this is going on, I see, my biggest fan, one of my longest lasting members, and somebody who searches my channel name probably more than any of you. Write a comment stating that the problem is drama people have gotten their hands into this and they're adding more drama to the case than necessary. Now, I found that to be quite ironic because given exactly who and what the person is that wrote that, and of the chat that they were in, it was like, hello, like self-awareness anywhere to be found? I don't think so. But of course, I come to mind because I literally live in this person's head all day long. It's impressive. I don't even think about her.
Oh.
Check it out, places for searching and everything else.
At least Smiley had, more regard than Seth to at least put this behind her.
Oh, okay. So I got like
for searching and everything else.
What's everything else mean?
Okay. So I got like almost 1,700 people in here.
Mic drop. Sorry about that.
Mic drop. Sorry about that. Does this sound like a game to you all? She goes, because I have 1,700 people in here. And he's like, mic drop. Sorry about that. Absolutely, but I'm not Smiley. I am Granny. I would absolutely love to speak with you if you'd like to give us about an hour join you. Awesome. Sounds great, Tony. If that is really Tony, because there are odd accounts, but we will see. I would love the opportunity to speak to you.
Okay, so I want you to know that I love Trevor and
hey, I tell you what, I'm sorry. I thought he was a great person too. But after I saw, I got so many snakes that were in my group, I'm still cutting heads off. And it came as a shock to me.
So many snakes in his group, he's still cutting heads off. You had a lot of professional people, Seth. You had a lot of actual people that were out there not asking for a penny, not doing it for social media, but just genuinely out there searching for Sebastian. What makes them snakes? I knew that wasn't the real Tony because your channel was created on the 6th of April. Well, welcome in, fake Tony. Okay. Cutting off the snakes' heads. Fabulous. Who handed you the sword? There is so much more going on, Tammy, and if I'm allowed to, I will absolutely speak further on what is going on.
It came as an absolute shock that this man, I can't even call him a man, that this individual would sit there and lie to my face and then sit there and put out lies to begin with. And now he want to go out there whenever I'm in a podcast or whatnot, and nothing about Sebastian. No, nothing about my son. All about Chloe and her little clique. When I asked her to step back,
all about Chloe and her little clique. Actually, how many of you have heard Trevor repeatedly say, this is about Sebastian? This is about Sebastian. This is about Sebastian. I will get to that, Kelly. Stay tuned and you will hear exactly what I think.
Took almost all the searchers with him. And now people,
this is important. This is important. Listen here.
Nothing about my son. All about Chloe and her little clique. When I asked her to step back, she took almost all the searchers with them. And now people are like, oh, it was like a slap to my face.
The professional PI took all of the searchers with her. Why is that? Why would every searcher side with Chloe and not you, Seth Rogers? Wouldn't you just be thankful that these searchers are still searching rather under the lead of Chloe or not? Because we know that Seth Rogers isn't doing much searching.
They don't know why I asked her to step back. But I asked her to step back because she's a private investigator trying to be a SAR person.
I asked her to step back because she's a private investigator trying to be a SAR person. What is Tony Mathis? What is Tony Mathis? Tony Mathis is a crane operator trying to be a PR person, and he's failing miserably. Who would you all prefer? Would you all prefer the private investigator being boots on the ground looking for your missing child? Would you care? Seth Rogers, you sat on Jennifer Coffindoffer's and said that 90% of the people helping or part of Sebastian's army are stay-at-home moms, right? So they're not credentialed to look either. Are they pretending to be SNR as well? You got to love what he just said there is so stupid that I don't even think he knows how stupid he sounds. Thank you so much, Nana. I appreciate that. So stupid. I don't think he realized how stupid that was.
You need to get out of the field and get back to doing private investigation, which she wasn't doing.
Does Seth Rogers realize that private investigation requires being in the field? So there he goes again, telling somebody to stop searching for his son. Stop searching. Why are you telling people not to search for Sebastian, Seth Rogers? I thought he said the other day he'll take help from anybody. But now you're literally telling people to get out of the field, to stop searching? Right. I mean, literally, private investigators are in the field. That is what they do. That's the real problem here, Doxy, is that she knew exactly who and what Tony was. And for whatever reason it may be, that bothers Seth. So, okay, so he's telling another person to stop searching.
She wanted to vet everybody. Like everybody. Like, I want to know, what size foot they were when they were born. And it's like, I will accept help from anybody to find my son.
Apparently you won't. She wanted to vet everybody. You don't think every person who is going to be out there searching for a missing child should be vetted? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that it was a great idea that Chloe was vetting people. Put a 2 if you think it was a waste of time. And why does he care? Why does he care? Oh, this is interesting. If only Chloe, very married, had just given in to his constant sexual advances from day one, Seth wouldn't have been so angry. That is a heavy accusation. I'm assuming that you may be Chloe's husband. Correct me if I am wrong. Oh, William Davis, you got me for a minute. Lots of ones popping in. Yes, the PI has credentials and a reputation to protect a professional, decent person, doesn't want to be associated with these people. She needed to vet every person. Yeah, that was a heavy statement. Yikes. Yes. I would love proof, but I believe it. I do believe it. Oh, Kelly J, congratulations on giving birth. I believe that's what that means. That's her friend. Okay. So I'm sure that that person is well aware of what they are saying. Okay. I am a friend. Her husband is a great dude, though. I believe you.
And people are taking my good-hearted nature and just trampling all over it. And it's going to bring out the negative part of me that don't give a flying.
And it's going to bring out the negative part of me that doesn't give a flying. Oh, Seth, you're cute. You're such an actor. What is that negative side of you, Seth?
My son. And people are taking my good-hearted nature and just trampling all over it. And it's going to bring out the negative part of me that don't give a flying. Smile
Seth,
around and find out.
You're pushing away everybody that's trying to help you.
Trevor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that him himself? You know where I'm at, Trevor. Why don't you just go ahead and step out of Chloe's house and come on over, boy?
So let's thank you again, Devil. Elvis says she and Trevor deserved exactly 0 of this. I couldn't agree more. Listen to what Seth just said there. And I want you all again to keep in mind that Trevor, and I'm not saying this to diminish him because I think he is a fabulous, fantastic, amazing person. He is the type of person that we want our children to be. But he is also closer to age to Sebastian than he is Seth Rogers. Listen to the first thing he says when Trevor speaks.
Where I'm at,
Trevor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that him himself? You know where I'm at, Trevor. Why don't you just go ahead and step out of Chloe's house and come on over, boy?
Does that sound like a threat? Put a 1 in the chat. Do you feel like he just threatened him? He asked me to fight him. He involves Summer Wells, which tells me he's aware of the whole Summer Wells thing, right? Which may be why this is so reminiscent of Summer Wells, because maybe he's been studying the Summer Wells case. Lots of 1s in the chat. I don't know about you all, but it makes me very uncomfortable that a man of his age would threaten a man of Trevor's age, would threaten a man in general. Because if this was Chris speaking right now, there would be outrage. There would be zero grace given. There was zero grace given when Chris, in a private phone call, expressed anger similar to this. There was zero grace given to Chris when he went at Seth for being a little punk ass bitch and saying, well, I heard your parents have Sebastian, right? Zero grace. You know what I do? I give credit to Chris for not knocking Seth out by now. That's truly how I feel.
And I'll show you what a man does.
Oh,
Steph.
you're really helping find Sebastian doing this.
Hey.
And I'll show you what a man does. And great response, Trevor. Great response. Yes, this is helping to find Sebastian. Great job.
Hey, why you sitting there changing your face? Hey, what? Can't spend the time looking for Summer no more, right? You want to say?
What does that mean while you're sitting there changing your face? What does that mean? Let me tell you guys something. Well, if I don't know if I have Trevor's permission, but Trevor just did something really fantastic within his community. Something so fantastic that he doesn't come out here and speak on, he doesn't brag about it, that will actually change a lot of things going forward.
See where I'm at? You see where I'm at? You don't know what I'm doing.
What are you doing? What are you?
You see where I'm at? You got to brag at the fact that you're finally out there, Seth? When was the last time you've been out there looking for Sebastian, Seth?
What are you doing? Why are you on this panel right now?
Why don't you go ahead and tell
Don't you ever, and I will let this be publicly known. You, Chloe, your whole team does not have my blessing to use my name or my son's name to ask people to search on their property.
Did you guys hear what he just said? You, your team, and Chloe do not have my permission to use my name or my son's name to search property. So you mean to tell me people, they don't have permission to knock on the door and say, hi, I'm sure you're aware there's a missing boy named Sebastian Rogers. Do you mind if we search your property in hopes of finding Sebastian? They don't have permission to do that. Trevor's saying he never did it anyway. Never did it anyway. I don't think people are knocking on the door and saying, hi, I'm here for Seth Rogers. No, because guess what, Seth? Only in your mind is it the Seth show. Only in your mind do you come before your son. Because out here, for people that actually care, they're not knocking on doors saying, oh, I'm working with Seth. They're maybe at the very least, they're saying, do you mind if we look on your property for Sebastian Rogers? But you just told them they don't have permission. Why? Why are you trying to hinder people searching for Sebastian? What was the reason?
Like you have a contract with me. Trevor, you need to go home, boy.
Do you need a contract to look for Sebastian? I thought you'll take anybody. I thought 90% of the people that are on your Sebastian's Army team are stay-at-home mothers. Now they need contracts? Let's rewind this again.
Like you have a contract with me. Trevor, you need to go home, boy. This is out of your league.
You need to go home, boy. This is out of your league. You're bizarre. Look at his face there. Just take a good look at Seth Rogers' face right there. How's this out of his league? No, this was a while ago, Eva Alaska. This is out of your league. But it's not out of the league of the 90% of housewives, the stay-at-home moms. It's not out of their league. I'm glad you woken up, Allie. This is what he's doing to all the good people around him. And Seth Rogers doesn't just lose the good people around him. He has to disparage them as well. I don't know if you've seen, but Chloe's friend was in here and made a very bold statement that I truly believe.
Is it because if I
And you know what's odd? The statement that was made. Let me go to it again. If only Chloe, very married, had just given in to his constant sexual advances from day one, Seth wouldn't have been so angry. Who recalls me saying that this is likely the most attention Seth Rogers has ever received, but especially from women? Can we actually say we know the whole story? No. We are still all just speculating. Yes, but I'm speculating based off facts. Some not facts, but pretty much. Yep. So you're going to see that in just a moment, Miss Chili. Yes, ma'am. You will see it.
I recall, I'm the one that's
Yeah, is it? Because if I recall, I didn't ask you to respond.
Look at the maturity here. Why don't you want people to hear what Trevor has to say there, Tony? I mean, I'm sorry, Seth. You're acting like Tony.
Because if I recall, I'm the one that's
Yeah, is it? Because if I recall, I didn't ask you to respond. I told you to get off the panel, boy.
Ew. Do you hear that? I told you to get off the panel, boy. Seth Rogers, is this how you spoke to Sebastian? Is this why it was punishment for Sebastian to come live with you? Is this how you spoke to your son? Because again, to remind you all, Trevor Lee is closer in age to Sebastian than he is Seth Rogers. One moment. Welcome, William. I'm happy you did as well. Let's rewind that back. No shit, rapper. Do you think I think that Sebastian is my kid? Please don't do this today, rapper. Read the room.
If I recall, I didn't ask you to respond. I told you to get off the panel, boy. This is my son, not yours. My son, not yours. My son. This is Sebastian Wayne.
This is my son. My, me, my.
Drake Rogers. I named him. I named him Sebastian. I named him Drake. I named him Wayne. I named him Rogers.
That's fantastic. What else did you do for your son? Look at him. Look at him right now. Again, replace Seth with Chris right now, and how many people would be offering any grace?
That's my last name. Take your Trevor Lee ass and fuck off, dude. You want to literally? This is my goddamn son.
Ooh, you're trash. And I hope anybody out there who was genuinely looking for Sebastian out of the goodness of your heart, I hope you don't stop, but I hope you also know you are not appreciated because it is his son. This is the Seth Rogers show, and you are all welcome to it. But so long as you praise him, this is the real Seth Rogers you were witnessing. That's what I'm wondering, Tammy. Is this how he spoke to Sebastian? Is this why it was punishment for Sebastian to go live with him? Is this why Sebastian didn't want to live with him? Come back to another fountain. Yep. That cannot appreciate that people are looking. But you know what? The Proudfoots haven't chased people away. They just don't want the slime balls of Seth Rogers. Look at his face right there. What do you think he would have done if this was face-to-face with Trevor Lee? What do you think would have happened? You think he can contain himself? You think he would have stopped himself? I'll tell you why. Because he knows that his deep secrets and his behind-the-scenes dealings are about to come forward, and he is crapping his pants over it That's why, Tammy. Because he thought that he could blackmail and threaten Trevor Lee into silence. And as soon as Trevor didn't do what Seth wanted, which was record the visual, here we are. If this is the anger he gets at a young man that is trying to help find his son for free, what do you think his anger's like in other situations?
Seth.
Check that out. Look at that. Seth's not even holding the camera. Guess who is? Take a wild guess. Isn't that the truth? Probably why Katie had to join and serve our country. This doesn't look like Seth does anything but serve TV dinners. I'm sorry, I'm being nasty today. I am being very nasty today. Spare me, BJ. Just dial along. I know you're watching. You stare at everything I do. I don't care what you have to say. The same way these people have treated the Proudfoots is exactly how I'm going to treat Seth Rogers today, because the way he treated Trevor Lee was despicable. Yeah, look at him. Well, no, they're not capris. What do they call them again? It's slipping my mind. Jorts. They call them jorts. That's what he's wearing, jorts. With the tempers that was in both houses, poor Sebastian. I couldn't agree more. Yep, jorts, that's right. Oh, that's perfect, because that's exactly what Tony said when it came to the Proudfoots. Jorts. A lot of heavy-set people wear jorts because regular shorts won't fit them.
Seth.
So Seth's cameraman turned it off. Cameraman Tony, the PR guy. Does it look like he was doing much PRing? They're more like high waters, capris, but they're jean shorts that are way too long jorts. I don't know. Moo or fat pants. See his buddy T-Rod posted a pic of Seth's crotch on his Discord. Did he? Oh. Good friends he got.
Oh my God.
Oh, you loved it.
Trevor, are you okay?
I was about to say, how about asking Trevor if he's okay?
Well, that went well.
That was pretty intimidating, especially for a young man.
That was a good move, AB. You're right. I wonder if I can hold on a minute.
I thought Tony was going to keep off. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You guys noticed Tony had to pop his little head in there and make it known that he was there?
Here.
Now they all join the panels, right? Come on up. Ugh. All right, so now they all come up, and here comes Seth again. And this is important. Let's
That's
hear
what I'm talking about. Oh, here's Seth. Okay, Seth. What? Now what?
First of all, I meant no disrespect for you, miss.
Oh, this time you happen to know you were on panel, Seth. Who believes that Seth didn't realize he was on panel? Does anybody in this chat believe it? Put a 1 in the chat if you don't believe it. Put a 2 if you believe he didn't realize he was on panel. He was in the show, put on a show for the show. Tony isn't even a good con man, because anyone with 2 brain cells would know this is going to backfire. I couldn't agree more. You're welcome to come join the panel if you like. Yes, very disrespectful. I'm going to be disrespectful too today. Lots of 1s popping up. He knew. He puts on a show.
Smiley. And I will tell you right now, Chris Proudfoot ain't nowhere near me.
Now, he says that because at one point, Chris came up on the screen for whatever reason. She thought it was Chris Proudfoot, and all it showed was trees. Like, that wasn't the first sign that it was a troll, but nonetheless, it showed trees. So she said, oh, are they together? Are they playing some type of game? No, I don't think they're together, because I think if they were together, he'd probably get knocked out because the way he speaks. His true color is going to come to the forefront slowly or soon. They're coming soon, Motor City. They are coming soon. Just hold tight. They're coming.
Okay, so you're sitting there watching me. So why did you come on here like that? Why?
Is anybody else wondering why Tony and Seth are watching a YouTube channel when they're supposed to be out there looking for Sebastian? Why are they watching YouTube instead? Do you watch all the channels, Seth? Do you get so angry at the ones you can't control? Is that the problem here?
Why? I mean, who is lying? Why? What is going on right now? What?
Yeah, somebody said that you were first. Is there an? There's
Somebody said, and he pointed at Tony. Tony said, right? Because Tony loves this drama, Seth. He is bringing you down.
a lag on this thing or something.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, they were playing it for. Oh.
I said there's a horrible lag.
I'm sorry. Now go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
He said there's a lag.
Maybe it's the same pranker who was saying that Tony was going to be on panel and Seth was going to be on panel. You mean to tell me Seth was aware that there was a supposed alt account going around saying they would be on the show that night, and he just so happens to jump on the show and start this drama, right? And we're supposed to believe that he was unaware that this all was going to happen. Hey, Trevor.
Hey, good morning.
First off, I apologize for how you were treated. That was horrific. I was so angry for you.
I was shocked. I'm not gonna lie. Like, even after the things that we've talked about this week regarding Tony and the stuff going on, I did not think that was gonna happen.
Yeah, that was horrible. So that caught you pretty off guard.
Yeah, I mean, I heard they were coming up, and then for a while they didn't join, so I got off. I was doing some other things, and then somebody goes, "Are you watching Smiley?" And I was like, "No." Like, what's going on? And they sent me the link, and I come on, and I was like, "Whoa!" Like, definitely caught me off guard.
Wow. What do you think that he kind of planned that all out the way I think he did? Like, this mysterious alt account going around saying they're going to be on the show that night. Then he comes on the show and he talks about, who leaked the phone call. And then a Chris with the same trees comes up, just happens to be where he's standing. We all know Tony was right there. Do you feel that this may have been a setup on you to get back at you for what you showed on my show that morning?
I wouldn't put it past him, because, I mean, it shocked me that his very first line on the panel was about me. You know, I mean, it's if it came up later in a conversation, a comment came up, question would be one thing, but that was what he led with. I mean, he came up there and he's like, Trevor Lee is a slime ball, and then he thought he was backstage. I don't believe that. It literally tells you that you're in the show. He's been on a lot of panels now. I mean, he gets how it works. Once you go up, you need to just be prepared that you're going to be on the show.
So I was shocked because I thought that you were, because my phone started blowing up. Go over here, because I wasn't subscribed to her, and I thought, I went back because I thought maybe you were on the panel, and that's why Seth came up and said and brought you up, but you weren't. So, like you said, why were you the first to be brought up?
Yeah, and I wasn't even. Like I said, I had been watching initially because there was apparently stuff going on in the chat saying that they were coming on, so I was like just curious. I was going to watch them, and then they didn't come on for a while, and so I turned it off because I was doing some other stuff. And then, like I said, people started blowing up my phone, like, "Are you watching?" Because he was apparently talking about me in chat. And then when he was pulled up on panel, of course, the first thing he said was about me. So then I got back in there and I was like, "Hey, can I get a link?"
Yeah. Yeah. And when he comes back up, let me fix this for you. So when he comes back up, the conversation is very interesting. He in my opinion, puts on a little bit of a different, like he realized he just effed up is what it seemed like to me.
Yeah, but he goes up there and apologizes to the creators, notice, but doesn't say anything really about me.
I did notice that. And I also noticed exactly what was stated by Josh from the lab. And I found it to be very interesting. And I'm sure you're aware of what I'm talking about. And we're going to actually take a look at it. Hey, Kathy.
Hey, good morning, Brandy. Morning, Trevor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is too much. This was a whole sideshow last night.
Yep.
Do you know what would be going on if that would have been Christopher Proudfoot?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly what I said. All these people that are making excuses, oh, he has a missing son and this and that, they didn't offer the same excuses. I mean, people got to remember, Chris came into a chat with similar amount of viewers, just completely disparaging him, his wife, making accusations against his stepson, against him. It was horrible. He had every right to be upset. The same way I would go ahead and say, Seth has a right to be upset as well. But not over what he was upset about.
You think this was all set up? Because I do. Come on,
Yeah.
he knew that they were watching Slimy. They knew she was live. They knew that Smiley was live. They were watching her. They went there on purpose. And I still think that was Tony that tried to come up as Chris. Come on,
Yeah,
it was
that's
at the same school.
It's exactly what I was just saying. Absolutely. I think the whole, going around telling people they'd be on the show that night was set up. Oh yeah, I do. Absolutely.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
this,
Sadly, he's lost so many good people that wanted to do things the right way to try to find Sebastian. It's like he doesn't want the right way. He wants all the shady characters, and
mhm.
I mean, he was mad at Chloe because she wanted to do her job as a PI and vet people. Hello, that's what a PI does. She should have done that.
And people have to realize, not you guys, I know you get it, but these PIs have their license. They have standards to uphold. When you become a PI, you have you have rules and regulations you have to uphold, or you'll no longer be a PI. There's people that you have to vet who you're around with because you have standards who you work with. This isn't like just a volunteer searcher. I mean, she's worked to get a license and she has to uphold that. So yeah, she's going to vet the people around her. And we have publicly vetted the people that they're trying to bring in. And I think it's safe to say that they're probably not people that should be in here. So I think she was smart to vet them.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's part of Seth's problem is that there was and are people out here that are looking into these people and they're realizing he is surrounded by dirty dealings. Why? Because I've always been taught birds of a feather. There's a reason why every professional organization and or volunteer has stopped working with Seth.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So I found this interesting. So he comes back up and the first thing he talks about is an echo. There's probably an echo because your buddy next to you is playing the stream. But let's hear what they say.
It's
Can you hear me now?
It's a service. He froze.
Oh, you froze. You're froze.
If he's froze, he doesn't hear you.
Go out and come back in. Hold on.
Take note of every creator that jumped up there.
How am I gonna make him unfreeze, y'all?
He'll drop off. He'll come back up.
Okay.
It's okay. Hey, Josh.
Hey. How's it
Now
going?
there he is. Okay. Are you back?
Now, I'm very thankful for Josh in this moment, and you will all see why. And I'm sure Trevor, you are as well. I know that he thinks highly of you, right? So I was glad he went up.
Yeah, and I'm glad he did because he had some information about the leak too that Seth was ignoring.
Crucial information.
Wow.
Seth,
Okay.
we see you. We see
Now
you.
Hey, Justin. Hey, Josh.
Hey.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
I can hear you.
Miss Smiley, first of all, I did not mean to disrespect your channel and your panel. But I have been dealing with him, as in Trevor Lee, for a minute. All right. And for the disrespect, the distrust, and the betrayal that I feel at this gentleman sitting there backing up a PI who refused to actually do PI stuff for me like I asked her to.
Do you want to touch on that, Trevor?
It's just not true. Chloe has done both. She's very heavy in the search because right now that's what the investigation leads to. People see a PI searching, they're like, well, why isn't she investigating? Well, it's both. Law enforcement does the same thing. They investigate and then search where their investigation takes them. We've seen law enforcement searching near the home, around the home, near the area. And that's law enforcement because what they do is they follow their investigation. If she found something in her investigation to say go search, an hour away, that's where she'd go. But she's following her investigation as you do as an investigator. And
so basically, a private investigator is privately investigating.
yeah,
Riddle me shocked.
that's what I'm saying.
And it's funny because he's disparaging her for doing what she's meant to do, but he's quite okay with his his PR guy not PRing.
Yeah. And remember, Chloe's doing all this for free.
Right, right. Absolutely. Like Maggie Marie just said, he's been dealing with a calm, well-spoken, helpful guy. That pisses him off. Yeah, yeah. Pisses him off. You know why? Because he was no longer able to control. Seth has to control. It's this Seth show. He himself has told us this several times in several different ways. He is the leader, the ringleader of this circus. And you are either going to do what he tells you to do, not what's best for Sebastian, what's best for him, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
It does sound weird.
Yeah, Chris is the one who is the controlling maniac, you know, but you don't see none of this out of him.
Nope.
He vets the people. That's why he doesn't let them around him. He vets them first.
Right, right. Which is what he should be doing. Seth read the chat, realized he looked bad. Maybe he really is. So yes. That's exactly what's going to happen here, Pam. Pulling on heartstrings.
And for her to turn around and give him the audio file that got blamed on me for leaking, which I don't care. I've got juicier ones. More juicier ones.
Yeah, but Seth, that
Look at him right there. I don't care. I got juicier ones, more juicier ones. You are a drama-loving man, Seth Rogers. Do you want to speak on that, Trevor?
Yeah, first, I don't know what recordings he's talking about that he has that are juicier, but again, that, just as you said, shows that, I mean, he's pointing straight to drama because he's alluding to having these secret calls that he's dangling over people's head. But it's, yeah, dangling the carrot, exactly. That's what he's doing. But again, he's lying about the call, and no, why? So Chloe was talked, again, Chloe, I feel like I've said this so many times, but Chloe was talked bad about in that call, right? And so why would Chloe want it out, and why would I want it out being Chloe's friend? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Right. And again, Chloe being the professional that she is, the woman who's actually working and then working to find Sebastian, she's not the one on these panels any longer and joining this parade of drama. She's actually been quite quiet. She's not even recording and uploading or streaming her searches. So why would Chloe want that released? But it's funny because mother and work sleep together matters. Credibility is shriveled. Yep, that's exactly what we're gonna get to. So listen to what the lab says here, because I find this very interesting. So Seth has accused Trevor Lee of leaking this phone call to creators, right? He said it. He said Trevor Lee leaked it to YouTube.
Yeah, he did.
Now let's
And
hear
I
what
don't
Josh
believe that.
says.
I think Seth and Josh did.
It's definitely Seth, yeah, for sure. And here we go. Josh goes.
Right. No, I did my own.
Yeah, but Seth, that was me.
I've got juicier ones. More juicier ones.
Sure
Yeah, but Seth, that was me.
But Seth,
No,
that was me.
I did my own research, Josh. It wasn't you. It was out. Literally, somebody sent it to my mom.
Okay, so here we go. Seth says he's done his own research. Says no, Josh. We all know Josh was the one that leaked it online. Okay, Josh takes responsibility and says, "But that was me." No, I done my own research. Somebody sent it to my mom. Well, do we have proof it was sent to his mother?
No, but what I heard is from that Terry Lynn is she played the call in her live that night before Josh went live, and Seth's mother was in her chat, and Justin confirms that.
Yep.
And
that's exactly
she said it
what
was
I
a
was
bad
going to say.
call. Yeah. And then a couple hours later, Josh went live with the call.
Yep. So, but Josh actually got the call directly, and so did Terry. And who is Terry and Josh in private communications with? Seth.
Well, Josh said Seth sent it to him.
Right. Well, yeah, we didn't get there yet, but yes, he absolutely did.
Somebody sent it to my mom. All right.
Yeah.
My mom heard this before you guys even did. I sure in the hell didn't send no audio file to my mom. You know, she's got enough stress on her plate with her grandchild missing. I got enough stress on my plate with my son missing.
Do you really? Because you're the one playing the games out here, Seth. So here comes the heartstrings, right? And I don't know if I think he's being dishonest here. I feel like I'm a type of person that can go from angry to sad as well. So maybe this is genuine. But what he's saying isn't.
And no, I'm at Beach High School, and there is no Christopher Proudfoot here. Nowhere. Like, literally nowhere. All
Yeah, I
right.
think it was someone messing. I think it was a troll.
I think it was Tony.
And I apologize, Smiley, because I have nothing but love for you. Ever since the first time I came on your chat.
He loves all these podcasters. He loves all these podcasters that bow down and trash the Proudfoots, but he doesn't have any love for Trevor Lee, who is the one that got Sebastian's name rotating here on YouTube.
Yep.
That's amazing to me. But he loves that. He loves all these people.
But when I find a snake that's hiding in here and sitting there doing nothing but harm to me trying to find my son, it does get me riled up. It gets me riled up because my son's been gone for over 80 days and I can't find. And people just don't understand what it's like to have a kid missing. I ain't getting nowhere. I'm getting nothing from Sumner County. And it makes me wonder if there's other kids in this county that are missing that Sumner County ain't even looking for. If it's not just my kid.
You'd never look up how many kids are missing in Sumner County or Tennessee, Seth Rogers. What do you have to say about that, Trevor? Anything?
Well, I mean, I don't think I've never thought that Seth is involved in Sebastian's disappearance. I think the reason that he's not talked to is because things like this. I think law enforcement knows they can't come to him because he's going to spread it. He says basically everything he finds. He almost read DCS reports online, and the only reason he didn't is because somebody called it in and reminded them that there's confidentiality, and his attorney had to say, hold on, you're about to break the law.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, how are you going to give information to somebody like that? I mean, I get it. He's a dad and he wants information, but until he can set aside the social media portion and say some of this information doesn't belong online, they're not going to give it to him, right? Because then their investigation becomes on YouTube.
And becomes what it is, which is a circus. Oh, he makes me so mad.
There could be hundreds of kids missing, and they're not doing their job, and it makes me scared for every one of my son's classmates.
Oh, that's a weird statement.
I am at my wit's end. I have gone so long at my house, walking into my house, seeing my son's room empty. He's not playing video games with people.
With respect, that room was empty a lot, sir. The room was empty a lot. He's not playing video games. He goes back to talking about video games again. Video games. I feel like that's probably the only thing he did with Sebastian was play video games. From the way he keeps mentioning it.
People give me shit about. You know what? People are going to give me shit because I let my son experience certain things, like playing video games and not having somebody breathing down on him, tell him you can't be on, you can't play video games because maybe you'll talk to somebody. I had conversations.
There he goes again, bad-mouthing the Proudfoots at every opportunity without people breathing down on him, because I allowed my son to play video games without people breathing down on him. So again, your son did have access and communication with people outside of the home, but that's not what you said back then, right?
Yeah. Also, can I ask anybody who's upset with Seth right now, are you upset because he let Sebastian play video games? Because I don't think that's the reason anyone's upset with this man.
No, and I find that ironic that that's his biggest takeaway. Meanwhile, the Proudfoots are absolutely being accused of taking Sebastian's life.
Yeah, but he's acting like people are upset with him because he let his son play video games. That's definitely not it.
No. But that's what Seth does. He always kind of passes the buck of responsibility, right? He always kind of makes it everybody else's fault, and now everybody's just mad because of video games. No, Seth, no, I think you're wrong there. It also says Proudfoot household monitored Sebastian. Right. They cared about his safety.
Conversations with my son. He didn't even use the headphones. You can't talk to anybody if you don't got the headphones in. It's a PlayStation 4. It ain't no PlayStation 5 with built-in stuff. I don't own a PlayStation 5. People giving me shit because I want my son's stuff back. They took his stuff. That's all I have. It needs to be back in his room for when we find him and he comes home. Things are in the same place that they were when he left.
I find it impressive that now he's talking about when Sebastian comes home, but several times now he has referred to Sebastian as going to be found deceased. So now he's saying he wants it all back for when Sebastian is home.
Something just tells me that's not why he wants it all back, but okay.
Right.
Nobody seems to understand. I love my son. I miss my son. And I'm trying to find him. I'm out here today looking.
I'm out here today looking. When's the last time you were out there looking, though, sir?
You're at the school.
Chloe.
Oh, sorry. Right. He's on a YouTube channel right now cursing out Trevor. He's not.
Yeah.
I mean, if
What
anything,
is he searching? The parking lot?
right. Or like searching YouTube for who's talking about him, where he could jump up and put out. Because I'll tell you exactly what I think happened. He heard Trevor on my panel the other day. He saw the conversation we were having. He felt betrayed by Trevor. He's held over Trevor's head this alleged phone call leak, and he thought that he was going to go ahead and get Trevor back by putting on the internet that Trevor's the one that leaked the phone call. I think it was purely done out of revenge. I think it was a setup from the start, from the Tony account saying they'll be on the stream that night to the sudden large number of viewers and Smiley's chat to Seth just popping on panel and bringing up Trevor out of nowhere.
Yeah, and they suck at setups because they basically made me aware. I mean, I told you days ago that they were going to do that with the call. I didn't know when, I didn't know how, but they told me. I mean, Tony made it very clear to me that I was going to be the fall for that phone call. And so when he said that last night, I was shocked the way he came up and said it, but I knew it was coming because I'd been telling people, they had told me that and that it was coming. So, I mean, you kind of suck at setups if you kind of give somebody a heads up.
Yep. So for those you're unaware, they've been basically dangling that over Trevor's head, the same way he was dangling information over Chris Proudfoot's head pertaining to Sebastian that he had no problem putting out there, and then shouting like, you can't tell me not to say it. Right? Seth Rogers has a problem with authority. Seth Rogers has a problem with respect and boundaries. Seth Rogers has a problem with his temper. All the same things as Chris Proudfoot. So why doesn't anybody point it out when it comes to Seth? No, it's not cool. They thought they were going to take advantage of this young man who no longer was using his channel, and they were going to make him the fall guy. He was threatened. He was blackmailed, is what he was. I wouldn't say he was warned. He was more so warned that he better shut up. Has canceled his show with Sub Tony. Anyone know? I wouldn't know.
Yeah, he did. They were supposed to come on with him Wednesday. He is no longer having them on.
What are the larger channels supporting me that I should take the subtle hint from? I've been in I've been anti-Seth from the beginning, actually. But no, I'm not a tragedy pimp, and I'm not going to stop. All right, so here he goes screaming.
Kept me away from search areas. Plenty of search areas. Had people babysitting me because she didn't want me to find my kid. Well, we don't want you to come across his deceased corpse. Well, I'll tell you what, that's some type of closure.
So he's angry that they respected him enough not to want him to stumble across his deceased son. He's angry about that. That somebody actually cared about his actual well-being and didn't just do what he wanted to do. Thank you, profiling. Yeah, I've always just done what I want to do. I don't, respectfully don't care if people like it or not. I don't like the way that Trevor was treated. Sure don't. I don't like the way people have coddled Seth Rogers to the point where he now thinks that this entire search is based around him and only him. It should be about Sebastian. Should be.
Me, I want to come across my son alive and well. All right. But still, to sit there and tell me that you're going to run this is my show because it's my son. And nobody's going to sit there and tell me that I can't participate trying to find my kid.
There it is. This is my show. My show. So what do you think about that, Trevor? And nobody's going to tell me that I can't participate in finding my kid. Does anybody recall Seth Rogers himself telling us he couldn't participate because of his shoulders?
Yeah. That's the only time that I've heard anything that, he can't. Nobody said he can't. Law enforcement, I'm sure they did advise him not to go out there. And he actually explained to us why. Because one, he said that he could get out there and get hurt, and then they would not be able to account for him, because he stated that early on that they wanted to know where he was for his safety. And another reason he already just stated as well, because they don't want him to stumble across his child's body, and especially in the chance that it's a crime scene. If somebody had hurt him and he goes and tampers with the crime scene, not only is that going to be a moment that will traumatize him for his life, it also could mess up an investigation. I mean, there's so much to it that they give you reasoning for, and he's explained it to us.
Which is what we've stated over here for a while now, is that police don't want parents searching for that reason. Because like you said, and just imagine if it were you, and I know none of us ever want to imagine being us, and this is where my heart does go out. But the fact of the matter is, if you walk across, if he were to find any of us were to find our child, laying somewhere deceased, your first thing is going to be to run to them, right?
Yeah.
And then that can, like Trevor just said, it's actually sad. I mean, I can't imagine what Seth feels right now. I'll be honest. I can't even fathom having to say those words out loud, that this could be, it could give me closure, and I get everything he's saying, but then why is he also discouraging people from looking? Do you want the closure, or do you want the Seth show to continue on? Because that's what it feels like, the Seth show.
The Seth show. Yeah.
I know. So sad.
And what is he doing at the school? I still don't understand that.
Right. At the school.
He's intentionally, like, I feel like he wanted it, not only this, but I wonder if he wanted an incident with the Prophets too, because the school, I mean, this is very well known, but it's very close to the Prophets. Sebastian went to school like 1 mile from his house. Chris's house is literally like a few minutes from the school. So the point with that is why is he there? He lives an hour away. I mean, is he searching the school? Like, I'm genuinely unsure why he's there.
I asked the same question when I covered this last night. I was like, why are him and Tony at the school walking around? The prayer vigil's not till today.
Yeah.
The ride's not till today. The barbecue's not till today. So,
well, I can understand if they were actually out searching and maybe they went back to the school. But I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah. It seems, I mean, again, they're on YouTube.
Yeah, they weren't searching much in an empty parking lot.
Well, it couldn't have been that important either, because he stopped, quote unquote, searching to come yell at me.
Yeah. But he said they were mapping out, or they were picking areas to search, because the searches are going to resume again at the end of next week. With what? With Tony?
Well, that's what he says.
Nina?
That's what he always says, that they're going to start searching again. They're going to start searching again, but they're not. They're not. The school's a prop. This is just a PR location for showing up on panel. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what we're all thinking.
Yep. And did they get the money that they needed for that Nina to get her there that they were asking for?
Right.
Hope not. I mean, I hope they're not funding that. That's
they put out
a whole mess.
Yeah, they put out asking people to help her.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I just hope that I hope people looked into her and said no, but I think that's wishful thinking.
Yeah. Shh. 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 Sorry, my dog was barking.
That's okay. I haven't seen no searching yet either. Yeah, this was definitely a PR thing. Like, look, I'm at the school. I'm at my son's school. I'm at my son's school. Like, okay, great. Good job. Finally. First time we
all right.
the kitchen.
I communicate with TBI. If I go somewhere, they already know 2 days in advance, so that way they know where I'm going.
Okay, so we're now to believe that Seth contacts TBI 2 days in advance to where he's going to look. So you're not just going to look when you get a lead. You're planning in advance to go follow a lead. I don't even believe Seth, and that's horrible. I just really don't believe him.
Yeah.
Right. I think they were trolling. I think they were trolling as Chris. I do. And it makes me wonder, going back to all the times people have claimed that it was Chris up on a panel trolling. Was it
Mhm.
Chris on the panel trolling, or was it one of them? Because
Yeah.
we're going to reveal just how much dirty dealings Seth is involved in just a moment, thanks to Josh.
Because by be damned if someone's going to tell me not to go there. I contact TBI. I have everything recorded in chats, text messages, so they know my whereabouts. They know my locations. Because if I am somewhere, they want me to call them if I find something.
No shit, Seth.
It's a good idea.
It's a great idea, right, Trevor? Just like it's a great idea that Chloe vets anybody who is also joining a search team or out there looking. Because I don't know if people realize it, but a lot of times a perp will return to the scene. They will be heavily involved in things. So if you can't just have anybody showing up in this neighborhood and going around searching for Sebastian, you have to know who is out there. So why is he bad mouthing Chloe for something he knows? Welcome, peace and happiness.
Yeah, and this is not Chloe's first case. She has relationships with law enforcement with, I mean, I don't know how many cases she worked in Sumner County, but I mean, in Tennessee, she's definitely, had communications with TBI and other agencies. Like, she knows what she's doing in that regard. So why not have someone who law enforcement knows? Because then it makes things easier. They know who they've got. They know they can trust her. They know they've got a licensed PI who they've worked with before. They know the way she works. They know that she's credible and trustworthy, that if she goes out there and searches, she's not going to screw up a case. That's who I would want, because that makes things go the quickest. I mean, that's going to make things the most efficient. I don't want to get somebody and then be like, TBI, what do you think about this person? They have to sit and vet and they have to hope that this person's going to do right. No, I want somebody who they already know, who's already been working other cases and can just get in there and do it.
Somebody who has is respected by TBI and has credentials, and
When
hey,
he said
Wendy.
that,
Can you hear me this time? I'm not like Mickey Mouse?
You're not like Mickey Mouse today.
Okay,
Morning,
fantastic.
Wendy.
Hi, everybody. I wanted to bring something up. I've seen a lot of nobody tells me this, nobody told me that. Why is a PI doing this? Why isn't law enforcement doing that? What I have a concern with in all of this is just real briefly, I volunteer in helping victims, as a lot of us out here do. We have pamphlets that are provided to us, and law enforcement has them. Just everybody has them, and I don't understand why this information has not been relayed to Seth, or maybe it has been and he's ignoring it. I'm not sure, but it's from the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. It's a whole file on what you do when your child goes missing, and it's called When Your Child is Missing, a Family Survival Guide. It was recently updated to include social medias and that type of thing. But one of the key things that is so important, and he's going on about, well, the PI wanted to vet this person or to vet that person. Do you mind if I read just two quick little paragraphs here about why that's important?
Sorry, I was muted. Absolutely, I don't mind at all. And I also want to point out he tried making it a mockery. Like, I don't care what size shoes they wore at birth. Just like you didn't care what size your son weighed at birth. But yes, please, Wendy. I'll take this moment.
There's a section that's called The Role of Volunteers in a Search. And it goes on why volunteers are used, what the recruitment process is, and how it's important that they also work with law enforcement. And the reason for a background check in previous cases, thieves, PDF files, and even the missing child's abductor have been known to join in a search. Background checks can prevent misguided people from volunteering and sometimes can provide information that helps law enforcement conduct further searches. Okay. Also, too, the reason that let me look this here.
Did we lose you, Wendy?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear? Are you there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. We were just being quiet so we could hear your what you were reading for us.
Oh. Oh, okay. I thought I was giving somebody an opportunity to speak.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I actually thank you for reading that because that's exactly what we were saying. There's every reason to verify who was searching, and that's what Cajun Navy wanted to do, and people had a problem with that. They wanted to have a list of the name of searchers, and there's more reasons than just that. It's also for safety reasons. So if a searcher doesn't return, well, they know one, they were out there searching, they know their name, they know the location because people are supposed to be on a search plan. It's not supposed to be willy-nilly,
Exactly.
let's just drive around and get flat tires, allegedly. It's supposed to be,
Exactly. And yep, and that is exactly why the sixth step is find out what type of search is needed. Will you be doing grid searches? And also to the more advanced tracking as far as who's involved in the search does include videoing the sign-ins. The more elaborate the sign-in procedure that's involved, it helps because you get to see the actions of the searchers, and again, that all goes back to, in simple terms, going back to the scene of the crime type of scenario. Why is this one person always doing this and everything? I'll drop you the link to the PDF or to the webpage if you'd like to get that information for your own personal looking into. But I'd also, one last thing I wanted to put in here was that one thing that parents are told, or family members, guardians, it doesn't necessarily have to be a parent, but whomever is taking the lead role to interface with law enforcement or search agencies, is be prepared to encounter a few people who may be fanatical or obsessive in their behavior or in their desire to help. Keep in mind that some people may try to use your loss to gain attention for themselves. Protect yourself from people who might be delusional or who may prey on victims through scams or by offering false hopes and expectations. The key is to keep your focus and exercise caution. And unfortunately, this is what we're seeing online in this YouTube community.
Yeah, it's basically saying watch out for people like Tony.
Yeah.
Here to take advantage of you.
Yeah.
And you'd be surprised to note that we do also discuss the topic of psychics in this.
Oh, really?
Yes. Okay. Keep an open mind and a closed pocketbook. When considering the use of a psychic, most parents are desperate to try anything, but they need to understand that there are very few true psychics. Many are fraudulent or at best misguided individuals who want to help so much that they have self-induced visions. Hearing their sometimes negative dreams and visions can cause undue stress, a loss of hope, or an unfounded sense of hope. If you are considering turning to a psychic, remember the following tips. 1. Ask someone close to the family to record any psychic leads because the information is usually distressing. Give all such leads to law enforcement. 2. If any lead is highly specific, such as a particular address, insist that law enforcement check it out. Follow up with law enforcement to find out the value of the lead. 3. Never allow a psychic to go into your child's room unattended or to take items without making arrangements for their return. Regardless of whether some psychics have true visions, any purportedly psychic dream may be an actual observation by someone who is afraid to get involved. That is why even psychic leads need to be checked out whenever possible.
Right. Absolutely makes sense, which is what the private investigator was doing. He stated on Pascal's that Clubby wasn't giving him all the leads. Right, because she was investigating them first because of what you're reading right here. That is the way to do things.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right with that, Granny, because that psychic portion of the information packet falls right in line underneath, bullet pointed, with private investigators.
Yep.
It's the role of a private detective and a psychic in a long-term search.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. It's a shame. I wonder, does Seth have this? You know, like what is going on?
I don't understand why they don't, because this was all brought out by the Missing Children's Act, and it was updated in 2003, and it goes out to, they say, well, there's not a handbook. Well, not a specific handbook, but there is an actual guidebook on what that tells parents what to expect and gives them the resources to reach out for the counseling, to have a support person that's unrelated to the situation, and these are all free. Nobody has to pay for them. This is part of what our tax dollars pays for, is
let's
to
see
have
if we
these programs.
Let's see if we can get somebody to send a copy of it over to Seth. Maybe Seth's unaware of it. Maybe he wasn't given it. Maybe he just needs another reminder that there's a reason these things are written in a pamphlet, because of what he's experiencing right now. Good point, baby Firefly. Trevor,
Okay.
Seth was probably nervous that Chloe was investigating him. He's behaving like a man who's paranoid. He's obviously upset he's caught helping Nina's custody case. That makes him look sus. I don't know. Oh, thank you. Thank you for dropping it for me. I appreciate that, Wendy.
You're welcome. And you can use that. And also, too, there is an online resource that has video presentations and so forth. And it's part of the drawn a blank, the Amber Alert system. And it's also full of resource materials. And if anything, it just will help the family member, the parent, the guardian, this brother or sister, or whomever is traversing this field of landmines of something that you never want to experience in your life.
Right.
It validates that you're going to have certain feelings, but it also explains why it's important to experience them, but also to share them with, and not necessarily YouTube panel hopping.
Right. No, this is all
Okay.
fantastic. And I think it's great that people are aware there is a pamphlet like this, but I don't think at this point Seth really cares. And I also have to wonder, did the police give Seth at this type of pamphlet? Is Seth aware of these things? Or, are these at the police stations? Are they actively handing these to parents of missing children? Or is this something that luckily somebody like knows about, but I never knew about it? Have any of you on the panel? Everybody's muted, but
No.
no, Kathy, see, so how well known is this? And is Seth aware of this?
It's if in fact none of this information was provided to these parents, I find that very upsetting, very disgusting, and somebody is not doing their job.
Right.
Because
now that's if he wasn't given it. Right.
These resources are available, and they're available in paper form. Okay. This is literally like a handbook. Like if you go to the doctors and they're telling you, okay, you have XYZ.
Right. They hand you a pamphlet. Right. I understand what you're saying
about it and tell you where you can get resources to get help.
Right.
Okay. Anybody that's diagnosed with an illness.
Wendy, we understand exactly what you're saying. I just really. I can hear how passionate you are. I wonder if it's worth contacting Sumner County and asking if they have these resources available. I personally won't mind checking out my local police station and seeing if they have such pamphlet.
Okay, well, that's a step in the right direction.
Absolutely. Absolutely, because they need to know these things. We've said it here. I've heard other channels say it. Families need to have a guideline, and here to hear there is one. Well, let's make sure that they are available to families because they need this. They absolutely need this, and I appreciate you, Wendy, for being so passionate about it because you're right. This is crucial to prevent what we're witnessing right here, right now.
Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to condense some of this down, and I'm just going to throw up another quick presentation on my channel about it. And, anybody that wants to, you've got the link, you can share the link out, put it in your description and everything for these resources.
Absolutely.
I mean, and that's basically what I do. I try to keep things under 10 minutes and go and put the information out there as concisely as I can.
Mhm.
And because it's important, even I'm little, I'm just a small speck out here and dust on these streets. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but if we can share it out to the parents or to at least have it available to someone else, because in the 21st century, the first place people want to go is to the internet.
Mhm. Of course
So
they
if
do.
we can get this information in the algorithms, well, then it can only
Great
help,
idea.
in my opinion.
That's a great idea. Thank you. It would help a lot of families. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to pop down now. Thank you so much for allowing me to come up, Granny. I appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate you, Wendy. Thank you for that fantastic information. Like you said, let's get it out there. Let's make sure these families are aware.
Okay. You all have a great day.
You as
later,
well.
Wendy.
Thank you. All right, so back to it. That was fantastic information. I'm really glad to hear there are these resources. One is right here on the Family Survival Guide video library, as right here on the Amber Alert. So back over to here. So now we have Josh already said, right, that I put it out there. I put it out there, Seth.
Yeah, he
Where we
sure
left
did.
off.
Every time I go search and I don't have anything to show for it afterwards, you have no idea how it feels deep down inside that I failed to find my son, which means I failed to find him again. People want to sit there. I've got balls. I just don't need to fucking show my nuts to everybody. I've got.
So he's bothered again that people say he doesn't have balls, right? Well, what did it? There's literally been creators talking about Chris's penis size, right? But Seth is bothered that people say he doesn't have balls, right? Me. Like his complaints are very juvenile compared to what he has set forth against the Proudfoots, against Katie. Right? Just please don't. Right?
He's talking about fighting everyone. He literally opened up with telling me to come find him.
Yeah, you're right. He opened up with threatening you. He absolutely did. And you know what, Trevor? It's so funny you say that because I feel like there's a reason he felt tough bucking up to you. Because I know the chat was saying like, oh, you don't talk to Chris this way, which is likely why he just said that. Like, I got balls because he's reading the chat.
Yeah. That's the only reason why he's apologizing is because he read the chat. He realized that it didn't go in his favor. They didn't go, oh my gosh, Seth, that was so cool of you to do. So
Right.
He came back up and goes, oh my gosh, creators, I'm so sorry. Screw you, Trevor. But these people that are using their YouTube channels, I'm so sorry. I love you so much. Thank you so much.
You're all fantastic. Thank you for your YouTube channels where you make the show all about me. But you, Trevor, who's actually used your YouTube channel with no financial gain, as well as you being local to the area, you can get lost. You can come meet me at my son's school so I can fight you.
Yeah,
And that's going to help. That's going to help Sebastian, right? That's why I asked him. I mean, and you hear me, I said, how is this helping? Like, what is this?
Mm-hmm. What? You sure did. You sure did.
How to find my son. It's not about this shit. I am not fucking Christopher Proudfoot. All right. I have respect for fucking people. But when people sit there and piss and shit on me and then bite me with their fucking venom-filled fangs,
That's his real problem there. He is so envious of Chris for whatever reason. Look at him there. I am not Christopher Proudfoot. There he goes again. That's right, Just Amber. There he goes again. He has to make sure that he keeps those pitchforks. I think it's because he's still in love with Katie. I'm sorry. I think he's done all of this.
Yeah, I think there's a fine line between love and hate, and it is retaliating against Katie, blames her for his whole life.
He blames everybody for his whole
from the
life.
get-go.
Yeah, sure has. He's always the victim of everything. He's always. Well, we're going to get to that, JS. We're going to touch on that in just a minute. Hang tight, because you guys are going to want to hear this. And not just what was on this panel last night.
all right? I have respect for fucking people. But when people sit there and piss and shit on me and then bite me with their fucking venom-filled fangs and they're fucking poisoning the search groups against me, I brought people in that had no idea what was going on. I took regular people and brought them in for a cause, and that cause is dear to me.
There he goes again. And that cause is tiered towards me. Me. He said that they turned all the searchers against him. Well, how would that be possible if not for your behavior, Seth?
He also didn't bring a lot of people brought themselves in. I mean, not that it matters, but a lot of people on their own accord tried to help find Sebastian. It wasn't like he had to seek every single person out. A lot of people were standing there waiting to help.
Right. They volunteered out of the goodness of their heart for Sebastian to help. He didn't go and collect these people. He didn't go and find these people. These people aren't here for Seth. They're there for Sebastian. But that's what bothers Seth. That's what bothers him. You hear this man on one hand say he'll take any help at all searching for his son. But on the other, he basically says, if you don't work under me, stop. You don't have my permission. You don't have my permission to use my son's name, my name. It's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but like talking about respect right after saying that I should, I mean, the things that he said in the, I mean, bringing up another missing child was absolutely inappropriate. Let me address that real quick. Him bringing up Summer Wells was grossly inappropriate. I don't care what he says to me, whatever. He's mad at it is what it is. But don't do that. Don't do that. That's way out of line.
Well, you know, what it makes me wonder is he has a problem with you for the work you did in Summer Wells' case, but he doesn't have a problem with the fact that Tony there is currently involved in another missing case and tried to get involved in 2 other missing cases, but that's okay to him, right? What was that little jab about Summer anyway? That was unbelievably gross, and it tells me that Seth has been watching what has happened in the Summer Wells community, and he's kind of replicating it. Unbelievable. That was cruel. That was absolutely cruel to throw up the name of another missing child the way he did. Just like it was cruel of him the other day to weaponize somebody's 16-year-old daughter. Cruel.
People and brought them in for a cause, and that cause is dear to me. It's for my son. And then for someone to sit there and leak this stupid shit that really had no fucking meaning at all. It's a video file. It's an audio file. I don't care. It doesn't get me any closer to my son. Yeah, it shows people how Christopher acts. We all know how he acts. We all know how he displays himself.
The same way you are acting and displaying yourself right now. Do you have anything to say about that, Trevor?
Yeah, he showed people who he is, and let's just take him for his word when he said he thought he was backstage. Well, then that's the real Seth.
Right.
That's so people when people go online, they say that hot mic is what people say. When they catch you in a hot mic moment, you're usually really being more honest because you don't think that you're being caught on camera or on mic.
Right.
Well, that was his hot mic moment. If we're believing that he didn't know he was on stage, well, then that's how he really feels. He wasn't putting on a show then. He was saying that to one person. So he showed us who he is, and he's making a fool of himself by having a platform of over 1,000 people live. And instead of coming on there and talking about his missing son, he goes on there and talks about me, who in the grand scheme of things does not matter. And he comes on here and talks about the call in like 10 different ways. First off, he's very mad that he wants to say that he's very mad and says that I leaked it. Now the call doesn't even matter and it shouldn't have got out. But at the same time, you'll hear that, he and Josh had a conversation and he told him to put it out. So what do you mean
Right.
it's not important to him? He's the one who said it could go out and
He's
told him
the
to
one
put
that
it
put
out
it-
after a certain date.
Yep. He's the one that put it in rotation. And don't forget, he got juicier ones.
Yeah, but they don't matter. He's got juicier ones, but at the same time, they don't help find his son. How are
Right.
both these things true?
Right. And when he just said there, like, we all know how Christopher Proudfoot, right. So why'd you do it, Seth? Why did you do it? Why is he so determined to keep the focus on Chris and Katie?
I don't know. I'd like to know why, because he's done that from the beginning, and it just raises a lot of red flags for me.
Absolutely. And yeah, that is not what mic drop means. Mic drop is like got him, like mic drop, like bam. But that's not what a mic drop is. So I'm with you. I was thinking that when they both said it, like mic drop. What? It's not a mic drop. Yeah, Susan, where is he? Where's Sebastian? He's not even saying Sebastian's name. And for the one time that he's out supposedly searching for his son, he sure as hell isn't wearing his son's shirt in this picture.
Nope. And what another thing with the Tony is the very next night after the so-called new info from the Stephen Crabtree character, do you think Tony would backstep on that? No, he went live on TikTok, doubling down on it, said he gave them good information.
Right. Because it's a hot mic. Right. Wendy misspoke. It was 2023 with the updates, not 2003. Thank you, Wendy. Right, because it can't make his team look bad.
Right.
Because I think he's involved in all of it. I do. I think
too.
he's involved in all of it.
I do too.
I don't care about him. I want to find my son. Searches are going to start back up at the end of this week coming up. If people want to come to the vigil and say a prayer for my son and join us for prayer.
Can I pause for a moment and say searches have not stopped? So when Seth says searches are going to start back up, searches are still ongoing. But Seth just told the people searching to back down.
Hello, everybody, by the way. Hello.
Hey, Wee Frosty.
Hey, Wee Frosty.
Hey. Yeah, that was look, and it could be just excused as misspeaking. It could be, but
Which part?
well, that little last part of the searches restarting. He's thinking on a
Wow.
very small scale, I think.
Well, he's thinking about himself. He's thinking under his thumb.
I was
He's not
trying
thinking
to
about
be so
Sebastian.
nice. I
Yeah,
was
no.
trying, Granny.
And as Vic just pointed out, there's those trees. That looks exactly what the Chris account popped up under.
Yeah.
Very similar.
I think that was Tony.
Right?
I could be wrong, but I think it was Tony.
Can you imagine how, look, we all saw how last night took off. Can you imagine how that would have erupted had it been Chris?
Oh, like I said, it broke the internet.
Right? And yet that part was happily skipped over by all of the creators that were involved in that shit show. I don't include Trevor there. Trevor was dragged in.
Wait, they all
not-
skipped it. I thought a lot of people actually called it out.
Well, I think they started to and then started to swallow that real quick.
Right, because most of them had their audience based on poor Seth. Most of them can't go against Seth at this point because they'll lose a good bit of their audience. Absolutely.
Yep.
So
That
this
part
gets
was weird.
It was. This part gets very interesting. I want to make sure people hear this.
I disagree about Seth.
I'm a bad like this. So I asked her. I just wanted her to step back. Same thing when I asked Heather step.
Good ones are getting the world.
hell?
We don't want.
Go there. I contact TBI. They know them. If anything feels them again, need to fucking show my nuts to everybody. Chris them failed fangs and they're fucking poisoning and then bites back for not fucking Christopher Proudfoot. All right. I have respect for fucking people. But when people sit there and piss and shit on me and then bite me with their fucking venom-filled fangs and they're fucking poisoning the search groups against me, I brought people in that had no idea what was going on. I took regular people and brought them in for a cause, and that cause is dear to me. It's for my son. And then for someone to sit there and leak this stupid shit that really had no fucking meaning at all.
Listen what he just said right there. And for somebody to sit there and link this stupid shit that has no meaning at all. No meaning at all. Well, then why'd you leak it?
Exactly.
Mm.
Video file.
And he's saying that so passionately too, and we know he's lying.
Had no fucking meaning at all. It's a video file. It's an audio file. I don't care. It doesn't get me any closer to my son. Yeah, it shows people how Christopher acts. We all know how he acts. We all know how he displays himself. I don't care about him.
Yes,
I want to find my son.
He sure does.
Searches are going to start back up at the end of this week coming up. If people want to come to the vigil and say a prayer for my son and join us for prayer for my son, please, of all people, come. I don't need the drama. My son doesn't need the drama.
The drama that you're engaged in right now, the drama that you came on panel to set forth. Josh's face is a man who's waking up. Sorry, Kathy.
Yeah, no, sorry. He's causing a lot of the drama. And I agree with you with Josh. I said the same thing. I'm hoping that he's finally opening his eyes and seeing what's really going on.
Oh, I think he is. Absolutely, I think he is.
And all of the creators that are on that panel, well, maybe it seemed to be Justin to a lesser extent, but at least had some idea of the chaos, shall we say, behind this released call. And it's very interesting the fact that they have pursued a certain narrative. I hate that word on YouTube, but a narrative over the past week or so, and yet weren't forthright about how it came to be. Yet we're only doing so last night when it was forced to. That is very disappointing. If you can't even be honest about that, what are you doing?
Right.
Why bother? Why
I
turn
agree.
up?
Well, and they set it all forth, in my opinion. You're right, guys. He is file right now. Seth is the drama. He started all the drama. He literally threw the flames towards the pitchforks for the Proudfoots. I mean, he knows exactly what he's doing, and everything he's doing is to self-preserve himself, not his son. And ask yourselves why. Why?
He had the nerve to set a forest fire, then go, I don't want to smell smoke.
You're so right, Trevor.
What he just did, he came up there, and the first thing he did was cause a huge issue. And then a little bit later goes, hey, we don't need drama.
Yep.
Right.
You are so right.
Mm-hmm. That's what he keeps doing.
And if he never would have disparaged his searchers and his PI, I never would have said anything. I don't care. It's not about me. It's the fact that they let his PI and his people be thrown under the bus and continue to be lied about. And that's why I became the fall guy for something I didn't do, because I was speaking up for them. And I'm going to, because they've done great work for Sebastian. And it's not fair that just because he brings in Tony the Toilet that they suddenly can throw people under the bus that are doing good work.
Completely agree. Everything has changed since Tony has come on board. Everything. And I already went back and showed you, if you missed it, I went back and showed on the Pascal show, he had a completely different reason for asking Chloe to step back than the reasoning he is given now. And ironically, the first reasoning matched exactly what Chloe herself said. This roundabout is a completely different reason. So again, rather Seth's telling the truth here or there. Which one do you believe? Because it can't be both. And then him sitting here talking about this with so much passion that he doesn't care about that audio. He doesn't care, but he leaked it. He leaked it. So I'm going to go ahead and play further, and you're going to hear it yourself.
Tired of it. People say I cause it because I answer questions or because I'm emotional about stuff. But if you're not emotional about your child missing, was that really your child?
Then why was it such a problem when Chris Proudfoot was emotional? Oh,
I agree with that. Yeah.
I agree.
I love you, Smiley. I love you, Josh. I love you, Justin. I gotta go though, and if people can't accept my apology, that's on them.
The dramatics right there, right? The dramatics. He knows when to put on the dramatics. I'm sorry. That's how I'm seeing it. I'm going to call it how I see it. And what did I say to you all the other day? Watch out for the people that say, I love you so easily. And there's no way he loves these people. He doesn't know Smiley. He doesn't know Justin. He doesn't know Josh. There's no way he loves them. But Josh is going to put him in his place right here because he had Trevor's back, and I'm so thankful he did.
Yep, I agree.
Sorry, Miss Lee.
No, No,
I
was
just
just saying.
get worked up.
No, you're right. We need to hear this. Carry on. Carry on.
Not on me.
But Seth, listen, I love you, Seth.
Oh my
But listen,
God.
please, you're vulnerable right now, okay? That's one thing, you're vulnerable right now. And the world, we don't want to see you vulnerable because there are vultures out there. But it just seems like the good ones are getting gone, and you can't let that hate get built up
You know
in.
what? When I asked Chloe to step back, it was the same thing when I asked Heather to step back. I just asked them to step back because I saw what was going on and I had information and I wasn't going to put it out there. I just wanted her to step back because I saw what was going on.
What was going on, Seth? Elaborate. Why doesn't anybody ever ask this man to elaborate? They want Chris to elaborate on every sentence he says, but when it comes to Seth, nobody asks him to elaborate. When Seth told us, "I know where my son is, I just don't have the resources," nobody said, "Could you elaborate?" So why isn't he elaborating here? What did he know about Heather that he didn't like, that he saw was going on? Do you know, Trevor, what he's alluding to?
I have no information regarding Heather's departure. I didn't know her prior to this case. I did know Chloe, but I just only knew Heather from this case.
Very interesting. He's
I
alluding
think
to
it's because they were doing their jobs and doing it the right way, not the way he wanted it done. And there was people they didn't want to work, they didn't want brought in to work with, i.e. Tony.
right.
And he just if it's his way or no way. And
It's amazing to me that he knows things about Heather, he knows things about Chloe, but he doesn't know a damn thing about Tony or about Nina or about Crabtree.
Right.
And he knows things about Trevor, and he's going to expose all of it. And yet,
Mhm.
whenever exactly that I found very telling.
Very
Just as you
telling.
said earlier about him, I feel that look, and this is just my opinion, but this is more than about his son being missing. There is definitely a streak of cruelty going on
Mhm.
here.
Mhm.
And that is nothing to do with the child as such. Remove the child away from the situation. But there's Seth, this is wrong. You need to
Yeah,
get
it's
a hold of
absolutely wrong.
yourself, sir. You do, because this is weird.
And what he
Um,
just said here proves that he came up with this apology because he saw the chat was going against him. Because he just said, either you can accept my apology or not, but I just want my son.
This was any other circumstance. If this was any regular YouTuber, for example, if this was you or I, Granny, and we were on a panel and we pulled that said all those things, and then did a dramatic flounce, can you imagine the reaction?
Oh, I've been torn apart for less. I've been torn apart for
Right,
reacting this way when my son's privacy was violated.
right,
Absolutely.
right.
Absolutely.
But that's where there's a complete misjudgment in who's doing what and when, and it's very unfair.
Right. Well, they judge the hell out of Chris, and Gina here says Chris is not the father. I don't give a damn what that man says. Respectfully, Chris spent more time with Sebastian than Seth did, so that's
Yep.
just ignorant. If Sebastian saw Chris as a father, because we know they were all referred to as the father in the beginning, they were both dad. And who are we or who are you to diminish the role that he played in Sebastian's life for the past 7-8 years? The more people to love the child, the better. I don't understand the way people think. But Josh isn't going for this, and he's going to say it.
I saw it. I didn't want it to be a public display. I didn't want to see the shit come out like this. So I asked her, but certain people won't let it go. Keep poking the bear. Keep poking the bear.
Seth,
and you're going to see
Seth,
I'm a bear.
Before you go, I want to
What's
say,
up, Josh?
You do what you do what you're doing. Keep looking for your son. I disagree about Trevor. I think he's a wonderful kid, a young man. I really do. And I think that
there's a misunderstanding somewhere.
I think that you think that too.
I understand, Josh. I just think somebody got their hands into the kid and it's changed him a little bit.
But he's
he needs.
Trevor, any comment about that? Because I think most of us see it opposite. We see that Tony got his hands into Seth and changed him a little bit.
Well, I mean, let's look at so let's look at the two parties we're looking at here. I guess Seth and then myself is what he's talking about here. I don't feel like I've changed in what I'm trying to do. Still have the same goal. Seth at the beginning seemed like he was, it seemed better. It seemed like things were actually moving a little bit smoother. He had people on his team that actually were looking for Sebastian. Not saying I agree with all the things he put out, but I'm saying as far as his people around him, we're actually looking for Sebastian. Now he's running everybody off that wants to look for Sebastian. To me, that's a change. Sounds like he's changed. It sounds like people have gotten to him, and I think it's the man standing beside of him in this video that has gotten to him because they're running off all the people trying to help. And again, I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about other people that have done a lot more that they're pushing away.
I agree. And you know what else? Isn't it amazing that Tony made it there for the weekend of visual, but didn't make it there any other time?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is his first time in town.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Can
This
anyone
PR guy.
say photo opportunity? Anyone?
Right. And then that they're outside of the school, what perfect way to, pull on the heartstrings. And he didn't want any of this to come public, but it's the first thing he did when he jumped up on that panel was bring this out public. And oh yeah, this is all very calculated. And we're going to hear just how calculated it is.
Yep.
He's a special guy. You know what? He really is.
Yes.
Can I ask you?
But it's not about Trevor. It's not. It's about you finding
It's about Sebastian.
Right.
But I do have to say that I love Trevor a lot. And I think that he's a great human. And, I think there's a lot of pressure. And I know that what you're going through is hell. You and I had that conversation. And I want you to keep looking and do what you're doing. But just know that we do care. And Trevor's a part of the team. I'm part of my team. He always has been. And he'll never not be.
I'm not asking you to tell him to vacate your team.
I know that.
What he needs to understand is that I can't have him around my team.
Fair enough.
Because my team, I see what's going on. And whether he realizes it or not, he's being manipulated.
Let's look at the teams here. We got Trevor Lee, we got Chloe, we got Heather, 2 professionals. We got the lab, who's in connection, whether you like him or not, with Madonna Hill and all them. Then you got Seth Rogers. You got Tony Mathis with the check frauds. You got Nina Glass with a very recent charge of firing a gun. You got Crabtree, whose first introduction to us all was 3 lies that made everything rotate again. So which team do you find more reliable? The A team over here that involves Trevor Lee, or the B team of C's, which are convicts?
Or can I ask a different question? Which team would you identify yourself as being on? And that's a wide question. Which team would you identify yourself as being on, please?
I'm simply Team Sebastian. I don't know
I
why
knew he was going to say that.
Yeah.
But I don't know why I don't know why the father. I get you. Social media has made this about sides. Let's not even pretend this has become a divide, and you're on one side or the other. You have to be. But
Right,
why is
Seth
the
did that.
father making it seem like this is like an NFL draft? I mean, he's like, you have your team, Josh. I have my team. They have this team. What is going on? How are we not just all Team Sebastian? What is the point in being like 40 different teams? This is not a game.
Nope.
This is not who has the juicier details, who's going to have this person on their team, who's going to have this, that, and the other. It should just be about finding this freaking child. And I don't understand why it's not.
Right. I agree. They do merge.
Right.
The Proudfoots are team FBI, TBI, LE. That's the team the Proudfoots are working with.
Yeah, and Seth has admitted himself that he's not listened to law enforcement.
Right.
He totally went against
disparaged.
law enforcement every step of the way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you go back, and which we are going to do, and you listen to Seth, he has disparaged every single person who has genuinely looked for Sebastian from the goodness of their hearts.
Yeah.
For whatever reason that may be. You can conclude to your own conclusion. But for me, I think it's pretty dang obvious. He does not want people looking at him. And the minute anybody starts to get too close, or he feels threatened by their presence, he has to publicly disparage them.
Yep.
Pretty
Law
typical.
enforcement's doing great work on this case. Let's not pretend that they're not. I know people like to look and say, well, TBI doesn't do anything. Local law enforcement doesn't do anything. That's just not the case. Go look. I encourage anyone, don't take my word for it. Go to TBI's Twitter or Facebook and scroll back and look at how many alerts they've put out for missing children, whether it's an endangered child alert, whether it be an Amber Alert, and how many of them say found safe. That's because TBI assisted in locating these children. There was a case I think it was last year, where this girl was taken out of the Knoxville area by a Georgia RSO, and TBI was able to track him before he even got back to Georgia and safely return this child. I mean, they solve cases and they find kids. It's just not. They look at. I feel like people look at Summer's case and look at Sebastian's and think those are the only two cases TBI's ever worked. It's just not the case.
Right.
Go look at all they do. First off, they have a huge agency. They investigate things all across the state, from drugs to healthcare fraud to missing children to missing persons to officer involved shootings, everything. But point is in missing children's cases, they bring kids home, and I know that they would do anything to bring Sebastian home and Summer. They're out here somewhere, and they're going to keep looking. But I think it's just asinine to say law enforcement's just sitting on their thumbs, because they've shown us everything they've done. They list it out in a huge news release, and still people go, they're not doing anything.
Right.
Yeah.
I
And
did
we
a
have
live with Chico. She's from that area, on all the missing kids in Tennessee.
There's tons.
There's 42. I showed very little info on them. I showed every one of their flyers, and
that's exactly what I was getting ready to say, Kathy. They're not just working on Sebastian's. Not only do they have other missing children, but they also have other crimes to investigate.
Right, but because of all that's going on, it is pulling them away from working on what's in, other cases, or even working on credible tips about Sebastian, because of all this stuff.
Drama. Absolutely agree.
And these plans, I seen Facebook groups, and I'm just going to say outright, this is just my opinion, but I think this is plain stupid. People are coming out and saying that when TBI posts, you should go message them and ask them to find Sebastian. There's people organizing like this mass messaging and commenting train, whatever you want to call it, to contact law enforcement. I remember at one point the sheriff of Sumner County was getting like half a dozen emails per day. I hope it's slowed down, but for a while he was getting emails all day, like every day, asking why they haven't found Sebastian yet. How is that helping?
Right. And they have to follow every single lead they are given. And not only that, but you look at who's orchestrating this, call them. We just watched Tony and Crabtree and others sit on a panel and tell everybody to force the police to come out with a presser, whether they have information or not. How is that helping? You want to tie up the phone lines to tell them to give us a presser when they don't have information?
Right. It doesn't even make logical sense for the people who support that behavior, because now you have tied up whoever's running a Twitter account, whoever is answering a phone, whoever is answering emails to the public, to now have to field all of this stuff. So say, for example, they did, just imagine, they got a valid tip. And that has to work its way through now the deluge of stuff that you are all sending. I wouldn't want that on my conscience. What, did I slow down the response to a missing child? What? I want to say all of the naughty words right now, and it's only out of respect for, no offense, Granny, but only out of respect for Trevor that I'm not saying them. Oh dear, I'm trying. I'm being a good girl.
It is absolutely ridiculous, though, the way these people think. So I'm so glad that Josh just stood up for you here, Trevor. Good on him. And he basically said, listen, I'm not going to take Trevor off my team because you dislike him. Seth says you're being manipulated. Okay.
Person that's doing this isn't going to suffer. Instead, I'm suffering.
How are you?
Instead, Trevor's suffering. Instead, they got me sitting there bearing my
Sebastian is suffering.
My teeth at Trevor Lee, and Trevor Lee don't want to back down. Probably the wrong thing. I
feel like that was another threat towards you, Trevor. So what does he mean? And when you say you don't want to back down, that you're not going to give up on Sebastian?
I guess, and I'm going to stand for what I feel is right for Sebastian. There was a message delivered to me. Yes, somebody sent this to someone to tell me yesterday. This was before all this happened, and it was basically, if I speak any more publicly about Tony or Seth, that they're going to, I guess, expose me. I assume it was the call that they're talking about. That's what they were going to expose me for. But I mean, this is, like I said, they've been threatening to put whatever out, and I guess it's because I'm telling the truth on them. Like, I mean, that's it. I haven't lied about stuff Tony's told me. I haven't lied about stuff Seth's told me.
Right. You're just, You're just exposing or agreeing that Tony is not a good guy. And they had a problem with that. He was certainly being blackmailed, real talk. Blackmailed and threatened.
And the only reason I spoke out is because I felt that Tony was hurting the case. If I felt Tony was just annoying, Tony was just, whatever, I didn't get along with his personality, it wouldn't be worth my time talking about. The only reason I'm talking out about him or about this situation is because I feel like it's hurting the case. And I feel like that's worth talking about if you think something is damaging a case. And I think it is, because he has now been known to spread complete misinformation about the case, and he's inciting more drama. He went from I'm going to make no drama to gloves are off to I'm going to be for all three to I'm just for Seth to he flip-flops every day. And now he's going on TikTok and giving information that's just blatantly false. It's not opinionated. It's not a theory. It's just false. And that's dangerous to a case. And I think that we owe it to Sebastian, not to any adult. We owe it to Sebastian to put out the right information and to call out that nonsense, because it's not a random person putting this information out. This is the quote unquote official spokesperson. His words hold weight whether he thinks they do or not.
Right.
That's right. That is so true. And to top it off, not only do you have all that going on with Tony and everything, but then you have the fact that he's over here as a PR guy. He was literally holding the camera so Seth could threaten and curse you out on a stream that had well more viewers than it normally has, because somebody happened to tell people that they would make an appearance on that panel that night. Please check Shannon Matthews' case when you have time. The similarities in one person's behavior is astounding. Granny, thank you, Bay. I appreciate that. I'll definitely check it out.
I've been trying not to bring her name up, but yes, I absolutely agree, Bay. And
is that the one where her father was all heavily involved in her search, and then it turns out he was guilty?
Where they were hiding her.
They were hiding her. Right. Yeah. Very interesting. Nina's friend did. Trevor said that the other day, that Nina's friend contacted Trevor to set up that interview. Am I correct, Trevor?
Yes.
Yeah.
And to get back to what you were saying about the viewers, I know many families of the missing that would give anything to have 1,300 people to listen to them talk about their missing child, missing young adult, missing child, whatever it may be, their missing family member. They would do anything to have a 1,300 person audience so they could give their information about their missing child. And as soon as he had that platform, he chose to attack people and just make useless use of his time instead of talking about Sebastian. He has 1,300 people. Parents would love. I know so many parents that would do anything to come up and say, "Hey, while you're still here, here's my missing child. Please, here's their information." And he chose to do that.
Well, and I do want to correct you a little bit, because the chat jumped up to 2.5 after you got off panel. It was 2.5.
And he noticed it. Seth noticed it himself. Nobody else pointed it out to him. He was excited by that, but for totally the wrong reason. And that made me so sad.
Absolutely, because Trevor's absolutely right in this. There are people often say, like Kathy mentioned, all the other missing children just in that area, just in Tennessee. There are families out here that get zero airtime, get zero conversations because of this right here. And this is what he chooses to do at that time. And again, he's not wearing, somebody said to me before, well, who cares if he has a photo hanging up of Sebastian? Yeah, he has him on his shirt. But on the one time when he's in the neighborhood and he's out there looking and he's going on this panel, he doesn't have that shirt on. He never even mentioned Sebastian's name throughout the whole. He was saying, "My son, my son, my son." Yeah, that was such a great point, Trevor. Speaks volumes to what you're here for. Thank you.
I mean, I'm looking for my son.
I know. That's all I wanted to say.
That's the main goal.
That's all I wanted to say.
It's about Sebastian. That's all it should be about.
But it's not.
That's all it is for me. It's all about people complained about my GoFundMe. Well, I told my sister to shut it down.
Listen to that right there. They said it's all about Sebastian.
25K.
Right. 26. But right there. So, okay. 1 second.
We got up to 26.
But the point is, he's saying right here, right? They said it's all about Sebastian. Seth says that's what it is for me. And then he goes back to himself again. And every single interview he does this, which is why we're going to go to interview from day 1 and forth and show you how he does that every single time. Yeah. So Scout says, what It was the phone call of the PI with Chris that was released. Listen to that again. It's about Sebastian.
Sebastian, that's all it should be about.
That's all it is for me. It's all about people complained about my GoFundMe. Well, I told my sister to shut it down.
That's the truth right there. It's all about that for me. It's all about, well, people complained about my GoFundMe, right? Poor you, Seth. Poor
2 weeks ago. You know, people don't want to give me. That's fine. That's fine.
Why does it come back to money? Why is he thinking about money right now? Everybody in this panel just agreed it should be about his son. It should be about Sebastian Rogers. But Seth Rogers' head went right back to money. If people don't want to give to me, that's fine. How about the fact that you had a fallout with the Proud Boys after spending the first 3 days of Sebastian's disappearance, being within their home, working as partners in this like you should be, and that trust right there got broken when you and your sister set up this GoFundMe so that you wouldn't have to return back to work, so you could be out there looking. But then your shoulder started acting up, your pre-existing injury, so you weren't out there looking. Come on. This is unbelievable how he just did that. How he, once again, turned it back to himself.
You know,
I wonder, did he
people
shut
don't
the
want to
Cash
give
App
me. That's
down
fine.
too?
Right. Did he shut down his Cash App too? No. Actually, they're starting a new GoFundMe, so just hold on for that. But in the meantime, you can donate to get Nina out there, or you could buy off their wish list. Yeah, he also told us not to donate to the reward fund. He did.
Yes, he did.
Oh, he tries me
Fine.
nuts.
That's fine. It's on their good nature to give me anything to use for this search. And if people don't want to do it, it's not going to stop me from searching.
You haven't been
It
searching.
doesn't matter.
What
My only goal
exactly
is to
have you
find my
used the
son.
funds
And I love
for?
all 4 of you. I watch you all the time.
What
There's
does he
three.
need?
There's
Right,
three.
there's 3 of them. What does he need money to search for? It's there, like we pointed out. Trevor, you've searched for free. Chloe searched for free. Heather searched for free. Jules is out there searching for free. Regular citizens are out there searching for free. His 90% stay-at-home mothers are out there searching for free. Why does Seth need the money to search?
Yep.
Is this his clue, his cue to drop my Cash App? Is this where the chat's supposed to be like, what do you need, Seth? We'll help you. We'll give you the money to keep you searching. What do you need?
Right, and we've, for those of us who've been here a wee minute, we see this happen again. People want to help, they do, and invariably the only way, or normally the only way you really can help, if you're like me in a different country or you're in a different state or whatever, is most people will want to give money because they think they're doing the right thing. They believe they're doing the right thing, and it is good to want to help, but please use your judgment at this point, because
Yeah. Watch out for the men that received
Yeah.
over 26,000, endless amount of personal Cash Apps, and is still once again going back to money. Everybody on the panel just agreed this should be about Sebastian. And what was his thought? The GoFundMe. Why? Why? That's so bizarre to me.
His entire little story here is about what he has done, and whenever the same has happened with the Proudfoots, for example, well, Chris Proudfoot in particular, people will take every word apart and be like, "Well, it's all about you, Chris." Blah, 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 blah.
Right.
I hope those very same creators do the same thing here, because it is warranted in this case. It is. Be fair.
Some people have been. I have seen some people have been. So Polish said what happened to a reward fund. Well, typical of Seth, he then tried to disparage the attorney that was holding the funds. He then said there was some shady business about him that they're looking into, and recommended nobody donate to the reward fund until they're done looking into it, which is what Seth has done to every professional that has stepped forth to help. Same
Well, there
exact.
was a promise made, like a commitment made for the reward, but from my understanding, it was never followed through, and there was some shady stuff going on. But yeah, and then Seth telling everybody not to donate to the reward fund just made it even. And there's, to this day, there still isn't one.
Right, but we're supposed to believe there were shady dealings and deals that didn't go forth because Seth said so. We just listened to Seth passionately say that he didn't care about that audio being put out there, but we know he put it out there. So again, which we heard Seth say why Chloe stepped back, which was a different reason than he gave on this panel. Seth is playing a game with all of us, and majority of his game playing is done behind the scenes, where he's messaging people like Trevor and saying, if you do this, I'm going to do this publicly to you. If you disparage me publicly, I'm going to put this on you, and I'm going to ruin your reputation. How many other people is Seth saying that to?
Exactly.
The goal is to find my son, and I love all four of you. I watch you all the time. You know, smile around and fuck out. I mean, smile around and find out. You know,
he meant that when he said that. When he said, "I love all four of you," he meant that, because Seth Rogers loves Seth Rogers so much.
But if he's searching
smile around
all
and
the
fuck
time,
off. But you know, that's mine.
Sorry.
if he's searching all the time, how is he watching YouTube all the time? You cannot
Great.
be doing both. You cannot then be on panels with Pascal. You cannot be talking to Tony. You cannot be doing all the things. We know you're one person, sir. You're not superhuman. Stop that.
If he's not on panel, he's in chats, chatting away.
Or while he was on panels, we see him out there searching. Why isn't he showing us any of these search efforts?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And donation to the Roar Fund, that was weird. Well, and you know what else I thought was weird? Why is he watching these channels all the time? Because these are channels he has his claws into. These are the channels he has manipulated to do his dirty bidding. These are the channels that he messages with behind the scenes and sets forth the tone of their streams, which are 90% of the time anti-Proudfoots. Jason, that's my opinion.
No, you're exactly spot on. He uses these channels to go at Chris and Katie, so he can say, "I didn't do it; they did it."
Right. And why does he say his searches are private? Well, how come everybody has a problem with the fact that the Proudfoots aren't out here telling about their searches? Therefore, they're not searching. But when Seth says his searches are private, nobody questions it. Meanwhile, we can see them on panels, in the chats, and yeah.
No, there's something, I don't know what it is. I can't put, because I don't know, so I'm not gonna, assume what it is. But there's something.
There's something weird here. Absolutely.
Yeah, there's something he don't want to get out.
And I agree. Katie's taste in men is consistent. I agree. I think there is not very much of a difference between Chris and Seth here. I don't think there's a big difference here.
I agree, and I've thought that for a long while. And for those that have put one up against the other and thought one was the hero and one was the villain, I hope that, unfortunately, last night told you a lot. Not stuff that anybody should know, but now that you know it, see what it is for what it is.
Absolutely.
People are not on the up and up. They're not doing what they are saying they're doing.
This past week,
that alone is weird.
Right. This past week has shown that. And the only difference I will point out between Chris and Seth is Chris doesn't play the games. And I know people will argue, oh, well, he's calling in with voice changers and this and that. I don't care. He's not out here manipulating creators to do his dirty bidding.
And he's been, we may not like it, but he's been brutally honest about anything he's talked about. And he has every right to be upset after what's been done to him and Katie. Any person would be.
Right. No, I'm not saying his anger. You're right, Liz H. I'm not saying. I've always said Chris's anger was justified. He was defending his wife against thousands of comments that were horrible and horrific, himself and his wife. But given the reports we've seen from CPS, of what given the things we've heard, I don't think they're so different. I don't. I think all three of them had problems, and I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. Right, Seth. Chris is actually working. Absolutely. I don't think he gives word salad answers. Do you have a particular situation? Because I do think Seth does. But if you have a particular, if you can quote one answer that you felt was word salad, I'm interested. Right. No, and he's never asking for money. He doesn't. All right, let's see. Because I think this is finally where the lab says it. Not sure.
He's out there. And something else, if Trevor really wants to do me a favor, he could stop sharing text messages between me, my PR, and him.
That's the real problem. You just heard it, folks. So the other day on my stream, Trevor showed us some text messages. That is Seth's real problem. That is why Seth did what he did yesterday, to get back at Trevor for the day before.
Spot on.
And people can be respectful, but at the end of the day, Seth, they're not out here to be doing you favors. They're out here to be searching for your child.
Right. It's not
Last,
about Seth. Do you have anything to
last,
say about that, Trevor? Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin.
no, go ahead,
It's just
Trevor.
it's just slightly ironic because he's the one who pushed the call out regarding Chris talking to Heather. And to me, that's a pretty private conversation. I would consider it a call between two people is probably not, public. So to say that and about, I shared what did we share, like 3 or 4 texts? That was
Two.
it.
It was 2.
Yeah,
was only 2.
it was 2 screenshots of just a few texts, and it was mostly Tony I was showing. It wasn't even Seth. I was showing what Tony was saying, but Seth was in the group chat agreeing with Tony. I can't help that. They made that group chat and started texting me. I did not engage. I did not start that. They all put that together and started messaging me because I sent that super chat on the Pascal show saying that Chloe's a good investigator because they disparaged her after saying they wouldn't.
Right. Right. So you expected them to keep the same respect. I mean, can you imagine how much Chloe and Heather could come out with if they really wanted to? But they'd remained professional and respectful and kept the focus on Sebastian. It wasn't asking too much to ask them to do the same thing. That's what I said, Chris. It means he's watching. So Seth, you're more than welcome. I'd love to hear from you. Hey,
Tony.
Yeah. Hi, Tony. We see you.
Because it's only making it look worse.
No, it's making you look.
It really is. It causes drama that has nothing to do with Sebastian.
It does have everything to do with Sebastian. Look at his eyes there. It has everything to do with Sebastian. So I guess Seth doesn't want to see what we were pointing out. But Tony, there is a fraud, Seth. The first thing he did was introduce Nina Glass needing money, another fraud. Then he brings in Crabtree, who gives false information that went rampant, right? So it does all play a part, and it doesn't create unnecessary drama to warn people of the characters you are now working with. It does not. What has created unnecessary drama is your PR man spending his late nights on TikToks, giving out false and knowingly false information. That's what causes unnecessary drama.
And those
Someone asked me last night when I was reviewing this, they were asking me, what if Seth is telling the truth about everything and it really is as bad as he makes it out to be with the Proudfoots and Sebastian. I'm like,
what about it?
I can't ride with that.
Well, if that were the case, then he should have went and gotten his son. He would have known.
Exactly.
Trevor Lee, I hope none be still. I hope you don't hope otherwise. Any comments about that, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's
I know.
It's just you just gotta. Oh,
I agree. And my question back to Seth is, what does any of this that he did last night in this panel, what does any of this do to benefit his son? Because if there's anybody who should have his son in the forefront, it should be Seth Rogers.
yeah. And he's upset about the text because they show how Tony was talking. I did not. I mean, everybody saw them. Nothing in there was anything about the case. If I had anything in there that was private information about the case, I never would have shared it, even if it included stuff Tony was saying. Nothing in there was actually like information that only certain people should be privy to. He didn't like it because it showed the way that they were talking. And my thing is, don't talk to people like that behind the scenes, and they won't tell public the way they talk to them.
Bingo. Bingo. The fact that there needs to be any effort to mitigate behaviors on any level shows there's something happening in private that people don't want you to know in public. That is a problem. No matter what it is, that's a problem. If you're having to hide stuff like that, it says a lot. And I'm sorry, Seth, but we see it. We see this.
Yeah.
And
I didn't see anything personal about those text messages. I didn't see any personal info or anything like that.
Nothing pertaining to Sebastian at all, no.
Right.
But I actually didn't realize there were more text messages. So let me do you the honors right now, Tony, to show them. If you guys want to see what Tony here writes back, he writes, I hope you don't mind, Trevor. I didn't even see these yesterday. In general, yes, on a live, when the boss is vetting, this is why this is Seth's right-hand man, because he labeled him the boss, and that's what Seth wants to be, the center focus. the boss. When the boss is vetting, no. You read into that the way that fit your agenda. The rest of us don't have an agenda. I disagree. I am tired of it. I'm sure you're tired of it, sir. Of course, brother. And then here goes Trev. I don't have an agenda, Tony. My agenda is finding Sebastian. It's clear I'm not wanted in this fight, and I will step away. I'm saddened a makeshift PR rep has caused this much of a divide. It's a shame. Sorry for wasting either of your time. So right there in those messages, Trevor says respectfully, I'll go ahead. I'll step back. I'll step away.
Mhm.
But you have Seth on the panel saying Trevor refuses to step away. Makeshift PR rep, I am. Never claims to be anything different. God bless you, Trevor. So you guys take that for what it's worth. He admits he is a makeshift PR guy who does whatever the boss tells him to do.
Yep.
Yeah. And the other text is Seth. It's not saved, so I blocked out. It's a number, but that's Seth.
Right.
I just blocked out the number, obviously, because I didn't have it saved as Seth.
And then listen, this makeshift PR guy says, I haven't lied to anyone, Trevor. I've defended a person vigorously that wanted nothing to do with me. It's not my job or yours to question the father's decision. I told you if you have a problem with her getting released, to talk to the man that did it, period. Tony does what I ask him to do. His volunteer time on Sebastian's case is technically my time. Right back to Seth. You know, me. Over the phone today, Tony told me he would defend Chloe. I just thought I could trust his word. I think you were very respectful in this conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, they gave, like I said, they addressed me first. The conversation started with that screenshot of my comment, I guess, that they had sent me, and in the earlier text, and that's what they were. Yeah, that one. That's what he was upset about. Is he told me that I should have gone to Seth about it. That's not the point. It's the fact that he told me that I was addressing him because Tony, told me that she would be defended and she wasn't, and that's their choice. But don't tell me you're going to defend someone if you're not going to. You know what I mean? Just be honest. Say I don't have any plan to do that, and then I'll know.
Right. You basically said like, well, sorry, I thought I could take your word. You promised me that this wouldn't happen, and it did. Sorry, I'm disappointed in you, but you still remained respectful throughout the conversation. You said not a single bad thing would be said about Chloe, yet she was disparaged tonight. For what? How does that help find Sebastian? You know what else? Take notice of who keeps mentioning Sebastian throughout these texts and who doesn't. And now you got them both on a panel, or I'm sorry, at least Seth on a panel saying, how does this help Sebastian? Funny you couldn't answer that question in private text, though. You're reaching, Trevor. I did not lie. I've not lied to anyone. It's not in my DNA. Sir, you lied to the public. You know that if you knew who you were talking to. Yeah, nobody knows who you are, and those that did figure out who you are want nothing to do with you. I do know who I'm talking to, Tony. It's definitely your DNA to lie because you lied to me this morning. In general, yes. On a live when the boss is vetting, no. You read into that the way that fit your agenda. So is he admitting here that in general he lied to you?
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
But when the boss is vetting, the PR man's not supposed to intervene and say, well, wait a minute, calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I didn't realize we didn't show all of this. And I love that you confronted him head on and called him a makeshift PR and that he's caused all this divide. And you once again mentioned Sebastian, which neither of them have. And then he says, makeshift PR rep, I am. Never claimed to be anything different. God bless you, Trevor. I bet you this man don't even believe in God.
Right.
And then
The fact that he's trying to push that back, he could have said any number of things there of, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying my best here. Tell me, let's work this out, see what we can do. Could have been any number of responses, but he gave the most passive aggressive F you to Trevor.
He sure did. He sure did. Right after Trevor says, like, I'll respectfully step back. Sorry for wasting either of your time helping look for Sebastian, the name I keep bringing up. Yep. Oh, it's not my job or yours to question a father's decision. This is exactly why. Boss man, I'm a yes man. I won't question his decisions. Then you, sir, are not even a makeshift PR. You are a puppet is what you are. A con man puppet. He is the one that is taken. I know it sucks, right? It sucks when we have people telling us things we don't want to hear. But you need to have people that tells you what you don't want to hear. And that is what Seth had. Chloe, Heather saying, please, Seth, don't be out here looking, which he wasn't anyway, because his shoulder's so bad. Because if you stumble upon Sebastian, we have to protect you from that as professionals, which, like was shown to us, is given and the survival guide. That's what professionals are meant to do. But that wasn't good enough for Seth, because Seth wants the Seth show. Are exactly the same, in my opinion. Tony is just slicker. Watch, eventually Seth will disavow Tony and claim he was manipulated. He does it with everybody.
Yeah. And before Tony went off on me, I tried to help him. I said, I know I'm young and I know I don't have a bunch of experience in this, but I know there are multiple families that I do regularly work with in less high profile cases here in my area. And I help them out with social media stuff. No, I don't do interviews for them, but I have got people linked up with the news to do interviews and help with social media posts. I mean, it's tiny things, but it's that small help. And I try to tell them these cases are fluid. So I told them, I said, these cases are fluid and there's going to be a lot that comes up and there's going to be a lot of emotion. And you need to, be that calming center, that one that says, that because these families are going to be upset. You got to be the one that's in the middle and says, let's keep putting out their information. Let's keep this on track. And he just didn't have any of it. And like I said, it's probably, I don't have that much experience. I'm young. I get it, but I tried to help him out and he just instead told me that, I need to stay in my own lane and I need to go.
Well, and I noticed you tried saying, and he spoke very quickly over you, that you spent many nights, offering him comfort through the phone. That you were there for him before he had all these other people show up, and you helped him get in contact with the right people. You kept pushing Sebastian's name out here and in the real world. You did a lot of things to help him. I find it very uncomfortable that Seth is bragging about all these recorded phone calls he has. Can you imagine if Trevor was recording every phone call he had with Seth and eventually put them out? It's horrible. I think Seth is playing a game at the expense of Sebastian.
He is. He's got juicier calls. He said that. Yep. And he's called me like I told him on there. I mean, I guess quick to forget. He's called me at midnight, 1 a.m. plenty of times and just wanted to vent. Just talk and vent about the case. He had nobody to talk to and was upset, rightfully so. His son's missing and wanted to talk. And I let him and never share anything from those conversations, let alone record them. Just never even crossed my mind. I just sat there and talked to him. But it's like all of that is thrown to the wind because I questioned Tony.
Right. And again, for those who are unaware, Trevor is very respected in his area. He's very respected. He speaks with, people that can actually help these cases and spread words. And, I don't know if you want to mention it, Trevor, but you just did something amazing with Congress this week, did you? Or if you're not comfortable,
we did pass
fine.
a bill in Tennessee to hopefully help curb crimes against children. So
a round of applause for Trevor. This is Trevor is everything I hope my child becomes, right? Trevor is everything that we want from our generation coming up. This is a young man in his early 20s who was out here dedicating his time to victims, not just high profile cases, not, traveling the world to jump on and get, attention in his backyard. Trevor is making a difference that will help generations to come. I mean, he's doing a fantastic job, and this is not, it's not who they want. It's not he doesn't want that.
No, it's totally off the seriousness of what you're talking about, but this screenshot that you see on the screen, if that isn't a sum total of what last night was, I don't know what to tell you. Every individual little image tells you a whole little story of what was going on. Even
1,000 words.
An icon, it's all of it. It's just perfect.
Absolutely, you're so right. Trevor is the real deal. Yep. Trevor's going to keep doing what he's doing. He's not going to let these people that keep trying to threaten him and strong arm him stop him because he truly cares.
Did you catch any of Chris last night after all this?
No, I didn't, but I'll have to go see. I was actually watching a movie with the kids or I would have went live, and I was so upset. I reached out to Trevor. I'm like, dude, are you okay? This is crazy.
What is Tony doing for Seth that no one else is? That's
being his yes man.
Right?
Calling him boss. Telling him he calls the shots.
And oh God, there's so many things. If Seth doesn't see a problem in that, you've missed a lot in life, sir. You have.
I agree. But Tony works with criminals all day. This man's not stupid. He knows what he's doing. He knows who he's with.
It literally has me telling him I didn't give a flying. I told him I don't give a flying fuck about the audio, dude. Telling him I has no.
Did anybody see anything about audio in those texts?
No.
No. So what are you talking about here, buddy, Seth?
Because he wants to do me a favor. He could stop sharing text messages between me, my PR, and him.
I want to pause this for a moment to remind everybody that it was Seth Rogers who put out Chris's phone call with the PI. But he's upset about those very small text messages that mainly focused on Tony's response, not Seth's. Hey, Seth, how would you feel if you had leaked phone calls coming out, or you had people calling you, pretending to be your friend, flirting with you to later play on their stream? How would you feel if that were you? Because that's what you aided in happening to Chris Proudfoot. But I digress.
Him?
Let's hear him.
Because it's only making it look worse. It really is. It causes drama that has nothing to do with Sebastian. It literally has me telling him I didn't give a flying. I told him I don't give a flying fuck about the audio, dude. I don't know what the intent was behind it.
There is nothing about audio in those messages.
He says he doesn't know what the intent was behind it.
It was to show that well, you go ahead, Trevor. You tell us the intent. I'm sorry.
Well, it's also he started the first thing he came up on panel was saying is that I'm a slime ball because I leaked the call, but then now he's saying he doesn't give an F about the call. Which one is it?
Right. Oh, you're so right. But he's also claiming that these messages show him saying he doesn't give a F about the call. There's not one single message in here that says that. Nothing.
Like I said, he's playing both sides. It can't be both. I mean, it just can't be. Either you care about the call or you don't. I think he wanted the call out, but he didn't want it to come back to him. And if you're going to put something out, then stand behind it. Because if we put something out, we're supposed to stand behind it. What is the difference for you, Seth? If you want to call out there, if you wanted to expose Chris or whatever, get that out there for people to hear, then say, I put that out.
Right. Say it with your whole chest, big tough guy that said it with your whole chest when you were threatening Trevor. Keep that energy. Keep that energy when it comes to Chris Proudfoot. That's why he went and mentioned people say I don't have balls. Yeah, because it bothers you that you don't have the balls when it comes to Chris. It bothers you, but you sure had the balls when it came to Trevor, didn't you? Oh.
We all know how Christopher Proudfoot is. We all know how he treats ladies. We all know how he treats children. We all know how he is.
We also all know now how you treated Chloe, right? She didn't take to those alleged, I'll say allegedly, but I do believe who came in. She didn't take to those advances, did she?
Yeah.
Why is this still about him? It needs to be nothing but my son. He is the child that is missing. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He is missing.
Isn't that what Chris came out and said to Seth? Like, why is this about me and you? This is supposed to be about Sebastian.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Chris would punk him out in a second.
And we need to find him. I asked the world to help find him.
No, you didn't.
And then when I asked the world to help find him.
No, he didn't.
You told us to F off.
Right. You told us that. Not only that, but it was the Proudfoots that came out on news asking for help. It was never Seth. Why didn't Seth do early on? People complained that the Proudfoots took so long to come out to the news to ask for help with Seth. Or I'm sorry, with Sebastian. People see, it's even to the point where people are calling Sebastian Seth. And I caught myself a few times now, and that's horrible. I'm falling into it. But people are angry that it took them that long to come forward and ask the public for help. But nobody has questioned why Seth didn't. Why didn't Seth take it upon himself to do so?
And he sat there and he's oddly proud of the fact that he gave Sebastian all of his name. Like he named him, like he gave him all of his names.
Right.
But then just conveniently hides from the fact that, you know, he was in a very inappropriate relationship with Katie when she was young. I brought that up to him. I don't know if he heard me, but when he yelled at me saying that he named his son, I told him that if you go back and listen to that part where we were in our little shouting match, I did tell him that. I was like, yeah, and you met your wife when she was underage.
Yeah,
I didn't. That's why he was screaming over you.
Yeah, that's why he didn't want me to talk.
Yeah, he underestimated.
Let you have a word in, that's for sure.
Yep, he underestimated the support.
He didn't want anybody else to hear it.
Oh,
And
I got it.
every time that gets brought up, Trev, have you ever noticed that he dodges the question? Or, the one when he was on Jennifer Coffenduff's, as soon as the second super chat came in asking that question, he dropped off panel. He refuses. I know JLR has directly asked Seth. He refuses to answer that. But we only know that because Seth told us, because it's been the Seth show. And
Well,
he talks too much.
Yeah, here's one for you. This was a while back. I went there in March, and that's when I first met Seth in person and talked to him. So let me preface by saying this is before I even knew that he had met her when she was underage. I didn't know the age difference. I just knew that they were obviously together when they had Sebastian. I had zero idea about the underage thing. And he was talking about he was talking about women, and he made sure to tell me that Katie, quote, word this for YouTube, hopped on me first. And now the fact that now, of course, again, I preface by saying I did not know of the underage thing at that time, or I would have, of course, been raising the red flags. But I did not. And then later on, now that this has all come up, and I remembered now that he told me that, I was like,
that's big. That's big. And that also adds into it. I know people throw around the word narcissist a lot, and I agree. But there are several things that line up to Seth. So Seth is bragging that a teenage girl threw herself jumped on him, to say it appropriately. Oh, wow. Hey, Mr. Nobody. Wow. Oh, that's like chill worthy if you think about it. That is just so gross.
That's what I'm saying. It finally clicked once I put it together. Once I remembered that he said that and that I knew about the underage thing, I was like, holy cow. Because before it didn't seem, it was just whatever to me when I was thinking about them both being adults. But
why is that even important to tell you? Like, why would he even feel the need to tell you, like, oh yeah, and 15 years ago Katie came on to me first? Why would he even, like, how does that help with Sebastian? Why is that information necessary?
Exactly. And he was 23, she was a young teenager who, come on.
Right.
Come on, really? You're a grown man. You should have said, no.
I can't even believe that he would even say it, though. Like, ooh.
Even without the age difference part, it appears to me that he wanted Trevor to be impressed by that statement. Like, look at me, I'm an alpha male. Look at me, I'm getting all the checks and it's doing all the things. A certain amount of like bro talk or whatever.
He's not getting any women. What do you think?
Whenever you add the underage part into it, that makes it horrific.
That lady that's with him a lot and a lot late at night, are they?
I have no idea. What do you feel was his intent of telling you that, Trevor? Like, especially looking back, what do you think?
It was in the grand scheme of things, it was to drag Katie, because then he started talking about how she had two, and again, he did not mention her age. He said she had 2 abortions before Sebastian, because then he told me that meant that she didn't want Sebastian, and that's why he had to give all 4 of his names. Well, I guess 3 of his names, because you take the last name, so take that out. He gave him his 3 names, and it was because Katie didn't want him. So it all tied back into the abortions and the idea that Katie didn't want Sebastian. Is his words. I'm not saying she didn't. Right. That's what he told me.
But I caught him on Jennifer Coffendorfer's interview, where he said it was because of medical issues. And he caught himself, but it was too late. It was already out.
Oh, yeah, because he gave that information publicly as well. But I find it very interesting, because that's what just made Trevor think about it. When he's saying, I named my son, I named him, he gave him 3 first names to honor the 2 previous aborts that took place when Katie was not even 18 years old.
But in Coffendorfer's interview, he said it was because of medical issues. There was. Right. So what's the truth? And besides that, she had to have been under 18.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Sure. She definitely was.
That's the bigger issue here, in my opinion, is that age, the fact that she was a minor. The reasoning for it, he's going to say probably 5 different things. Like I said, he told me it's that she didn't want any kids. But I mean, now we're looking at it. This was, she was a minor, and that's a huge issue. And
if you look at the creators he's speaking to in the panels he goes on, they're also anti-Katie and Chris. Well, it makes sense because he's also behind the scenes giving disparaging information, such as he did to Trevor. Like, oh yeah, she aborted my 2 babies. You know what I mean? Like he's setting the tone for them to hate Katie more. And this was all supposed to be about Sebastian. You're talking early on, Trev. You're talking about in the very beginning of Sebastian's disappearance. This is a conversation you held with Seth.
Yeah, and this was the first. Let me also preface. This was the first time I had ever met him in person. Like, I don't even think we had spoken over the phone. I had spoken to his sister before because I wanted her to tell, because he's not on social media. I mean, now we know he watches all this stuff, but he's not like, he doesn't have Facebook or anything. So I messaged his sister and asked if she would let him know that I was coming to the area to help, because I had been on that first interview with Duchess, and I had her let Chris and Katie know that I'd be trying to make it to the area. So I wanted all 3 of them to know I was coming. And when I got there, I had sat and talked to Seth, and he talked to me for like 4 hours. And this was the first time we spoke, and he told me all this stuff. So I'm just,
Wow.
just prefacing, this wasn't like somebody that he had grown to trust and talked to for weeks.
Wow. That's amazing. So early on, Seth was more focused on painting a horrible picture of Katie than he was painting a nice picture of Sebastian. Wow.
Yep. That certainly seemed to be, we've talked about this before, what he was getting at by releasing this information about the abortions at all. And
Scorned lover. But then he
again-
cries when he thinks about their wedding.
He forgot his part in all
Right.
of that.
Of course he did.
was so quick to throw dirt at this, the
At
mother
Katie.
of his child, who is supposedly going through the same thing that he is. He's so quick to do it that he forgot he's doing the same upon himself. And now it's coming back to him, and he doesn't
You're right.
like it.
You are so right. You are so right. He didn't realize that was going to have people looking into his part of it. You are right. And you know what? That's personal information pertaining to Katie that doesn't even belong out here. It's just horrible. Just like we didn't need to know about Sebastian's traumas. It's unfair. It is completely unfair to her. And we wonder why she's timid. She suffered a lot of abuse at an early on age. I don't wonder why she's timid. And that's also why she has a man who protects her. That's her safe haven. That's what your man is supposed to be for you. Your safe haven. He's supposed to be your protector. That's what an alpha male is supposed to be. Seth likes to reference the nuclear family, but he was unsuccessful in fulfilling his role. And maybe she became too woman for him. But let's
him.
proceed.
That means I'm also asking the world to give me all this shit, and I'll take it. I will take and deal with everything that comes on my plate if it means that I find my son in the end, because that's worth it to me.
Sure.
As he's crying about the very small, minute things people are saying about him, especially in comparison to what he has set forth, against Katie and Chris.
I agree.
And I love you, Smiley. Love you, Justin. And I love you, Josh.
Love you too, buddy.
That's like the 4th time he's told these 3 he loves them. Seth, you are a manipulator.
I'm the one that leaked it. I am.
Here we go. Listen close.
No, you didn't send it to my mom, did you?
No.
See, who sent it to my mom? Because my mom had it before you did.
Let's look at Seth smiling here. Let's look at his face light up in a duper's delight as he says, "But you didn't send it to my mom, did you?" Because he knows nobody sent it to his mom. He sent it. Seth here sent it to Terry, who turned around and played it live with Seth's mom in the chat. That is how Seth's mom got her hands on it. But what's even better is what Josh is about to say here, because Josh ain't going for it anymore. Josh has woken up at this point. He's
just, and I don't know who else had it. I know one other YouTube person had it, but you and I had a conversation.
That other YouTube person I had it was Terry.
Well, I wasn't going to bring up our conversation because I remember our conversation, Josh.
Yeah. But
that's in confidence between you and me off the record. Why are you making it on the record, man?
Do you guys hear that? Put a 1 in the chat.
Why does he sound like he should be wearing a non-custodial prison uniform when he's saying that? Why are you making it on the record, man?
Yep.
What?
The way the gangster came out of him. Put a 1 in the chat if you understand the severity of what he just said. If you get what was just stated there. What was just stated there is I gave you that. Josh just put him on blast. Thank you, Josh. Yep. Thank you. Josh put him right on Front Street. I remember our conversation, Seth, when you gave me that video, and Seth right away gets uncomfortable and says that was off the record. How many off the record shady dealings are you having, Seth? And at what point do you think it's all going to blow up in your face?
Yep, that's the same thing I said last night. I'm like, yep, there you go. He's
There
the
he
one that
goes.
gave it to Josh. He's the one passing it around. He talked to Josh. He wanted Josh to release that call.
Absolutely. He told Josh when to release that call. So, Trev,
Mhm.
question for you, Trev. Are you in contact with Terry?
With Terry Lynn, no.
So, and Terry, we all know Terry played that phone call, very bad audio, before
Mhm.
Josh, the lab, got it and cleaned it up. So Trev's not in contact with her to give that recording. Trev is also not officially on, part of the investigation when it comes to the PIs. He's friendly with them and appreciates and respects them and will work hand in hand with them, but he's not necessarily a part to be given recorded calls. But Seth is.
And Terry was adamant about that last night. She even said, asked Trevor, do you know me? Have you ever talked to me? She said, I did not get this from Trevor.
Oh, so wait, that's even better. So
Yeah, she comes on panel and we address that.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
I was
okay.
like, I did not, because I don't even talk to her. She's like, I don't talk to you. We don't talk to each other. So there's there's no way that I sent it to her.
That's interesting. So I didn't watch that far. Because like I said,
She alluded to
exit
who
out.
sent it to her. You know, she wouldn't come right out and say that it was Seth's side, but that's what
Oh,
she was saying.
will. She will, because the ties are turning. So it was brought up a few days ago that you no longer see Seth so much over there with Terry. Thank you guys for telling me. And it seems like because Terry's another one who's no longer working under the thumbs and the control of the strings that Seth wants. So we know without a doubt, confirmed by Terry and by Josh, that neither of these two YouTubers, the only two that had that audio first in the forefront, did not get it from Trev. So somebody tell me how Seth is trying to blackmail that and put that on Trev, because he thought that he was going to make Trevor Lee his little scapegoat, and he had no problem doing so because he underestimated the support that Trevor has.
Oh, definitely. They were definitely trying to set Trevor up for this. Definitely.
They were threatening him. Matter of fact, I don't know how much Trevor wants to expose, but yes, they were absolutely paying attention where Trevor's been, and he was basically threatened. You either keep your mouth shut and don't speak on us again, don't appear on a channel again, or we are going to tell everybody that you did this. And I bet you that is at the working of the con man, Tony. But if anybody had any further doubts that Seth himself is not of con like behaviors, like I said, he works in the jail. He's surrounded by cons right now. Believe me, he has found his true crew and these people. He made it very clear. He showed Trevor his teeth. He did. And Trevor wouldn't back down, and that was a bad idea. He threatened Trevor several times. Trevor, who was closer in age to Sebastian Rogers than he is Seth Rogers. He had no problem threatening him.
And this hasn't just been going up. This didn't just, it exploded last night, but it has been building for a couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and if I have noticed it, I can only imagine what it has felt like for Trevor.
Well,
and on that level, I hope that people hold these creators that they're supposedly praising for coming out and doing the right thing. I hope you hold them to account for not doing the right thing slightly sooner.
Right.
It shouldn't get to this point for this to happen.
Here's how I feel about that, because I know a lot of people are saying that. Listen, I think if any of them have a change of heart, which we knew was going to happen anyway, it's literally textbook for these cases on here. I appreciate people waking up now than never. You know what I mean? Because it's hard to go against the audience you have built, right? It is hard when your whole audience is pro Seth. It's hard to come out here and risk the chance of losing a good chunk of your chat because you're suddenly against Seth. So I commend at least Josh for caring more about Trevor and standing up to his own integrity of what he knows of the integrity of Trevor than Colin and patting the ass of Seth Rogers. Appreciate that.
Or they'll come out and they'll say, well, we're starting to see this. We're starting to see the things Seth is doing. And you think that they finally are seeing the light. Then they turn around and go right back at the proud put saying, well, they did this. And it's like, oh, it's frustrating.
I'll tell you what, too. I think that Seth knew the moment that Trevor, who's man enough to confront them head on in private, he didn't have to do it on a panel like Smiley's with a set audience, because they set for the audience to be there when he did this. It just backfired on him. The moment Trevor was brave enough to approach them in private is the minute they said he's a threat, because Trev knows more things than any of us know.
Well, do you know who else Seth gave the recording to?
Well, I know that for a fact. The woman. Let me say the woman that is at his house at and after midnight is how I will put it. Her email is on the email chain of the recording. She had it. So did she send it to Terry Lynn? I don't know, but she's on that email chain, and nobody was asking her. And of course, he's not going to say it was her. If it was, that's his lady friend. But she's on that email chain. I saw it.
He gave it to Nina for Nina to use in court for the custody battle against Chris.
And I saw the email chain that got it there, and she's on it.
Well, I have a question pertaining to that. Is that somebody he's met since Sebastian's disappearance?
Yes.
See, why is it that we know everybody Chris has dated, we know everything Katie has gone through, but nobody has ever searched into who Seth is associated with? I didn't even know he had a lady friend, right? But nobody has any problems digging into how many marriages of Chris and all this. So it's very interesting that Seth not only found a woman during the disappearance of his child, but enough so that she's there on late nights and she's in this, email thread and all of that. I don't know. I find that to be a little odd. You would think he doesn't have time or energy or any capacity within him to even start a relationship right now.
It's not really odd though, and this I'm not talking about Trevor in this situation. I'm talking about everybody else within it have all played some part in covering up who released that call. Those creators are equally protecting Seth, equally doing their most to either get in his good graces or not dig into it. So they're the reason, in part, why this hasn't come. There hasn't been equal scrutiny, at least.
Yeah, well, I think this is the first time that has actually come into question too. To be fair, right?
Well, for them, for them maybe, but that in itself, it just
that's
makes,
true.
As Chasing sort of said earlier, if people don't see what they should be seeing, I don't know what to tell you. There are plenty of sleep channels, but as it appears, there's a whole lot of people who sleep through true crime as it is. It's frightening to me. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah, I agree. But I found Seth's response here to be very, very interesting and telling. Josh is like, I'm not.
Two-person had it, but you and I had a conversation.
Well, I wasn't going to bring up our conversation because I remember our conversation, Josh.
Yeah. But
because that's in confidence between you and me off the record. Why are you making it on the record, man?
Well, no, I asked you if I could.
This is definitely an allegation coming from me. But what Seth just reminded me thereof is the type of I probably shouldn't even, I'll just say the type of correctional guard that makes these type of off the record dealings, if you know what I mean. That's what I just heard there. I heard the correctional officer come out of him, but this was off the record dealing. Why are you bringing it on the record, man? Type of thing. Anything else?
I know who that comment and behavior reminds me of, and I'll not say his name, but he's in jail at the moment. So that's probably not the best.
Very interesting. Very interesting. So he was quick to try to throw that on you. I guess, Trevor, you're probably very thankful for the support of the lab and Terry last night.
Oh, 100%. And everybody. I mean, I appreciate it. And I don't want to be, and it's more important to me about the truth. I don't want people defending me if I've done something wrong. But I think it's important that if the truth needs to get out there, that we stand by the truth. That's all I care about. It's not me, him, this, teams. It's the truth, because the truth will find Sebastian and the lies will not.
Yep. Absolutely agree. And yeah, you're right. That's a duper smile, Olivia. That's a man that's been caught. That's a man who has sat on this panel and told several lies now, and his whole little game just got just a needle right into that balloon right there.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But see, I went one step further. I went to look for beforehand.
The lab's like, okay.
I understand.
Yeah, no, it was leaked before you got it.
Okay.
I mean,
It was.
At one point in time, literally, I have Trevor telling me that the person who I gave it to him, and I did not give it to him.
Wait, listen to that again.
It was.
At one point in time, literally, I have Trevor telling me that the person who I gave it to him, and I did not give it to him.
What is he saying there, Trev?
He's saying Nina. So Nina got it for her court hearing, and he's saying that what he's trying to say is that she gave it to me and that I produced it to the internet.
Okay. But we already know without a doubt that he's the one that handed it to a YouTuber named The Lab. And he's also the one, right, who I gave it to. Right, Jason. That's what he says there. I know that the person I gave it to, Trevor says right, but he's not the one that leaked it, right? So initially got in a rotation from Seth. I mean, come on. Anybody still doubting that?
That's the definition of a leak too. Like it's the person that leaks it out. It's the first that gets it out. That's the leak. I mean, like if you have a leak in your pipes, that's where the water first comes from, not where it hits in the ground.
Right.
It hit the ground when it got to YouTube. He broke the pipe and let it leak out. And once the water landed, he was like, I can't touch this. I didn't leak it. But you're the one who started sending it out. If you, Seth Rogers, never sent it to anyone, it couldn't have gotten out.
Right.
It just doesn't happen that way. Nobody hacked you. It didn't get like pulled out of your email. You had it. You gave it to people. And I guess you just hoped that it didn't make it out.
I couldn't agree more. Just like he leaked out the personal information about Katie. He leaked out the personal information about Sebastian. He likes to leak things out. It started with Seth.
And all of the people that are on that panel all knew that. All of them.
You think, Smiley and Justin too?
All of them.
Yeah.
Listen to
They knew.
Justin. He knew. Smiley knew. She's not shocked. Josh definitely knew. Look, if you play that little section again, look at Smiley's face. She's not surprised. She knows. Justin says yes. Josh definitely knows. He answers in affirmation. So they all knew.
So that was given out exactly 100% to make Chris look bad. That was Steph's entire reasoning for putting that out. And people still don't think that he's playing some type of game when it comes to Sebastian. How does that keep the focus on him?
Yeah,
He did nothing.
At one point in time, literally, I have Trevor telling me that the person who I gave it to him.
I'm sorry, that's what I was going to say. And just like he was so willing and so quick to wanting to release this, to leak the CPS records, this man has no problem leaking things so long as it makes the Proudfoots look bad. That has been his MO from the beginning, if you ask me. And if anybody starts to pick up on his MO, he will make you look bad to save his own ass.
Yep.
Wow.
Him. And I did not give it to him.
I got you.
That's a bold-faced lie. And when I catch you in, I catch inmates in lies all the time. And I give them the benefit of the doubt, and then I'll explain. I catch inmates in lies all the time.
Isn't that funny that I just said and I didn't watch all of this part. I swear to God, I did not watch the entirety of this. I had no idea that Terry came up, that Trevor went back up. But isn't it amazing? I just said that the security guard in him, the correctional officer in him came out, and then he goes to thinking of the inmates. Why is that, Seth? You can hear so much in what these people say if you just listen.
Bold-faced lie. And when I catch you in, I catch inmates in lies all the time. And I give them the benefit of the doubt, and then I'll explain to them, I caught you in a lie, dude. Come on, come clean. And
So you're friends with the inmates there, Seth? Is that what we're hearing? It sounds like he's pretty friendly with the inmates.
gave him that opportunity, and he just decided to keep digging with the shovel, man.
How'd you dig, Trevor? What shovel
You
did you
know,
have?
that's deceitful.
I had an excavator. It was a little quicker.
Was it the same crane that Tony over there was digging with?
I was test driving a crane. You know, he sells them, and I was checking out one of his new cranes, so I test drove it just to dig, but I wasn't really feeling it, so I took it back.
I figured. I have a feeling a lot of people aren't test driving his cranes. What a piece of shit this is, man.
And that's not going to help find Sebastian.
Neither is what you're doing, Seth.
I understand. I do. I'm not. I'm listening.
You know what? It's a little shameful. I'll be honest, because now I'm getting disappointed, because what he just said there is it doesn't help find Sebastian, but Josh, you without a doubt, Justin Smiley, you guys suspect they know. I don't know if they knew or not, but I know without a doubt that Josh knew that he received that from Seth himself. So when Seth just sat there and said he doesn't give a shit what people think of Chris, people know what Chris is. He didn't care if that audio got leaked or if it didn't get leaked. And, it does nothing but to help Sebastian. But you did all of this. You did all of this.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, it
Josh
sounds
Lynn
like
got it from Sebastian or from Seth.
Yeah.
I believe that's who Terry Lynn got it too. Got it from
Absolutely.
too, with Seth and that lady.
And you know what makes me sick about all of this? People sit there and they say that Chris is controlling, that he is ruling Katie under his thumbs, that she's in an abusive relationship, all the things. But what we know without a doubt is that Seth Rogers groomed, I will use the word groomed when it comes to any child that is in intimate relationships with an adult, that he groomed Katie at a young age. And when Katie broke away, if they're coming back after she had to go into the army to get away from him, she comes back, gets primary custody of their child, which tells me a lot. You can look at the divorce records. You can ignore them if you want. You can say they're not real if you want, but you can't deny what is in them. And then add into what he has done from the beginning of his own son's disappearance, how he has made it his mission to badmouth and trash Katie in every way he can. This man is an abuser. This is the abuser that people are ignoring the flags of.
And I'm with Chasing. I appreciate the fact that Josh tried to do a little, but they all knew. These people all knew and all did nothing. All did nothing while this has built and built over the past couple of weeks. All sat there and let Trevor take the heat. And it's only when forced to do so, when there was no other option, they appeared. So they'll get no praise from me. Other people want to praise them, that's fine. That's your opportunity.
But wait, I don't think
makes me think they look really fucking shady. I'm sorry, Granny.
I don't think anybody knew Trevor was getting the blame for it.
Well, all you had to do was look at any of the chats, even Josh's own chat.
I don't look at their chats.
Anybody's chats. If I can see it, why couldn't they? I don't.
Oh, I didn't realize that Trevor was being blamed in chats and stuff. I had no idea of that.
Oh yeah.
Trevor was having shit thrown at him for the past couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea of that. Okay. All right. Well.
Yeah, he was totally. I've seen it many times. People came into my chat saying that, oh no, it was him. He turned on Seth. No, it was Seth who released that recording, and he wanted it out.
Wow. Well, now they know without a doubt. So I hope everybody that has blamed Trevor will retract that and apologize, because now they know without a doubt. Oh,
Listening, I understand what you're saying.
Well, the whole world's listening right now.
Oh, that's what you like, Seth.
Yeah,
that's what you like.
I do have to get off. As you can see, it's dark. I just wasted about an hour of my search time.
Search time, please.
Things come out at night.
Yes,
all right, listen. Tomorrow is the bike ride, right? We might as well tell them that tomorrow.
He just said, and things come out at night. And thank you, Smiley, for taking this moment to remind everybody about Sebastian.
The bike ride.
Yes, tomorrow will be the MC ride. We will be meeting at the Rudder. 4 o'clock. Kickstands up at 5, and we will be coming to Beach High School, where we'll be having hot dogs.
Whoa.
And a vigil afterward. Hey.
What he thinks of the MC ride and the hot dogs before he thinks of the fact that we're having a visual to remember my 15-year-old missing son here. Once again, Sebastian takes a back seat, and the thought.
There's food involved, okay? Not corn dogs, Josh. Hot
and
dogs.
how many people are going to have streaming it today?
It'll be hot dogs. The vigil is for a community. It's to bring people back together, to understand that there's people out here who want to find my son. And I
again, I'm sorry, but even the way he just said that is to bring people together to find he really thinks that he is the center attraction here, and it aggravates me.
Jess, how far into the video roughly did Seth come on? I forget. I know it was a little ways into her stream. What was it, like an hour and a half in?
At least, yeah.
Almost an hour and 45.
And what point were we just at when he mentioned the vigil?
You're right. Great point. I believe.
So, I mean, he took like 45 minutes to even mention the bike ride or the vigil. He spent more time talking about me, which again is useless to this case to talk about me. He spent more time and priority doing that instead of talking about this event they're having for his son. What are the priorities here?
And he'll say in a little minute that's, that they're going to be at the school for part of it, and I'll not give
Right.
away exactly what else he say. But whenever you brought up earlier, Granny, which is why I came up, whenever Seth appeared on the panel and he said he was at the school searching,
Right.
would it not? If you're searching there, but you're having the vigil there tomorrow, would it not make more sense that you'd gone to the school to scope out the area and sort of set up in your head where things are going to be and that kind of thing?
Right, of
That would make
course.
sense to me.
Right.
But
He
don't
wasn't there
lie.
searching. I
Don't
know. You're
lie
right.
and say don't lie.
You're so right. And let's also correct something real quick. It wasn't even Seth that brought it up, Trevor. It was Smiley.
Right.
Yeah.
Then he didn't even address it until, he just started talking about it, which is crazy to me on its own. Like, you think that'd be, leading off, hey, I know there's a lot of drama going on right now, but hey, we're having this tomorrow for Sebastian. Hope we can get back to Sebastian, and leave the drama behind. No, he came in firing on the drama.
And then Heather, the
Christy,
PI, comes up in a little bit here. You'll see that too.
okay,
Heather
awesome.
came up.
Christy here says, has anyone thought that maybe when Kristen and Mom was bike shopping, maybe they purchased the bike for Seth, since Seth did just get a bike, maybe some sort of bribe? Yeah, that's exactly what I think, Christy. Great thinking. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, you get a bike and you get a bike. Everybody gets a bike. What the
Right.
fuck?
But nobody actually purchased the bike. So no, that unfortunately, Christy, I don't think that at all.
No.
And bribe him for what? Seth is the one out here doing the most. Why would they bribe him to shut up? I don't know. I don't know why there would be a bribe there.
Do you see a bike?
No. Seth said he's borrowing one allegedly. So
Does he have a motor? I hope the person who's letting him borrow one checks to see if he even has a motorcycle license, because just because you have a driver's license doesn't mean it's for riding motorcycles,
Right. He does love all this attention, Doodles. Absolutely.
To find my son, and I want to find my son. That puts us in a common goal, people. Come, do not bring the drama. My son does not deserve the drama.
Yeah.
My son.
Ironic again that he's saying don't bring the. First off, he told Trevor and the PIs not to come, but now he's saying come. It doesn't matter who you are, just don't bring the drama. But it was Tony who said that they are prepared for drama. We're gonna have, they want to bring any problems, we're ready. The first time that Tony gets out there, too, guys, don't forget that. Tony has not been in Tennessee until this weekend here, when they invite Pascal and they have a motorcycle for him, and that way they're guaranteed that it will be streamed and all the things.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why they moved
everybody's going to be
so they could
streaming
stream
it.
it.
Oh, really? That's interesting, Trevor. Say that again.
He goes on to say they moved it because they moved it from the church to the school, I believe. It was one way or the other. It was either school, church. I think it was church to school. And that was because they wouldn't let them record at the church.
Right, they wouldn't let them stream it. Yeah,
Or stream it. Yeah, sorry, they wouldn't let them live stream it.
I thought he also claimed that they moved it because Chris said, if you hold it at the church, I'll come.
He did also say that.
Yeah.
But he did make the statement twice that it was because the church didn't want them live streaming it.
So he lied again.
Right.
He said the church would allow it to happen as long as the prophets were there, but they had notified them that they would not be there. So he tried to use that as the reason, but then he turned around and told you could see the truth. The truth was the church said no live streaming.
Oh, that's very interesting. So that's fantastic to know. So once again, Seth is up here and is being dishonest, right? Yeah. And dishonest in a way to badmouth the Proudfoots because, well, I did all this to accommodate Chris and hoped they will show up, but yeah, okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, like I told you, he wanted me out there if I was gonna stream it. He said, he's like, are you gonna start your channel back up? Are you gonna come stream it?
Yep. Because for whatever reason, Seth cares more about it being on social media, where he's the focal point, than he does about it being about Sebastian, in my opinion. Due to him being done for the right reasons. Right. It's not being done for the right reasons. I wish the Proudfoots would orchestrate their own. That's what I wish.
Him. And that is what the vigil is. We will have prayer. We will have people speaking that deal with autism. We're going to have a good. Watch out, people. Don't get ran over.
You got to tell your PR guy not to get ran over.
this is
If
what I
people
wanted-
are invited, just please don't bring the drama. It doesn't solve anything.
Have you heard if Chris and Katie's coming?
I was informed the reason I moved it from the church to Beach High School is A, they weren't going to let any live streaming, and B, they informed me that Chris and Katie told them 2 weeks ago that they weren't showing up. Well, I was holding it at the church because the conversation that Chris and I had, he said if I held it at the church that he would show up. So I jumped through a bunch of hoops. My team did, I did, to get it held there. And then found out that he had told them that he's not showing up. So
wow,
we had
The phone
people
call was not
we
a
had
bunch
people
of-
from the church leaking conversations that we're having. It's like, wow. I mean,
Oh, were they not juicy enough?
Yeah, I was just about to. Well, I haven't heard any leaked phone calls from the church. Has anybody else?
No.
Right, even that in
It's a phone call.
itself is weird. Who? What? Where? Where
Right.
are
Where's
these
this?
calls?
Where's
What?
this leaked church phone call? Anybody in the
Mhm.
chat? Put a 1 if you have not heard any leaked church phone calls. Put a 2 if you have.
Can somebody put about 5 ones in the chat for me, please? Because when I heard this, I was like, "What? What is he even saying anymore? What is he just plucking things out of the air at this point? Because that's what it feels like."
It does feel that way. That does feel that way. It's very bizarre. Anything to make himself like a victim again. He even did it during every interview Seth has been on. He has every conversation that should be about Sebastian. He has rolled it into a woe is me. Even right here. I'm getting so aggravated. I'm like literally patting my hand. But even right here, he is saying, he's talking about the visual that's supposed to be about Sebastian, but then it goes into woe is him because even phone calls. Exactly, Bueller. Exactly. Remember when CP freaked out and everyone was saying how psycho he is? Seth has a manic breakdown. Y'all are patting him on the back. Nutso. I agree.
And when Chris and Katie were trying to get a bike run, going for Sebastian, they were trash for it. They're buying a new bike. They're doing this.
Right.
No, that's not why they were there. So
Right.
now all of a sudden, because theirs got annihilated, now Seth and his team's having one. I
Right.
question if Seth was even very active in setting all this up.
Why does it take over 70 days for Seth to set anything up? And why is it going to take another week before he sets up a search?
If you have a PR person and you're setting up a vigil, what hoops do you personally need to jump through, Seth, to get a school to help you to set up a vigil?
I don't know, but do you notice how he even had to go and disparage the church? I mean, this guy can't give anybody anything credit.
And the school, because he literally says about jumping through hoops. At
Hoops.
school.
You're
and
right.
It's like, well, I mean, it's again the implication that he's doing all this work. Where's the work? And
Right.
you're standing in the middle of the road, sir. That's what you're doing.
Right, on a panel, per usual.
And what hoops? Like, I could call a church right now and say, "Hey, can I hold a vigil there?" And they would either say, yes or no, or they would say, let us call you back. Like, I wouldn't be filling out government paperwork, getting my passport, getting certified. Like, I don't know what he's talking about as all these hoops.
Nope, that's why I said it's a phone call. It's a phone call. That's it. That's simple. And I don't believe I'm sorry, I just don't think he had much to do with it anyway. But that's just my opinion.
Wow. But, get your hot dogs.
Yeah, don't forget, you get not down. They're
Gotta
not
go.
corn dogs. They're just hot
Yes.
dogs.
Right, not corn dogs.
Well, hopefully they will change their mind and show up. And I don't know, but many prayers. Many prayers.
No matter what they do, it's going to be wrong. If everybody turned up, it's going to be wrong. If one set of parents turned up, it's going to be wrong.
Yep.
That, no matter what.
Yeah. And just to clarify some in the chat, that picture that was going around inside Seth's house was T-Rev, not me. I've never been in Seth's house. That was T-Rev hanging out with Seth, not me. I know our names are very similar, but that was him posting that, not me.
Oh, T-Rev was in his house and posted a photo from inside his house.
Oh, yes.
Posted a photo of Seth. It was like in his Discord, but it got out. But I know people were saying
of his
Trev,
crotch.
I was just trying to
his good
differentiate
friend,
because I've never been to Seth's house.
his good friend,
brother,
his brother. I love you. Did that? Wow.
Yes. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. and was very proud of it too, and has showed no shame, and then rocked up into that chat last night. It added an additional level of utter manure
Right. Right.
to everything that was happening, because that made it, whenever Trevor had popped up, people were getting all of the things confused, that they've already been getting confused, and
Right.
then we're blaming Trevor for putting out a picture that he hadn't any part of, when T-Rev's in there, rocking up like he's king. I was going to say a whole lot of bad
Yeah.
words. Anyway, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Very interesting. Wow. So Terry joins the
talk
panel.
about this. You know what I mean? But he had all these flyers set up for what, 4 different people?
Well, and he does it all the time, Jay. All
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah, I've been
He does
following.
it all the time?
You know,
See, I didn't
he
even know
doesn't
that.
he doesn't cut his camera on and you know, and
He don't.
for every time he does it, you
Right.
know, I mean, Trevor's my buddy, you know, Trevor and Josh and
I absolutely love him. I really do. I mean, I couldn't imagine, you know, being more
As I have not been keeping up with this. I lost my grandma last week, and
I'm sorry.
thank you. I had not been online. I had not done anything. Got a message from somebody today, and it was like, Tony Mathis is working out really well, and I'm like, okay, is that sarcastic? I'm not sure what's happening.
Yes, definitely sarcasm.
And I just, you know, right now the only perspective I can give, because I haven't been a part of the YouTube and all the online drama and stuff. The only thing I could tell you is that I have had several conversations with Tony Mathis. I know about like the allegations, and in fact I told him today, I said, why don't you let me run a criminal background? I'll run a criminal background check on you.
Very interesting. So what you're listening to here is Heather, the PI. The PI is saying, why don't you let me, run a criminal record behind, well, we've already done it. She's going to come up with the same answers as us. Why he keeps surrounding himself with criminals.
Oh, his response to her was something else.
Now let's hear it.
And if there are things that are being said that are not true, I have no problem going public and saying, hey, these things are not true. He said he doesn't care what people are saying about him, whatever. People can say what they want. He did say that there may be some things that are actually another Tony Mathis with the same middle initial.
Oh,
but not the same birthday and social security number.
I don't know. But I do know that is a huge problem with sometimes with the sleuthers that use like the public platforms.
Sure.
No, we got it right.
That is actually,
I've
actually had a problem with that before, where somebody was desperately trying to
I'm just pausing for fair use. That's sweet that she's saying this, but she knows, and I'm sure she'll say it. But
yeah, because
there's a reason.
The birth date and social security number is not going to match up. The name can be the same, but the addresses, where they live, their birth date and all that's not going to match up.
Right. Yeah, obviously. And he knows it, which is why he didn't take her offer. He gave her a bunch of word salad instead. Like, I don't care.
And had found somebody with my same name who had been an assessor to murder in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And they were so sure that it was me that they literally filed a complaint with the PI board, claiming that I had been involved in this murder in North Carolina, and I had not. Absolutely not.
Some people just check the name; they don't check the birth dates and everything else.
But we did though, Justin.
They see that name and they just go with it.
Okay.
I don't know if maybe some of the things are really him and some of them aren't, or I'm not really sure. I'm not here to debate that, but I do want to tell you that some of the conversations that we have had, I actually agree with.
Is it worth listening to Heather right now? Does she do anything or say anything of substance, or should we forward to?
She does say a little bit. I couldn't tell you exactly where, but she does say a little bit about the call.
Yeah, she brings up the call. Yeah.
How her part in it, around it, all of that is kind of interesting, because there's a little bit of play back and forth with Terry Lynn, etc.
Uh-huh.
Except again, where that's where my opinion is coming from. Of all of these people, to
She
some
says
varying
she
degrees, had some part in all of the things. They've all
right.
known. They've all seen all of this shit happen for weeks, and all sat there and did nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
All right. She tried to do damage control. Okay, I see. Well, here's where Trev comes up. So I'm sure this is where it takes place.
Okay, so let's just squash the call thing. This is what happened.
Okay, tell us.
Okay, that
That's
call
all.
that was recorded, that was between Chris and Heather, who was just up here,
Mhm.
was sent to Seth initially from Heather. He had asked for it for a while. They did not give it to him. He finally got it. He's their client. He demanded it. She gave it to him. He had it. He sent it to multiple people. He sent it to Nina for her court hearing. So
Uh-huh.
I heard it, and Josh heard it. I let him hear it. So we both heard it. Okay, that's where we are right now. We had both heard it. That's where it stands. It wasn't anywhere yet. Then I go back and look at who emailed it. It was emailed from a woman named Michaela to Seth to Nina.
Huh.
Michaela is the same woman that was answering Seth's phone when he would, or would be in the background of Seth's phone when he'd call me at midnight.
Oh.
I'll let you fill in the blanks there. So she's the one who sent it, and she sent it to Seth, I guess, who they forwarded it through each other's phones to send it to Nina. Okay. Well, somebody got it to Terry.
This is all very interesting, but so is this comment. Seriously, when did Seth rip up his flooring? He has stated his rent went up, but no upgrades. So what's up with that? Well, he's come into a lot of money as of recent, Maggie Marie. And, maybe he wants to keep everything the same except for the floors. I don't know. Does anybody? I mean, if we just found out so I guess that was in the photo that his floors were ripped up. If we found out the Proudfoots ripped up their floors, what would people be doing right now?
Oh, accusing them of trying to hide evidence, trying to dispose of any trace. Oh my gosh, it would be.
That's very interesting.
Is somebody listening to something in the background? Because I can hear Granny's voice talking about a whole different thing on another. I can hear it.
Yeah, I hear it too.
Really?
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah. Like Kathy can hear it too, so I'm not going crazy.
I hear
Yeah,
it.
no,
I mean, I'm
it's
muted,
like-
so it's not me, but I can hear it. Yeah.
Right.
Am I
was
echoing
muted.
through my mic?
No, it's not that, because it was saying something completely different. So it's either playing a different part of the live, or I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
I
weird.
can hear it now. Yeah.
I don't hear it, so it has to be me. That's so weird.
That's it. We're gonna kick Granny off her own panel.
That's
Yeah,
it, Brandon.
it
You're
must be
done.
me. You guys hear it as well? Wow. You don't hear it? Okay. I don't know what that is. Huh.
I don't speak to Terry Lynn. You know who
Let me
does?
turn
Seth's
this
mother.
No, that's what I was about
Seth's
to say. I
mother.
don't speak to you. I don't even know how to reach you. I really don't. I back what you've done and the law that you got passed on Facebook. I don't know nothing else and no other way to reach you. That's what I'm trying to say.
And
This,
so
I don't know what the hell.
You can confirm that I did not send you that, correct?
155,000% on my mama and my dead dad. This is ridiculous. That's why I'm just I'm not gonna a woman that's grieving, I'm not gonna shit on, but this is ridiculous as hell.
Okay, so there we're at that point. It was then sent to her. I'm not asking who sent it to you, but I'm just confirming that it was not me. Josh had heard it. Josh then had a conversation with Seth, and this is what Josh confirmed earlier, to my knowledge. He had a conversation with Seth, and Seth pushed him to play. He told him he could play it. He told him he should play it. So Josh put it out, and then whoever sent Terry Lynn, again, I'm not asking you to source that, but whoever sent it to you then gave it to you and you put it out. So we had two people that put it out and had pushed it out. There's that link in there is that person that had been with Seth had also had possession of it. I don't know if she sent it to who or who sent it around, but that's how it moved around. I am friends with Chloe. Chloe is a
Heather's not up on this panel any longer?
No, she jumped down. She denies.
Ah.
Yeah, she denies though giving Seth the call. She said Tony gave it to Seth.
How would Tony have gotten it though? By requesting it from her?
She said that it didn't. She didn't give it to Tony. She's not sure how he got it. She just knows it wasn't from her.
Wow.
There was a little bit of a sideways back and forth between Terry Lynn and Heather, and because Terry Lynn was trying to say something without saying it, and equally the PI was evading it,
Yeah.
And it sort of took Trevor to come up and just be like, look, let's call a spade here. And that's where you got direct Trevor that we all love. We need
Good on
more
you,
of
Trevor.
that.
And while Trevor
Absolutely.
was up, they pinned her comment again, Heather denying that she gave it to Seth, that Tony is the one who gave it to Seth. And she claims she doesn't know how Tony got it because it wasn't from her. Well, then it could have only been from one other person, Chloe. And why would Chloe give it to Tony?
And right, it actually badmouthed Chloe in it. So why would she want that out there?
No, yeah,
Yeah,
Michaela
I
gave
wouldn't
it
want
to Tony. Or
Yeah,
to
I wouldn't want that recording played. I'm sorry, but
Who
I
is
don't know. If it was
Michaela?
me,
I know Michaela's his lady friend, but who is she as far as all this goes? Is she just a local that met him through Sebastian? Was she a boots on the ground? Was she a volunteer? Who is she?
Don't know.
Do you know, Trev?
I don't know much about her. I just know that she's spoken when Seth would call me late that she'd be there and she'd be speaking as well. That's the only reason I even know who she is. But then when I saw the email chain to Nina, I noticed that her email sent it to Seth's email sent it to Nina.
Wow. Oh, that's very interesting.
So she had it for whatever reason.
Come on, now you tell me that. Why on earth would he send that phone call to one of Chris's exes that's in a custody battle because of his hatred and his wanting revenge on Chris and Katie?
Right. Right. And no matter what, Heather recorded the call, so it had to originate with Heather. We'd have to be idiots to not pick up on that.
Right.
Head wandering stuff. Heather claims Tony gets it from someone and gives it to Seth. Terry won't say where she got it, but continues to say that the call was already on Facebook and Twitter. Right. It originated from there. It's always been about Seth's son, not our son is missing. I agree, Cotton Candy. I agree.
It did seem to me that Heather was almost trying to imply that somebody else must have been able to get access to it somehow. She was trying to go that way. I don't know why. That seems a bad idea.
Right.
But that seemed to be what you and Terry Lynn was trying to bring her back to honesty of, look, no.
Right.
No.
Well, if Heather's the one that recorded it and Heather's the one that had it, then it's on her that it got released.
Right. And I do remember when Nina said she and Seth were talking support for one of another. But what I want to ask everybody is if Chris decided that one of if Chris or Katie decided that one of Steph's exes were their support, people would have a problem with it. I just don't understand. My biggest thing about all of this is how many red flags Seth Rogers has come out here and waved in our faces while trying to direct us towards the Proudfoots. And why are people ignoring it? If Chris would have ever gotten up on a panel and spoken to Trevor the way he spoke, the way Seth did, people would be screaming today that he is a narcissist, he is abusive, he's a POS. But because it was Seth, he's a grieving father, and poor guy's just going through the emotions. Ah.
Well, Seth doesn't do the drama, remember? So he is taking the time away from searching, away from doing all of the jumping through hoops to email a call to Chris Proudfoot's ex-wife. He did that, but he's not doing the drama. Okay.
He is the drama. He's been the drama since day one. He's come out here being all the drama. I mean, this is a guy who leaked the phone call. He intentionally set it off to the YouTubers he favors. And then he was willing to leak the CPS reports. I mean, come on. He's leaked a lot of information. Thank you, TD. Heather sent the recording to Seth. She states that in a post on Facebook. I understand why Heather doesn't want to talk about the whole phone call, and because it's very not professional of her, but it's also extremely slimy of her to try to pass the buck on to somebody else. Somebody who's done nothing but speak very highly of her as well.
She's already lied.
The PI said first she sent it to Nina's lawyer. It's on a live somewhere because I remember her saying it herself. Well, the fact of the matter is it had to come from her. It had to. I know that, Kathy. I'm just wondering where she came from. Did anybody else see what my friend Jat wrote up here? She's asking Terry why she leaked a photo of a woman who passed from the 90s Day community, which is where she originated. a photo of her casket.
Oh, what?
Right, but again, why ask that at that moment?
Ask what?
Terry Lynn has made no bones about the fact. Look, I'm not a Terry Lynn supporter, by the way, but the fact that she has come from the 90-day community. Why
Mhm.
bring that up at that moment whenever we're meant to be talking about calls? It's almost like, well, okay, so I did a thing, but you've done a terrible thing too.
No,
What?
this was just no. A chatter said it.
No, just now. It just came in this chat.
Oh,
Yeah,
right. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
I was so confused. I was like,
No,
what?
no, no. It wasn't on the panel. A chatter said it
Yeah,
here
right.
to just
Thank
further
you.
add into the people that are surrounding Seth. I mean, everybody can go
Right.
seek out Terry's
If she'd leak a
previous.
photo like that, she'd leak anything.
Well, she's done a lot of shady dealings. She's done a lot
Yeah.
of shady dealings in that community, and then suddenly she is a true crime person. The 90-day community is based off the TV show.
Yeah, it's a whole mess.
What is it called? 90-Day Fiance? Yeah, 90-Day Fiance.
People are very privileged in this little section of YouTube. We think we always see certain things, and you're like, how can somebody do that? Trust, and believe. If you take a little look around the YouTubes, this place is horrific. All of it. People are frightening.
It's really concerning. But these are the hello, Majestic. These are the people that are on Seth Rogers' so-called team, which again is not Team Sebastian, in my opinion. It's Team Seth, and he's made that clear. This is my search. They work for me. It's always him. Terry
the
leaked a lot
boss.
about her friend. Lied to the woman's husband and the head OD with Mob 2 guy. I don't really know what you wrote there, Cupcakes, but it doesn't sound good. Seth has we lost Kathy. Seth has even said he is friends with his inmates. Sorry, he just pretty much said that here. My thought has always been that one of them may have something against Seth. I pray not, but yeah. There could be so many things going on here.
And even that's odd, because you can be friendly in your manner, but you're not meant to be making friends. It's very unprofessional.
Right. I mean, people get upset that and I was trying to tell you, Gary, to spend the same price you get a full watermelon, but for some reason YouTube rejected my comment. Usually means they think it's spam. That's weird. If people get upset and they say that Chris Proudfoot only goes on certain panels, and but he's gone on Smiley's where he wasn't treated very nicely, if at all. He's gone on many different panels. It is Seth who only goes on certain panels. It is Seth who is he's very particular in who he chooses. He's very calculated in the people he's choosing to associate with. And I just find it very interesting.
Before that all kicked off last night, Smiley was getting very upset. And I can laugh about this because it came from a place of rare honesty for Smiley. But she was obviously trying to agitate a response as well, to say that Seth wouldn't come up on her panel and how she'd had everybody else up on her panel and everybody knew how she could interview people. And what? That's what you're doing now? You're just agitating? Okay, love that.
Oh yeah, when she got angry for a moment and was really honest about everything. Yeah. Yeah.
And it worked for her.
Uh-huh.
She thought. And then everybody was apologizing to her after that. I'm sorry this happened to you, Smiley.
Oh,
No,
please, she loved it. It was the most views she's ever gotten.
Right? That's what she
Please.
wanted to happen.
Right.
She wanted that. She embraced every moment of it.
Absolutely. Bueller says, sad thing is, this is the most amount of money Seth has ever had. Donations, they'll be gone in 2 months. I hope not. Merch says, Terry is the most unselfish person I've ever seen on here, always searching on her own dime. Yeah, I respectfully disagree. It's not on her own dime. She's making a ton of money doing it, respectfully. 2 of the major special Facebook groups have been paused. Think about that. Well, one is ran by JLR, and he's had his eyes opened. So yeah, a lot. And then the lab went and postponed his. Hello, lovely lady.
How are you?
Good, but you're not a noob. I can hear myself in your background.
No, you can't. I don't have anything open. Nothing at all.
I'm hearing what you guys were hearing then. It's not
Yeah.
you. What the hell is playing?
I swear it's like someone's TV or something. It definitely sounds in the background.
It's definitely me. Okay. Hello, Jason. You're right. So the big fit. So let's talk about that. Sebastian Facebook groups paused. What's going on in your opinion?
I don't know. So one of them was paused April 15th, 2024, because of drama. Last night, the Renee lady, the admin in the other group, the big group, said after last night's developments, this was 12 hours ago, I'm going to pause this group. So one was archived and then one was paused. And it's like, wait, today's the day of the bike ride, the vigil, people getting together, the whole thing. And due to all this drama and all this nonsense, the places you're supposed to be able to go on Facebook for information are paused or archived. Like, what the hell? And clearly his dad's got to know about this.
Right. Well, and to me, it's exactly what we're talking about is that Seth is the one spearheading all this drama from day one. And even what he did last night with Smiley, right? He jumps up there and he's like, you slimy little slime ball to Trevor. And it's like, well, what are you doing? You're saying you don't want this drama, but then you're feeding into the drama. What is going on here? Like he jumped up there for drama purposes. Would you guys agree?
About, there's a huge turnout for Sebastian.
Wait, what? Hello?
What happened?
I don't know. I just heard Jason say something about a huge turnout for Sebastian, but that wasn't what I was.
No, I
All right,
was
I'm
saying
gonna
that
pause.
I was going there to hope that maybe, they were posting about a turnout. Is my sound screwed up?
No, we can hear you now, love. Yep.
Because I hear in her background, I hear like
The TV. She's listening to the TV. She's watching TV while we were all sitting here losing our minds. That's what's happening.
oh, it sounded like
Yeah.
a drum or like a
God, we've got a
hollow.
drum.
I don't know. Weird sound.
Everyone needs to behave. Stop that.
Okay, I'm back. Does the sound is it better?
It seems to be, yes, yes.
Okay.
Although Chasing has found a drum.
It's better than the demon she had the other day.
Oh my goodness.
So Bueller says, did Seth make a visual the same day that Chris had booked the bike ride? I don't think this is Chris's bike ride.
No, this
correct?
is independent of all the parents. This is a separate thing.
Okay.
Right. There was a lady, I do not recall her name, maybe Trevor knows it, but she is on YouTube, but it was her and her partner have organized this bike ride.
Yeah.
That's right.
I just don't recall her actual name at the moment. But
That's right. I saw that.
yeah.
Yeah, I knew that was another thing that Chris and Katie were in the motorcycle store because they were trying to set up a bike run for Sebastian. And then all of a sudden, there's a bike run and it's going through Seth. And I'm like, okay, what's going on with that? It seems like at every turn he is
Competing.
the one, yeah, or causing something. Like nothing at all is good enough. Nothing is right, nothing's good, nothing, unless it's the way that he needs it to be, the way that he wants it to be, it's wrong. What Trev does is wrong. What Heather does is wrong. What Chloe does is wrong. What the YouTubers do is wrong. What anybody's doing is wrong.
What the California school district did was wrong. What his landlord did in California was wrong. What the police did in California was wrong. What law enforcement did was wrong. Yeah, everybody is wrong. Everybody. They got flamed for the Harley David photo. Yes, absolutely. I remember that. Absolutely, which is why when I came out here, under the understanding that Seth bought a motorcycle, the same people that ran around saying the Proudfoots, they were tearing me apart. So I did the only thing I could do, which make a post clarifying I was wrong. But he also is not being lent one by the MC, the motorcycle crew people, because they came out and said we're not offering him a bike. He's not renting one from us or giving one from us. But Pascal is, ironically. What do you guys think Pascal's
Yeah.
going to show up today?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
He has
I
a
wonder
lot
how-
of investment in this case. He's making a lot of money off of it, and I don't think it would look good to his audience if he doesn't appear. But I don't think he had any real intent until Seth called him out publicly for it. No,
I don't
no,
know.
Pascal.
I don't think he will. No, because
Yeah, I don't think
he's
he's
not in
going to be there.
Tennessee. Where is he? Where is he?
I feel like I want to say he's in Florida, but I'm just guessing. I have no idea. I just feel that
Yeah.
way for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know where he.
Because I remember Seth pointing out what jerseys he wears, because it stuck out to me. It's so bizarre that like he's like fanboying is how I keep going back to it. Like even the way he love bombs these creators. Let's talk about that, Jason, and all of you on panel as creators. When there's people that come up that don't really know us and they're like, "I love you, I love you, I love you." What's that the first sign of?
It's really
Creepiness.
strange. Yeah. That was odd that he did that when, I mean, Trevor's a creator and he was the only one covering Sebastian in the beginning.
That's how I
So
found out about Sebastian, because of Trevor.
Say.
that's a, mhm.
Oh, Janae says she thinks he's in Missouri. So here we go, Trevor. This is directly from you for Perry. They must just be tuning in. They just want to ask, did you or did you not release the audio given permission by Chloe to do so? Were you aware she hadn't asked Seth? So they're not aware of the recent conversation. So if you want to address it, you can. If not, they can rewind.
Seth had pushed at least one YouTube creator to play it. I don't know who gave it to the second YouTube creator, but it must have initially come from him because he had it.
Right. So Seth is the one that put that into rotation, not Trevor. And why would anybody ask Seth? Well, that doesn't. Yeah, no, Seth did it. On whose son this is? No, they're not. No, they're not. My goodness. It is Katie's son. It is Seth's son. It is Chris's son. It is not just Seth's son. And just because it is Seth's son doesn't mean everybody has to work under his command. There are so many families out here that would absolutely love to have people volunteering from all over to help search for their child. And I don't think they would do it on the basis that you work for me. You answer to me.
Right. I've seen that happens and there's another case that again I won't name on purpose, but where people refer to the parents as being in charge of the investigation, and that's
Stupid.
not how that works. It's not. We have law enforcement for a reason, and they are not working for either the parents, for YouTube, for anybody else. They're
Right.
working for society. They work for us all as one big group. They're meant to be helping the situation as a whole. They're not there for one person. And it's
Right.
weird that there's this little spin on things that it's a parent that's in charge. Quite frankly, if you compare it to like the Madeline Soto case, you do not want those parents to be in charge of that case.
Right. Well, I also found it ironic that he stated, I'm the one that asked for help. He was not the one that came to the public first for help. Matter of fact, he came directly to YouTube. I don't even think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Seth's first appearance as Sebastian's father was on a YouTube channel, right? It wasn't on the news. Or wait, it was. He
Yeah,
was on
Seth,
that news.
he did that
Yeah.
phone interview.
He did. That's right. Cole Cola here says, I know you don't know me, but I want to say I'm sorry that you had to be put through that mess on Smiley's panel last night. You're well loved by everyone here as well as me. That's really nice.
I appreciate that.
Here's your answer, Jason. The Renee lady group pauses her group every Sunday, but was going to leave it open today because of the event, but drama changed her mind. Yeah, and Seth yelled over him, May.
Yeah, he didn't want anybody hearing that.
Yeah. And he did the same thing to Chris when Chris was on Web Sleuths. Kept over talking him. When he doesn't want people to hear what someone's saying because there's some true facts being put out there, he raises his voice and talks over you so that he thinks he's blocking people from hearing it. But we caught it last night.
One interesting thing that kept coming up in Smiley's chat and others afterwards is that people were directing Seth to turn that rage upon Chris and Katie. That's what they were saying. Turn your anger, turn your rage on Chris and Katie. Please don't do that. Do not. If you have any love or respect for your son, do not do that. That's not
Right.
going to help anybody. Certainly not your child. Please don't.
No,
Harry,
stop. I
please,
know. Get him.
please read the application for a permanent restraining order against Seth. Okay? Why don't you read that
Yeah.
and stop trying to pit this situation? There's nobody out here pitting anybody against Seth. Seth did this on his own. I mean, I could read the guy a mile away. Granny and I talked about it very early on. But let's
We
be
weren't
really,
very much
really, really
appreciated for
super
that.
clear. Nobody gave a flying crap about this child being missing when Trevor was covering it and there was no drama. I watched it closely and I thought to myself, nobody's going to cover this child. He's not, the typical blonde, blue-eyed, adorable little girl. They're not going to cover it. The minute there was a hint of drama, people started covering it. And they wanted to attack Chris and Katie. And they did. They've put this family through such turmoil while this young man's missing. It's insane to me. Now that we predicted Seth will be his own downfall because of his own mouth and the way that he acts and the way that he behaves. And the internet will do what it does. It'll turn on him. And it did. So he's now seeing what Chris and Katie have been seeing for 2 months. And people
he's
are
full.
upset about that. I mean, it's unfortunate that any of the parents have to see this, but y'all can blame yourselves. People who fed into this, watched it, wanted to see it, wanted to bash the parents over and over and take the focus off of Sebastian, can blame themselves. There's other channels that have been saying it. Stop doing this. Stop covering the parents, cover Sebastian. Stop covering the parents. People didn't want to do that, and now they're just baffled. I can't believe all this is happening. You can't? Y'all did it to Chris and Katie for weeks on end, every single day, sometimes twice a day. But now that it turned a little, you're baffled, shocked, dismayed.
And it's so
You want the
horrible.
focus. Yeah, you want the focus back on Sebastian.
He has
Isn't
a
that
missing
what
child.
channels? Yeah, Granny's channel, Nonsense's channel. They
Your
were
channel.
saying this for weeks. Stop doing this. And now that it's your guy, Sebastian's dad, on the chopping block and being criticized for his own behavior, people are like, how did this happen?
For the
You did it.
same behavior they judged Chris Proudfoot for.
He did it to himself. I mean, I don't get why people are. I don't get. There's nobody made him do what he did last night.
No.
Absolutely.
Or all the panels before last night.
Yeah.
From day one, he's been throwing flags. Me and Jason, we got a lot of crap for saying what we were saying and predicting this would happen. A lot of crap.
Yeah, and Trev's right. He did it to himself. But here's the thing. Before it got too bad, people were still defending it. And they wanted to say, well, he's just a dad who's going through a lot. Well, you're not looking at Chris and Katie and saying that they're parents too, and they're going through a lot.
Right.
And you're mad that anybody could find the balls to criticize Seth. Look what Seth is doing in the background. He leaked that call on purpose. He wanted Chris to look bad. So you tell me, what kind of dad in the middle of an investigation about his child would do something like that? He wanted the internet in an uproar, but it backfired. because he showed his teeth to Trevor, thinking Trevor was going to back down and just be quiet and disappear.
And
Trevor didn't.
take the allegations and the blackmail and the heat.
Absolutely. They
And
thought
then
Trevor was going to back down, and he didn't. And he has a ton of support out here.
and Seth tried to bring his own mother into that for
He
a
did.
sympathy play of somebody sent that call to my mother, and now we know that that was not how that played out. But the fact that he even had to go and say that and belabor that point, that tells you a lot.
Right.
He
Once
is
Well, and they
again,
also
deliberately
said
trying to manipulate, and
they're
that is
blaming
sick.
me. They're saying it that I got blamed for this. Boom, boom, boom. Here comes Josh. Well,
Yep.
we had a conversation, and why are you bringing that public, man?
that was off record, bro. What you doing?
Yeah, when
You
he said
gave
that,
it to him. You told him to release it, bro. You did.
Right. Right.
So
And you
you were
expect
just mad that Terry released it first, and it didn't go the way you wanted it to go because this is your show, this is your operation. So were you upset that Terry was able to release it before Josh could, the way that you wanted it to happen?
right. Probably
What are you
so.
doing?
And listen,
Awful.
respectfully, Perry, as people like you that you're not listening here. You're not listening. Everybody who was involved in the leak of the phone call has come out and said that it absolutely did not come from Trevor. But you were so in your confirmational bias, judgmental, and pro Seth because of what you've been following that you were refusing to listen to what you were being told here. You stated above that we all know 90% of what happened to Sebastian. Now he's need to tell them for them to tell us where his body is. What are you doing? How am I if I thought you leaked the call with my PI, then would have come face me? Same thing would have happened. That call helped nothing. Then ask Seth why he released it, Perry Bradley. Go ask your
Right.
buddy Seth
He's
why
saying,
he put that out there.
I said if I thought. He knew it couldn't have been Trevor. He's the one who had it, Terry. Are you not understanding? Seth had it. Seth's lady friend had it. It got to YouTubers via them. Do you
If I walk
understand?
up and
Seth
bust
knew
out a
in the
window,
background.
if I walk up and bust out a window, I can't say, well, maybe Chasing did it because I busted it out. I know I did it. There's no if that somebody else
Right.
did it.
But if
Right. You
nobody
got caught.
saw us doing it, if they didn't know for sure if Trev or Chasing did it, they could lie. But if Granny was in the other room watching us, she's now Josh. And she comes
Right.
out and says, sorry, it was Trev after all. I saw. Right? So Josh knew, and Josh said it. We had a conversation about the what? He didn't want to put him all the way on Front Street, but if you have any discernment, you know exactly what Josh was saying. You gave it to me to play it. You wanted me to leak it. He gave it to Chris Proudfoot's ex-wife. You
yep,
That
telling me this isn't a devious person? This person
that's
is
kind of the
devious.
problem, chasing, expecting that level of discernment when clearly there has not been any suggestion of discernment from most of these people to begin with. Never mind, Josh should have outright stated, in my opinion, who
Absolutely.
did what. If he was going to get up and say a thing, say it.
Say the whole thing. Yeah.
not just tidbits. And then Seth always saying, well, I've got even worse. I've got even juicier. I've got even this. I've got all these CPS records.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt anything that he says. I just,
Me either. No. He was going to release those CPS records.
yeah.
He
Absolutely,
he
he
was
was.
going to do it. You know, he
And
told about his son's abuse. Come on, will you please knock it off? There's
and,
nothing that this guy's not willing to say to make somebody else look bad.
Right.
There is
and keep the
absolutely
attention
nothing.
on himself. Absolutely agree. And to correct you, Perry, I don't know how CPS failed you. I'm sorry to hear if you believe they failed you, but the only person CPS failed here is Sebastian, okay? Because there was an order against Seth and there was an order against Chris. So, and it's no.
Harry, you might know how CPS works. You clearly don't know how the internet works.
Yeah.
It's going to do its thing. And
Well, yeah, I'm sure people
it
could
did it
pull your
to him
record.
last night. You may have thought that Trev didn't have the support he had. I think that's what people were betting on, is that
Yep.
because everybody was so pro Seth and so against everybody else, that they were going to be like, oh my God, Trevor Lee, I can't believe you did this. that chat was like, no,
And
you know, mm-mm.
Then he
importantly in this, Trevor isn't the only person with proof. Even if you didn't want to believe Trevor, even if you thought Trevor was the worst person in the world and he's outright lying,
Right.
other people with their own proof, their own part in all of this, have all came out at various different times to corroborate the fact that Seth was the one that put it out. All
Exactly.
of them.
Yep.
Yep. Yes, there was an order against Seth. Yes, and there was also photos to show the markings around Sebastian's neck. Yes.
Granny and I
And
talked about
But
this,
all
and
that
people
is
were like,
all
"Why isn't
pushed
anybody
over.
talking about that? Why isn't anybody?" We did talk about it.
we did. We got a lot of
We
shit for
were
talking about it.
completely ignored and told that we were just against Seth. And
Yep.
we were like, no, all of this is important. If we're going to talk about all the parents, which people want to do, we need to talk about all the parents and
Yep.
understand
Oh, there were
why
people mad at
maybe
me because I wasn't
Sebastian
riding a
left.
train.
Yeah, why did Sebastian leave? Could this be part of it? We don't know, but it's possible.
Well, Seth himself said that Sebastian coming to live with me was punishment. Look at the way he spoke to Trevor. Boy, I told you to get off this panel, boy. What is that how you spoke to Sebastian? I mean, let's cut to the chase here. Is that how Perry, you're on my nerves. Is that you can't pull CPS records first off, okay? So I love when people come in, they're like, but I know because I experienced this in life. Well, then experience a therapist, please, because you shouldn't go through life comparing your trauma to the trauma of others and deeming everybody that even resembles what you experienced as guilty. It's so unhealthy for you. So
Yep.
unhealthy. Did you
I've been a
actually see
foster
a
parent
fight?
for years. In fact, we have adopted our last two. I don't foster anymore as of this year, but there is no way that you're getting those CPS records. I've been in too many here.
No, we shouldn't get CPS records, but Perry, fair enough. Did you actually see a garbage truck? No. Did you actually see two people and a struggle taking place? No. Matter of fact, it was Jay that came out originally, and she's the one that debunked the video entirely until she found a way to twist it into some juicy little gossip. Then we were supposed to believe the video, but only the way she wanted you to see it at that point. And that's no disrespect to Jay. She does what she does, but I mean, like, come on. Either it's a debunked video and it's absolutely made up and it's bullshit and it wasn't even real, or is this video that shows this fight going on? I don't know.
It was a trash truck.
It was, yeah.
Danielle, it's true. It's
And
100%.
Gray Hughes nailed
true.
exactly where it was. And
Yeah.
that's why the angle of the lights
No
are where
way.
they are.
Well, Seth
Hey, hold
himself
on.
said it was a trash truck too. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And going
Yeah.
back to what Jason said, people want to look at what, when it's say what could have happened to Sebastian. Well, I ask you all, what was the big change set to happen to Sebastian's life? Does anybody on panel want to mention?
He was
And
going to
that's
live
what
with
we
his
were
dad. He was
trying
going to be
to.
homeschooled.
Yes, we were trying to only use the facts.
Right.
The fact is that information on their divorce was leaked. So we talked about it up here and said, this is something verifiable. It's an actual document. It's real. It's not a rumor. Perhaps there's more going on than we'd like to think could be going on, even though it was years ago. It's still relevant, right? People were beside themselves, wanted
Oh,
to
man.
act like we were crazy people. And somebody's like, Trevor's not a kid. Why is he being babied? How could Seth talk to him like that? That's how men talk to each other sometimes. Suck it up, you're in true crime. No.
Who
Seth
said that? Is that in my chat?
tried to, yeah, Cats and Kittens said it. But listen,
Oh.
hold on.
Yeah. He's
Seth
closer in age to
tried
Sebastian.
to,
Okay.
yeah, he tried to throw him under the bus and blame him for helping to derail the case by trying to put out a personal phone call between the PI and Chris Proudfoot. That's what Seth did. So people aren't babying Trevor. We're pointing out the fact that it was Seth who fucking did it. It wasn't Trevor. How dare he speak to Trevor like that when he knows he himself is the one who did all of it? That's the
Well,
point.
regardless of my ages, are people supposed to be okay with him coming on and just telling people to come fight him, or bringing up other missing children, saying that now you can't go look for them?
And saying if you
Well,
don't back down, it's not going to be good for you. What does that mean? Oh, that you
Yeah.
didn't back down, which isn't, which isn't going to end good. He literally said, I showed him my teeth. Rather you want to see it as a man to a man or not. How come wasn't man to man when Chris put Seth in his place after Seth so boldly
Exactly.
stated on an interview that I heard your parents have him? You want to be angry at that point too? How
Right.
dare you?
But if Chris even has a look on his face that is not 100% blank faced, he's aggressive. He's
Right.
coming after people. He's too much. He's probably abusive. He's all of these things. But Seth literally told Trevor to come out of Chloe's house and come face him, and that he showed his teeth and Trev didn't back down, and that's a bad idea for him.
He
I'm
literally
sorry.
stated, "Don't poke the bear. I
Right.
am the bear."
I am the
And
bear.
I'm like, what?
Absolutely.
What are you saying?
This is also a man who
Yeah.
admittedly put hair on somebody's pizza to seek revenge. This is the man who openly told us himself that Sebastian going to live with him was punishment. This is the man
Yep.
who literally, there was a photo of marks around his son's neck attached to his name, who also has CPS in his life because of his abuse towards Sebastian. Somebody in
Can you
here brought a little
imagine if
video.
those pictures were from Chris?
Well,
Can you
funny
imagine?
enough, you say that. A commenter said that similar pictures were shown on T Revs as if they did come from Chris. And now I'm curious if they were the
Not
same
surprised.
photos that are attached to that report.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
wouldn't
either.
either.
Yeah, Chris laughed. He like one of those things because he was remembering a memory of Sebastian. Him and Katie were remembering something, and they both like chuckled. And they've been drugged for that panel after panel after panel after panel. It's
Cass Kittens,
insanity.
aren't you the same person that said you lost respect for me because I want to go after Queen Bee? So it's nice to see you back in my chat telling me again you're disappointed in my channel. Let me make something very clear to you. When the father of a missing child gets up on a public panel that he orchestrated to make sure there were extra views there that night and literally lies through his gritting teeth, threatening a man who is innocent, and he knows is innocent because he is the only one that set that recording out into the internet. He's the only one that did it. It is concerning. Not only did
And
he
told
threaten,
Trevor he
right,
was going to do it if he didn't
he
shut his mouth.
he blackmailed Trevor, told Trevor to never show up on my panel again. He told him I'm gonna make the internet believe you put this out there, knowing that it was him. He sat up there and bold-faced lied. If you don't see why that is like very important information pertaining to Sebastian, then I don't know what to tell you.
No, we're going to back up our friend Trevor because he's the one who was covering this. He was covering it when he was getting no views. He was covering it when no one gave a shit.
I
So
heard
no,
other
we are
creators
going to
say,
back him. Period.
did you hear the other creators that said, oh, well, I sat back for the first month to just see what direction it was going? What?
Of course. Of
What are your
course.
intent?
I saw. Yeah. I watched the whole thing go down and I knew exactly what was going to happen. And it
Oh,
did.
absolutely.
And it was sad to watch because it was like, and then because of all of this, and people will act like we baby Trevor. When Trevor had the Nina interview, no,
Oh, we got on them.
we were all over his ass.
Yeah.
And he's just like, whoa, wait a minute here. So it's not as though we're treating Trevor with baby gloves. Poor Trevor.
You know what he
No,
did do, Chasen? He didn't threaten us for disagreeing with him. He didn't blackmail us for disagreeing with him. He
not
took it
even a
like
little.
a man that Trevor is, more of a man than a lot of the men I see on here. And he,
For sure.
he said, yeah, I'm sorry you're disappointed in me. He
But
accepted
he
it. He
stood
didn't
his
curse me
ground.
out.
He made his decision, and it was his and his alone.
And I don't
He
know
didn't blame
Trevor in
anybody
any
else.
way. I don't know Trevor in any way personally. I'm just saying what I have seen happen in public on YouTube. And the same thing that you could have seen. So if I have seen it, my question is, why haven't other people seen it?
Yeah. Sorry, Cass and Kittens. I thought I recall that comment from you because I was pretty taken back from it. If it wasn't you, I do apologize. You can it is an open chat. I just don't like the fact that you're saying that Trevor's up here victimizing himself when he's not. He's the only one who has
Not at all.
continuously said this is about Sebastian. It's not about me. It's not about Seth or Tony. All right, let's keep it about Sebastian. I don't, I don't know what else people could want. And yes, I do see Trevor as a young adult. He is a young adult. He's a very younger. And he's impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why his age comes into play with me. I actually said to Trevor, listen, I'm probably going to mention your age. Are you okay with that? Because I do find it important to remember that Trevor is closer to age of Sebastian than he is Seth. And if he was, which is why he went up there and called him boy several times. Is that how he speaks to Sebastian?
Mm. Yeah,
After all, he was
it's a
punishment.
situation here.
Yeah,
It's
but none of
bullshit.
these channels will call him out on anything. They didn't bring out any of the paperwork that's out there. Unfortunately, that got released about what happened, in the divorce and all that stuff. None of that was ever covered by them because it doesn't fit their narrative.
No, they excused it. I heard the lovely, ever so awesome person who's now jumping on because the views on Summer are down because Sebastian, in my opinion, is why she's jumping on it. I heard her excuse it and say that, well, you can write anything you want on those papers. It doesn't mean they're true. Right. Which is why you go to court and it's determined if it's true or not. But you think she faked those photos?
Yeah, come on.
I feel like he's
And the school backs it up. The school also called Child Protective Services on Seth.
Right.
Please understand that Sebastian, we don't know what his life was like. We can only go by what we know in documents and what we know from the parents' mouths. That's it. Everything else is a rumor. If Kathy says it, it's a rumor. If Granny says it, it's a rumor. If Trevor says it, it's a rumor. It's a rumor if I say it. We read the documents. CPS has mentioned that the school also called, that neighbors were complaining about the things that he was doing. We don't have any paperwork on Chris. We haven't seen it. We don't know what it says, and it's frankly not our business. We now know that Sebastian was assaulted by another child. So we know that much too. Then Katie has to come out and clarify that they both got him therapy when, again, Seth was trying to deny that that happened. Then he has to come back out and say, well, yeah, I did stand up and raise my voice at the therapist. What are you doing? Do you have
Right,
no
'cause
self-control? None at all?
Even the therapist didn't know what she was doing. Again, everybody's at fault. He's better than everybody. He knows more than everybody. Everybody's at fault. And let's not forget, I know people are really upset that Chris said, he spanked Sebastian with a belt, and I don't even want to get into the discussion of it. But Seth stood up, or I'm sorry, Chris stood up like a man would and said, yeah, I did this on right here, out here for all of us. What was it? Seth's reasoning for CPS being called on him? It was Sebastian's fault, right?
Mm-hmm. That
Sebastian
Sebastian
fell into
took
his
something
hand.
the wrong way, and Sebastian, did this, and come on.
Yep.
Come on. No, we're not stupid. I don't know how those marks got on that young man's neck, but he was very small, and those marks were very big. I don't know how
Absolutely
that
agree.
happened, but they were submitted, and they were in that document.
His head fell on his hand, remember?
That wasn't that one.
Well, he denied the other ones. All he said was that the one time was that, his head accidentally fell on his hands.
Yeah, so there was one where he was getting dressed for the pool, and Sebastian was mad and whatever, and he almost hit his head on the door frame, so his head went into his hand. But I'm talking about the divorce papers.
Right,
Where
the one
there's
with the neck
hand
injuries. Right.
around his neck. It's very bad.
Anytime I would go into these chats that were, preaching about how great he was and how abusive Chris was, and I would bring that up, I would get blocked. So,
Yeah, I was blocked out of the big group because I did ask who got this paperwork. Where did it come from? Is it verified? And the lady said yes. It's a Freedom of Information. I figured people were digging. I dug. I found these. Here it is. And I'm like, I said that, this is fucking horrible that Seth did this, that he was abusive. Next thing you know, I was kicked out.
And we know without a doubt, whether you believe he was abusive to Sebastian or not, we know he was in one way or another abusive to his mother. And what I've seen from Seth throughout the disappearance of his son is that he continues to be abusive towards Katie at every opportunity he gets. So it's disheartening. I mean, people can ignore, you can't ignore the math. You can ignore, the
There's a
paperwork.
video on Tiffany Marie, TM, Tiffany Marie. She reads, she doesn't add her commentary, she just reads the paperwork. And it's
Mhm.
over on her channel. People should listen to that.
It's actually heartbreaking. And I get so disappointed because people think they know Seth, or people want to believe in Seth because, they made their villain, they made their hero early on, that people are
Right.
actually dismissing these very important details and labeling Katie a liar simply because you want to dislike her.
Yeah.
I hate when people do that. People do it to me with my order. Oh, you lied. You can't just go forth with a restraining order. Sure, you can write whatever you want, but you have to be able to prove it, right? So why are we because you dislike Katie, because your opinion or your experiences make you dislike Katie, you're going to take away what she experienced with Seth? You're just going to ignore court documents, photos, everything?
I don't know. One of the questions in the chat, I don't know that any of us can move this forward and get on with finding Sebastian. I learned this the hard way in the Summer Wells case. That's all we wanted to do. There's a group of us. We just wanted to focus back on Summer. Focus on Summer. There was no way to do it with Dawn and Candace constantly going on panels. It's the same situation right now with Seth, with him trying to sabotage this, with his own ego in the way. We can't do anything. There's nothing that we can do. Unless you're local or you're a searcher, you can do that. But if you're a commentary channel, like Granny's channel, you're going to talk about what's going on with this stuff. It's going to happen. What else can you do? There's nothing that we, as people who are states and states away, can do. You can do the blip boards like Duchess is doing. You can help pay for flyers for locals to hang up. You can get stuff made for your car, like the stickers. You can send out stuff. You can do the rock thing like we did with Summer, where the rock goes around the world and it has his information on it. There's a lot of proactive things you can do, but people are going to talk about this. They're just going to.
Absolutely agree. Do you recall, Jason, the conversation we played of Seth when he said the police were called on him, and when they arrived, he said, I'm the guy with the autistic child, when Sebastian was not diagnosed. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And he made the whole comment about, oh, I have a gun, go get it, type of thing.
Yep, I remember that clearly because he didn't have autism at the time. And he was like, oh, yeah, you do know me. I'm the one with the autistic son. You didn't even know that he had autism. What are you talking about? This is years ago. That's not true. And the gun, I kept saying, he said he had the gun on the table. He said that. And people attacked me like crazy because allegedly it was in the drawer, and it was locked up or something. But that's not what he said.
That's not what he
That
said.
was bad. No.
Janae, I'm with you. I agree. I think he was failed by all the adults in his life. But I will say, I don't know how it happens, but children do disappear without a trace. I just covered a story about a guy who was snatched as a teenager. And in here, he was being held in his neighbor's basement, where his poor dog rotated around for a month, sadly enough, before he ended up dead on the family's front porch. But yeah, 26 years later, he was found in his neighbor's basement. He was that close to home. So unfortunately, it does happen.
Yeah, it does happen, and those cases both give you some shred of hope for life, and yet utter despair at how cruel human beings can be. And the fact that that happens, and it does happen on a constant basis, is something we should all be aware of. Ladies, can I ask you a favor
Aisha
to
Degree.
help?
She's been missing 20 years. She walked out of her house.
Right?
You're not being screamed at for having reservations. You're not being screamed at for that. That's not what you're being screamed. First off, you weren't even screamed at. You were addressed because of a previous comment you left to me. And then the fact that you're saying Trevor's up here making himself a victim. He's not. You guys, he can be. Many of us are involved in drama. Doesn't dismiss the good things that Trevor has done both online and offline, respectfully. It doesn't. Yeah, I did. Just the same way you wrote to me that you were disappointed. Right. I mean, I could scream a lot louder, but yeah, Trevor's not up here making himself a victim. He has never done that. I do think he's a victim. He's a victim of blackmail. He's a victim of being lied on. He's a victim of being mistreated. I do think he's a victim.
And threatened.
And there are people who are obviously very unaware of who Trevor was, is anything about him prior to yesterday. Chasing our granny, would you like to be able to give a wee synopsis that Trevor will curl up into a ball but explaining quite why people have the opinion of Trevor that they do? Think it would help.
But you don't think that he was?
No, I don't even care.
I didn't like Trevor at all when he was covering Summer's case. As a matter of fact, I didn't want to meet him. I was not happy that he came to Summer's Day. He was critical of the parents, and I was like, I don't like this kid. Period. Damn it. I made up my mind just like many have made up their mind about other people, right? I didn't know him from a hole in the head. I just watched his channel and I was like, I don't like him.
Yep.
So he was the mature one, not me, and I'm twice his age. And he came to Summer's Day and he said hello to everybody, and somehow he and I ended up talking for quite some time. And I had to really check myself and think about what this young man has done in Summer's name. He was the first one to put up reward money. He was one of the first ones to be out there putting up posters, standing out in traffic, putting up signs. And I'm like, he has every right to be suspicious of people. I'm over here judging him, and he's giving me the grace, as bitchy as I was, to speak to me. And he didn't need to do that. So he's done that. He's been involved in several other local cases, and he covers them when there's no benefit, no money involved. He does it on his own dime. He's been on the news several times. They respect what he's saying. He's far more mature than most of us are. He has a good head on his shoulders.
It doesn't
We've
mean he
heard his
hasn't made
story.
mistakes.
We know where he comes from. Agreed. He
Yeah.
absolutely will make mistakes just like the rest of us. But here's the difference. If I make a mistake, it's likely to be probably pretty vulgar. I may say something really horrible about somebody and not know how to take it back. He's making a mistake based on his morals. He believes victims deserve a voice. And he gave a voice to somebody that people didn't appreciate. And, he stood his ground, even against his friends. He's like, this is what I decided to do. That's what I decided to do.
What were the
He then,
mistakes, Nunya? Maybe Nunya has something I don't have. What were the mistakes that you feel he made? Sorry, Chase, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just feel like it's...
yeah, he was the first one, the $2,000 in Summer's case. Absolutely. Let me go sit on my hands. Don't sit on your hands. I mean, what exactly did he do that would make you feel
that he's irreparable and compare him to JLR?
One thing that I have clearly noticed about Trevor is that he will focus on the victim as a priority above and beyond anybody else.
See, the thing is, I feel
support
like
that because at that point, parents do, in my opinion, come second because they are not the missing person. They are not the injured party. They are secondary to it all, in my
I
opinion.
definitely feel like going on panels, talking crap about the parents, blah, 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 much like we're doing right this minute. I'm doing it myself.
You name me a creator that
About
hasn't.
Seth. Yeah. I mean, I typically won't go after any parent. And here's the difference. I don't think Chris and Katie are guilty of anything, and I don't think Seth is guilty of anything. I'm talking about their afterwards behaviors, right? what was happening in the Dawn and Candace situation is people were blaming them for killing or setting up something to sell Summer. That's where I went crazy. This is different. We're talking about behaviors that are happening on social media in the case. I think that's extremely different, right?
Mhm.
They're innocent until they're proven guilty. JLR makes up literal stories about people, literally. So to compare him and Trevor, he stalks around people's homes, he records them. I mean, I've got to think about that two different ways. Trevor doesn't do that kind of stuff. Yeah, he may have said some stuff about Chris and Katie. He may not like them. He may not like their attitude. So what? Okay. That's very different than being out there filming your searches and being in everybody's face and doing all this stuff. I don't see the same thing. And I don't see Trevor jumping on cases only because they're popular. I see him covering them when nobody else is, when nobody gives a shit. So
Yeah. And a lot of creators at one point focused on, other things that are now focused on, they were anti Proudfoots. Now they're anti Seth and pro Proudfoots. I mean, it happens in cases, and it's not like Trevor went and got involved with that. He gets involved with families that are in his neighborhood because his intent is to help find the child. Did he get a little wrapped up this time? Maybe, but
yeah.
I don't know.
And I think that can happen to the best of us. I got so wrapped up in Summer's case.
You know what, Cass and Ken, did we not just spend 20 minutes focusing on your derailment of my entire conversation? Did we not stop everything we were speaking on and focus on exactly what you said? So please tell me how we're trying to shut it down if that's the entire conversation for the past 20 minutes. I can't stand when people who don't
and it was just asked.
come in my chat and derail it. I'm sorry, I don't like it. It's annoying.
And I think if you listen, cats and kittens, you might hear more that would feed the opinion you're wanting to hear. So just hang
How
on.
can we say
You're
this?
None of
Frosty?
us have the
How
same
can we say it?
opinion on all of the things. Not one of us.
Right. It's almost
This
like she's trying to
kid,
force
this
her
kid is
opinion.
he's putting his money where his mouth is, right? Literally and figuratively. He's
Sorry,
getting
no, you
bills
make
passed.
for you.
He's getting bills passed about domestic violence. He's an actual person out there being an advocate. Yes, you can get wrapped up in this stuff sometimes. We're human beings. I stopped covering Summer. I got too close and I felt like, I cared about Candace. I couldn't do it. Not
One of
objectively.
my only thing, like I said, I don't know a lot about Trevor. I do know what I have found that, he has done a lot to help. But my thing with him is he was also with Seth, behind Seth, pushing this stuff about Chris and Katie. That's my issue.
So, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, whatever time zone you're in. I actually agree with cats and kittens right there on that comment on the screen. But let me help
I
explain
completely
why.
disagree with it because this whole conversation has turned into
But I
the
don't think it's
fact that
actually
you
you,
guys
Granny. I don't think it's you per se, Granny, though. So to me, every time Trevor's name is wrapped into something, I hear a small group of people go to bat for him. And of course, if that's their friend, then it's gonna happen, right? But it consistently for me, and I'm newer to his name. This is the first case I've ever heard about anything he's done, good or bad, right? So I don't have that inside knowledge of who he is as a person. I think that's why I do see it differently. But every time he does what we would call a mistake in air quotes, which is, in my opinion, a kind of major mistake, not like terrible, but like it's a little like it's something, right? It's like,
which
oh, he
mistake
just
was that, Nanya?
so the first one, right? The Nina interview, right?
Mhm.
It did not, there
We
was
got on his
no,
butt
it did
for that.
not, well, yes, maybe privately, but public, it was like, yeah, maybe he shouldn't have done that, but he knows he made a mistake. He doesn't regret it, but like everybody lives and learns, right? And then just
Well,
a
I
couple
got on him
weeks ago,
publicly.
All of
He was
our
quite
conversations
offended.
on that were publicly.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was public.
Well, from what I seen, just in my opinion, from what I seen, it was not like a.
Yeah,
And
it was
again,
completely.
nobody wants you to jump him. It's not like that. But there was like a, yeah, this was wrong and he shouldn't have done that. But you live and you learn. He's newer to this. He's young. He's like, and those all sound like excuses
Well, because
for
he admitted he was
choices that
wrong.
he's making.
He accepted that he understands we disagree with this. So what more could he do at that point? Like what else do you suggest be done? Like a
Okay.
public berating? Like should we berate him for
No.
because
No, no, no,
I'll be
no.
honest with you, Nanya. I feel like if others were given the opportunity to interview Nina, they would have taken it.
Absolutely. But just because they would have taken it doesn't make it right for him to take it, right?
No, I agree, but I also feel like he
Like
did it
I
as
do feel
respectfully
like
as he could.
if Smiley, Terry Lynn, Pascal, some of the other names that are involved, Jay for Justice, whatever, right? Some of those other names that are involved, if they did that interview, we would still be talking about that today.
I personally wouldn't be. I mean, I
Because
did
you
speak
got to
about the
weigh it
interview.
out. You have to weigh it
Okay.
out.
Right,
The
Okay.
because you're
balance
naming
of
people.
what these creators have done over time, years and years, that we've seen them do, harming things, doing shit behind the scenes, not apologizing, not taking accountability constantly. There's a huge track record with some of these people.
See, and
Trevor,
maybe that's
on
the
the other
difference.
hand,
For me,
his
patterns are
what?
patterns, right? I don't know
Sure,
anything
but
about him giving thousands of dollars to a thing, right? Because that's not my business.
Well,
That's his
because he didn't
financial business,
advertise it
right?
either.
well,
He
I
also
don't,
didn't
it was
right?
advertise it, so you
Exactly.
wouldn't
So
know.
it was
but
in the
that's my whole
newspapers
point.
though,
You know about that. I don't know about that, right?
right?
So I'm just
Which is
going
why we're
based off
trying to
of
tell
what
you.
I'm seeing. Yes, but chasing to me, and I mean this with all due respect,
No, go ahead.
but like to
Hmm.
me, I just feel like some of you are being used for your credibility and judgment
He's never asked me
to vouch for
ever.
him. No, I'm not
He's
saying you've ever
never
been
wanted
asked.
that from me.
I don't think that there's some type of like this isn't like a tinfoil hat. I think there's a behind the
Sure.
scenes arrangement. Like it's nothing like that at all. I
Right.
just feel like anytime somebody attempts to criticize a choice that he has made, it is very it's very kind of shut down. It's very like let me explain who this person is so you
Well,
can
Wee
see
Frosty asked
more.
me to explain it, which is why I did, but I mean, I wouldn't have, but
Yeah, but it's pretty normal to have friends. I mean, I have friends that I would take up for as well. I mean, that's not using someone, that's having a friend. I mean, I assume you have friends that would take up for you as well.
Absolutely they would. Absolutely. But it to me, in my opinion, it's the same it's the same people who take up for you anytime that your name has come up in a negative light.
Do you have another
I mean,
And
example
you
of
must
I
another
have
can't
time?
more
really,
friends.
I can't really see where or what. I mean, I may not be seeing it, but I find it like the same as like Gray Hughes.
Well, I
People
think
try and
because
talk
you're saying
crazy about Gray Hughes in the chat somewhere, and I'm like, absolutely not, because I
if
know
I
him, right?
if I
I
may,
know
Jason,
who he is.
I
Sorry,
think
go
you're not
ahead.
seeing. I think you're not seeing it because it's being addressed at you. I think it's being stated that
Maybe.
you are the person as always. But I'm asking Nunya for another example where Trevor has been
Yes.
brought up in a bad light.
The next
That
example was the Clue, the him and Clue when he was leaving YouTube a couple of weeks ago.
okay.
Again,
What
he
particularly
absolutely
about
played a
that?
part in that. And the presentation originally, which I get sometimes we don't know everything, sometimes there's a lot more to it, right? But the presentation in that is look at what the terrible internet has done to poor Trev,
Do you know the
right?
actual story to that situation?
I
I
don't.
know
Yeah.
now I know more today than I did on that day when everything was happening. Absolutely.
How do you know more?
Right.
Did you speak
Absolutely.
to Clue?
No, I don't talk to her. I don't watch her
Okay.
channel. I'm not a sub. I'm not a personal fan. Like I don't have no beef with her either, but like I don't but I did watch videos. I did go back and listen to things. I've
Hmm.
talked to people who care a lot about you to get more perspective so that I could make sure that, you know, it was a better well-rounded, thought process or context.
Trevor, do you want to?
Absolutely.
Do you want to elaborate more onto that?
I mean, all I did was
Right,
ask
you don't
why
have to.
I asked why she's obsessed with Nina, and they proceeded to make a video showing a firearm, saying they're meeting me outside. I mean, if that's equivalent for you, then all right, but that's not for me.
Right.
There's
I
nothing else to
mean,
that.
that was his part in the whole thing. He called up and asked, "Why are you so obsessed with Nina?" Because they were talking about the call. Okay, fair, you know. But then it went to a whole nother level of his appearance, who he was, how he looked,
So he didn't call her
a
an
gun
idiot.
being
He
cocked.
didn't call her a moron or an idiot. One of the two. It's either moron or idiot.
Did you, Trev? Call her an idiot?
Oh, on the call, she said I'm not an idiot. I did say I beg to differ. Yes, I did.
Right.
She
So,
said,
so,
"I'm
so
not an
that's my
idiot,"
thing,
and
right? And
Trev
I
said,
don't
"I beg to
agree.
differ."
I
Yeah,
mean,
I
for
don't
2 weeks,
agree
she
with the
talked about
end
me without me
result.
saying anything.
Yeah, I don't agree with the end result. Like, not at all. What I'm saying is every time the stories are presented, just as this was a perfect example, it is Trev has done nothing. Look at what these people are doing to him, and that is part of my issue is when the story is present it with, yeah, I called her a couple of names, but that didn't warrant the end result.
Well, respectfully, he didn't
But
say
he
he called her a
didn't
couple.
call her a name.
She said she's not an idiot. He said, I beg to differ. It's not like he was like, you idiot, you moron.
She also went on for me about
Come
2
on now.
weeks. I mean, it's all in the video. She talked about me for about 2 weeks without me saying anything, and
Right,
then
Trev,
I
but
finally asked
people
her a
talk about
question
people
and
on
said
the
that.
internet, right?
Right.
Right.
So I
You're
was harassed,
great.
and I said something, and then they responded with a gun. I'm not seeing how that's equivalent to you.
I think that again, I think and like again,
I've said worse.
I'm just giving a different perspective because I personally I don't know you. I just know what I see on the internet and the defense that I see of you on the internet. I'm like it's there's more to it in my opinion. I think that hearing that you are speaking to Seth at some point in time, like that absolutely sends up red flags for me.
That I
You're
spoke to
speaking to
Seth?
Seth, you're speaking to Nina. That's a very anti Chris Proudfoot kind of arena to be in.
To
And when you
speak to
say
Seth?
you are for Sebastian Rogers, it's very confusing for me to hear you're for Sebastian Rogers, but you also are linked up with people who are very anti Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot. Well, you can't be, in my opinion, you cannot be anti part of the family, but pro the victim.
So because I spoke to Nina, the searches I did were invalid. I didn't look or hang any flyers. The like hundreds of flyers we handed out, do they not count because I spoke to Nina?
No, that's not what I said.
I hope we all have people on here who can call us out, but also have our backs when needed. This is
Absolutely.
a cutthroat place. And I've
Absolutely.
seen so much more good from Trev than I've seen bad, in my opinion. There
And
are
maybe that's
very
the thing,
few on
Chasey.
here.
You know
There's,
more of what he has
and I do.
done
Yeah.
behind the scenes, right? So
I know what he's done in front of everything. I didn't know who he was when they said that a reward fund was opened up for Summer Wells. And I negated that because of his dislike for Dawn and Candace. I'm like, yeah, that's nice, but I still don't like you. Okay? I don't like you, sir, until you get face to face with somebody and you have a conversation and you sit down and you understand where they're coming from and you're more clear. You know, I made assumptions about somebody based on what I saw on the internet. Even though he had done something wonderful, I still didn't like that he didn't like the people I liked. Right? So that's very immature of me. So to sit and get to know him and understand where he's coming from at this young age, to even get involved in something like this and to start a reward fund and try to do the right thing by this young girl was impressive to me. And then to see what he's done in legislation and other things since then, I challenge any of these creators to do what he's done. Any of them. I don't see it happening. And until they do, I don't feel like they have room to attack him. Sure, he might make mistakes. I called him out on my community wall. He came right over like, whoa, you couldn't have done this in private? I'm like, you did it in public. Why should I not do it in public? You just let me in on your panel, and too bad, so sad. Oh well. But people aren't seeing that. They're just seeing that I'm defending him when Seth is telling him to come outside like he's about to do something to him, and that that Trevor wouldn't back down when Seth is the cause of all of this. He tried to blackmail him, and he told him what he was going to do to him if he didn't shut up. That deserves backing. You can't just let that happen. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I just think as long as we're willing to, because somebody does good, we look past some of the bad, or we minimize, not look past, we minimize some of the bad because they do they do A, B, C, D, E is good. I think that
Yeah.
we are blinded to, we're blinded to what the reality is, in my opinion. That's all that it is. And I think that as long as we're willing to make passes or make exceptions for those who we like, then we have to be willing to make those same exceptions for the people we don't like. When
Sure,
they
I
make
agree.
a mistake or they make a wrong choice or whatever you want to label it as,
And
that's
sometimes
where, like, it is a hard
I
space,
admit,
you know?
Can I
yeah,
ask a
I
question
admit,
really quick?
I do have an issue with that. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Is it fair enough
I'm,
to say, Nanya, that when you have an issue with a friend, you usually address them in private?
For me personally,
Yeah.
oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, if it's somebody who I know, if I have an issue with them, absolutely, I'm going to go to them in private first
Right.
and foremost. Absolutely, if it's somebody who I know,
So is it
and then
fair? Is it fair to say that perhaps we spoke to Trevor in private and still brought it up publicly and made it very publicly known that we disagree with that Nina interview? But what else
oh
could
yeah,
have been done in your opinion? Because I understand I get you're more emotional about it because you don't know every good thing about Trevor, and you're seeing this one side of it. But what else would do you? I don't understand what else could
well,
have been done.
well, okay. So for me, Granny, it's not just the one thing, right? It's like it just, and I'm not emotional about it. I apologize if I'm speaking passionately, but um to me it's not just the one thing, right? It's like it's thing after thing his name comes up, and I hear, I hear excuses being made instead of it was just wrong, period. Like, it just was wrong. I don't agree with it, I don't fuck with it, right? And then when thing after thing is happening, at what point is it like, yeah, I don't know if I can, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's very hard to hear like excuses being
the
made or
current thing,
exceptions
though.
Well,
being made.
maybe it
He
would help,
wasn't involved
Nanya.
in the current thing. The current
Maybe
thing
Right.
it
that we're
would.
talking about, he wasn't even
Maybe it would.
involved in it at all.
Maybe
They
it.
did
So he
address
did
me on
not receive the
the
leaked
one thing
phone
you've brought
call.
up so
Is that
far.
what we're saying now today?
Right,
Right.
Nanya.
He wasn't involved in the leaked
Nanya.
phone call. No, he wasn't. He's not the
No,
one that
Josh
leaked that out.
admitted that. Yeah.
No.
Right.
Did he receive it? That's my question.
Well, what is he guilty of opening an email? I've received somebody's docs last night. Am I guilty of having that docs sent to me? You know what I mean?
No, that's okay.
Well, because I feel like you're being a little
Well,
harsh because
did
you're
you
saying
know
like
that, Nanya? That he didn't have anything to do with that? The
Yeah,
he
no,
was
I knew,
blackmailed for it.
I recognize he didn't actually leak the email, like leak the audio, right? I'm not saying he leaked it himself, right?
I get what you're saying. I'm
What
sorry.
I'm
Okay.
saying, yeah, no. By
Just the
all
fact
means,
that
I
he's
apologize
involved.
if I miscommunicated that. No, I'm not saying he leaked it at all. I know, like, I can't say for a fact that he didn't, but I believe that he did not.
Right. Okay.
Right? Okay. What I'm saying, though, is, Granny, did you get emailed that audio?
No, but I will also say this:
Okay.
you can know for a fact he did it because those who received it admittedly it came from Seth.
Right, exactly. So that is the person who leaked the audio uh, That to me is a fact, right?
Right.
But that person leaking the audio has to feel comfortable enough, and I'm just going to be honest, the person that the creators that he rolls with, meaning Seth, they're
Mhm.
kind of the slimy ones.
Right. Okay. That's
You
fair.
know,
That's
so
why
like the
they're the ones
fact that
that make
Trev
the
was on
phone
that
call.
list to get that email is
I
concerning.
agree with that. I
That's
agree with
fair
that.
enough. It'd be even more concerning if he would have went live and played the recording and he didn't, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
And I don't
maybe
think
he
that he
was
would have. So
wrongly.
I'm not saying that part. Like I don't think that he intentionally like would set out to do something, like that's not, but and even the best of people, all of us have made mistakes, and I believe we're all good people, but we all have made mistakes. I'm not saying that like, oh, you can't, mess up along the way, or
Right.
Chasing has talked about numerous times getting too involved and being too invested, in a lot of different ways, that does happen. By all means it does happen.
For
Right.
sure, yeah.
And maybe he got emotionally involved. And I understand your sentiments, like the fact that he was even on the chain, but maybe he wrongly got on the chain. I mean, we know that Seth has circulated himself with creators that will do these shady things. That is his whole intent, is to
Yeah.
get people to do. So it's kind of me like, and once he realized Trevor wasn't going to be that person, then he decided he was going to be the scapegoat. And he was going to blackmail him. As for the other
Right.
thing, I understand what you're saying about, the whole that he called her a moron. But let's be fair, we've called people a lot worse than moron, and he was called a lot worse than a moron.
But here's the thing though, right? Like I guess again, maybe I don't know that. Maybe he's newer to YouTube. Maybe he's newer to like how, YouTube social media kind of works, right? I don't know that about him. But to me, I feel like, you and Chasing have been here longer than even I have. Kathy P has been here around the same time as I have, right? As creators, people talk about you constantly.
Mhm.
Right? You always have somebody who isn't going to like you, or who, is going to talk about everything you do on your channel every single day, and sometimes people can get obsessed. It definitely happens.
For sure.
Right.
You have to be able to ignore it, because as soon as you start engaging in it, it will ramp up.
Yes.
I don't
Right.
think
But
any of us are above criticism. And,
No.
I feel like when the Nina thing came up, I felt like it was dead ass wrong. There's no excuse for it. I didn't think it was relevant at the time. And I still don't, but
well, and I also don't think
I
it's
didn't
fair
think it was worthy of weeks of discussion either. Because
or
to
fair.
me, I don't know, there was something about her in general that just made me feel some kind of way. So
And
I don't
then
know.
just acknowledging that Trevor did acknowledge it. He acknowledged it once out of 2 weeks of repeatedly going. So like he can't respond. He's now guilty because he responded. Or I'm not saying
Yeah,
you're saying that,
no,
Nunya. I'm just
yeah,
saying in general, like you know how hard it is. You eventually it
absolutely
builds
I
up
do.
and you kind of explode. And maybe he had an explosive moment. I just I get everything you're saying. I truly do. I just also understand that we're all human. Trev may have made many mistakes, but he does do a lot of good things from the bottom of his heart. And I just don't think the bad that you're pointing out is worthy of like public humiliation or execution or you know.
No, see, and that's the thing though, Granny. I'm not calling for a cancellation, a public execution of Trev, right? What I'm saying is I feel like the same energy we have when calling out the bad actors who are making poor choices over and over and over again, we've
Mhm.
got to make sure we're having that same, like, looking internally to have that same energy when it's one of our friends, because if we don't, then we do lose the plot. And in my opinion, right, in my opinion, I have no facts or receipts to back it up. I do think that Trev knew that that audio was going to be used in Nina's court case. Maybe
But
he
even if he
didn't.
did, what could he
Maybe he
do to
didn't.
stop it?
Right. There's
Come
nothing
on
he
now.
could
Like,
do about it.
I that
I mean,
can he
generally
stop
The
her from
asking.
doing
audio,
that? No, he
the
can't. But
the
I,
secretly recorded audio, the Heather audio,
yeah, the
is that,
Chloe one.
yeah,
The phone call.
or the
Yeah, yeah,
Chloe,
yeah.
sorry, not Heather, Chloe.
Well, yeah, it
Was
was
it
Heather.
Chloe or
She was on the
Heather?
phone.
I mean,
He was on the phone with Heather talking about Chloe.
Right. That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is a phone call with Heather. But like I mean, I don't know. Just to me, it's those things. That's why I'm saying it's those things to me that do put him on the sus list in my mind, in my opinion, right? Who am I? Nobody cares. Okay, fine. But it's very hard when I see creators going to bat for him or, justifying or defending him when these things are very like it's out there, red flashing flags, and we're like, no, but he's a really good guy. And I am just the only thing I'm saying, that's why I agreed with Cats and Kittens, is when you come to it, right? Like when you say, hey, there's some red flags waving real harshly up here, and everybody's like, there's no red flags, don't look at any flags. What flags? Who even has a flag? No flags, right? That's
See,
that's
I
what it
don't think
comes
that's the
off
way
like.
that. Well, for my own self, I'll clarify since I'm the main one that I think people feel like, may come to bat for him uh, in certain situations. I can only defend what morally I am aligned with. I was not aligned with the Nina stuff. I called it out and I moved on because he's a friend. I didn't harp on all of that. I called it out. People asked me on my live. I was like, no, nope, I don't agree with it. He got too caught up. That's not okay. And moved on. It didn't end my respect for him at all. But if you compare him to, let's say, a creator such as Molly Golightly, since she's not on here anymore, there's venom there. There's absolute venom there to hurt people, to make sure that people feel that pain that she's putting out there. She doesn't want it to just be a story she's covering. She wants to be so involved that somebody's hurt, somebody's upset, somebody can't sleep at night. I see that. So when we say the bad actors that we call out, there's a huge difference between a venomous creator who just doesn't care about these cases and covers them to cover them, and somebody who gets emotionally involved in a case, in my opinion. There's a difference there. So they do get different levels of grace. Somebody who I see wanting to hurt somebody, wanting them to feel that, they make me sick. And I'll call that out every day for what it is: disgusting, not true crime, not good coverage, not accountable. Versus somebody like Trevor, who, yeah, might fuck up like we all do because we're humans, but will try to take some ownership and at least explain the reasons he feels how he does, rather than just saying, too bad if you don't fucking like it, turn it off. I'm going to do what I want, which is what I see with some of these people, and they don't care. They don't care that we're trying to say, hey, you're hurting this family. You're hurting this case. Please. They don't give a shit. I see that as there's a big difference there to me.
See, and to me, I feel similarly, Chasing, but for me, Trev's name is on that list.
On the list
That's of those who don't give a shit in that same capacity. But that's just, again, that's just my opinion. Like, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind, but I think there are others out there that are thinking similarly. And for me, I haven't even been talking about this stuff lately. Like, I don't even go in chats about it lately. But to come in this one and hear, like, this is my third stream, not today, but over the last couple of months, I'd say that it's like, Trev's a good guy, and I don't doubt that. Trev, has made some mistakes, absolutely. But Trev is, like, who we gotta know that he's one of the good guys, but the mistakes continue, and there, I don't. It just has been confusing and frustrating, to say the least, because I feel like if you remove the name Trev and remove what you know about him on a personal level or a behind the scenes level in any other case, including this one, if you take that away and you put those actions on one of the, who you would consider one of the bad actors, tragedy pimps,
Sure.
whatever you want to name them, right? You put their name on it, with those same actions. And I just don't think that we would be here making those same exceptions and trying to understand those actions.
Well, no,
We're
you're
not.
absolutely right, because those people have done previous actions, and I understand the Nina interview, I do, but then your other problem you have is that he responded back, "I beg to differ," when she said, "I'm not an idiot." What else is there? Because it feels like there's just something else here. It just feels a little
There's a
more.
good comment from Nonsense there too. She's saying that both things can be true. He can be a great human being, but help Seth weaponize Katie's trauma and
Yes.
gives Chloe grace, but not Katie and Chris. They knew the call would be released.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I can
Well,
agree with all of that except the end where I don't know that he knew the call was going to be released the way that it was. I don't know because I haven't asked him. Did you know that call was going to be released by creators? Like, were you in on that part of it where you knew Seth wanted it released?
Not until it was released.
There you go.
Because I
So,
originally went.
so can I ask some questions there?
Well, hold on a wee second, Nanya. The point I would like you to consider while you're saying all this, and I can understand your. I'm getting weird feedback.
I muted it. I muted it.
I'm really sensitive to noise, as you can tell. I'm like, oh, I'm like the audio police. But is that Dates in particular has went through a similar, not the same, but a similar situation with people perceiving her behaviors and actions either in an overly harsh manner or in an overly approving manner.
Mm-hmm.
And please, I would just ask you to consider, Nanya, that to offer to Trevor the same grace that you would hope that Dates would be offered.
And Nonsense wants to come up too. She wants a link. So.
Yeah, I don't want Trevor feeling ganged up on. That's all.
Yeah, I can hop down. I can hop down.
Oh no,
I,
ask your questions. I want to hear your questions. Come on. Seriously, I do. You always have good.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. I would like to know if I don't necessarily want to know exact details, but in general, can Trev kind of tell us what the point of the email was when he received the audio? Like, was there any type of like, hey, guy, here you go? Was it just like hey, just in case you want to use this one day? Or, hey, thought you should know this information? Like, kind of what the general idea of the receipt of the audio was in that email.
Nina got the email from Seth, from Michaela, for her attorney, and she let me hear it. That's all I did. I heard it. I didn't get the email. I heard it from her because she got the email.
Let me make myself very clear. I'm not saying Nonsense would gang up on him. I don't want him to feel ganged up on. Being
Right.
ganged up on and feeling
Yeah.
ganged up are two separate things. We've all been in this position. Nanya was my saving grace when I felt ganged up on. I know the feeling. I don't want Trevor feeling like he's,
Right.
That's all. I'm not saying nonsense, whatever.
Nonsense isn't one to gang pile anybody.
Right,
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
saying
but
she
but
was.
having multiple people who have strong opinions against a person can potentially feel like that. It doesn't mean that
Right.
it's like that. We're all respectful adults. Okay, well I'll hop down for now. That way she can hop up and ask her questions. I'll be in the chat. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
See you later.
Thank you.
I'm gonna defend Deeds till the wheels fall off.
Well, we all do have friends that we would defend or would defend
Right.
us, and doesn't
Yeah.
mean we don't say what they've done is wrong. And like Nonsense says, she would go to her friend privately, and
Of course.
But that's why I brought that up. I think the two situations are comparable. If you only hear positive, you're going to think positively of a person. If you're only hearing the negative first, you're going to start to see that person in a very bad light. If you see
Yeah.
a mixture of things, then your opinion's going to be mixed. That's how
I mean,
that works.
I
And we
see a
see how
mixture
that works.
with
I don't
people, but
understand why there's a disparity between seeing how Trevor
get out of
operates and
here,
how
rapper. So had enough with you. Dolly's chat's not in here. You're the only person that's obsessing over Dolly. Enough. Sorry, that was driving me nuts. Hey, Nonsense.
Rapper,
Hey,
get a
y'all.
hobby.
I won't take up much time, and I will be respectful, as I always have been, to Trevor Lee.
I have given Trevor Lee more grace than I have given hardly anybody, but I've got to take it back to the facts for a second here. And this is not in anything to do with any of you. Please understand, I know you're defending your friend, but both things can be true. Trevor Lee can absolutely be an incredible human being who has done a lot of things for cases. But let's take it back to what's important in this. Let's get away from the personal side of him and Clue or this and that. Let's take it back to the facts of this case. If we are here about the facts in this case, let's talk about this for a second. Trevor Lee was involved with Seth from jump. Okay, no big deal. He was boots on the ground. He's there. He wanted to help in any way, shape, or form. We are not denying that. His heart is in it for the kids. I have seen that. I can 100% say that. Trevor Lee did not release the call. But Trevor Lee absolutely is involved with the people, such as Josh from the lab, who intentionally had that call that was recorded, and it was set to be released on the day that Chris had court against Nina. Trevor Lee isn't the only one that has been involved in stuff going on with Nina's court custody case with Chris. Terry Lynn was recording calls to give to Chris for court. Now, Trevor, I'm not gonna talk about last week. I'll let you do that. However,
I'll be honest, Nonsense. I know what you're referring to when you keep saying last week, and I understand why you're upset. I'm upset about it too. But have you spoken to Trevor about why he was there?
I'm not going to speak to Trevor about it because here's the thing. He's a complete stranger off the internet. It would be the same if Molly Golightly. In fact, I used Molly Golightly as an example yesterday. When Molly and Katie Joy tried to intervene or interfere and intervene in one word. Here we go. Interfere with Dre's custody case. And they didn't know any of the parties involved, right? Have no clue. Be enlisted as a witness for a potential court hearing involving minors of people you don't know the situation. We don't know what's going on in Nina's home. We have no idea. So taking their word at face value, again, I am all for the victims having a platform and allowing their voices to be heard. But that is overstepping, emotionally involved. He was okay with Josh releasing the audio, his buddy, on the day that they had court to paint a narrative against Chris. And
He
then
just
his-
said he was unaware that it was going to be released. He had no idea. So you can't say he was okay with it. He didn't know about it.
They heard the call. Him and Josh heard the call. He clarified that last night. He knew that the call was going around. And he knew it had been sent to Nina. It doesn't. None of that matters as far as I think he did know the call was going to be released. I genuinely do think that. That's semantics. It doesn't matter. It's out there now. None of that matters. The recorded call, who recorded it, any of it. It happened. But it was all to disparage the parents of a missing child because they were pro Team Seth. Now, can two things be right? Can you make a mistake and absolutely have believed in Seth and believed the narrative? Yes, but him and the people he associates with, such as Chloe, absolutely dangled Katie's trauma in, well, let's take Trevor out of this. Chloe on Web Sleuth's panel dangled Katie's trauma in front of everybody. And then it was weaponized against Chris when he had an outburst when he was protecting his wife.
Oh, I agree.
And then
How was that
hold on.
Trevor?
I'm wrapping it up. As far as Trevor goes, Trevor knew that these people were harassing him in the background for 2 weeks. And instead of being honest with everybody and telling people, this is the true Seth. We've all seen this. We knew Seth leaked the call a week and a half ago. Nobody is shocked by that. That's Seth's responsibility.
Can it be fair to say that maybe he's scared of Seth? Maybe he lives in the same exact area as Seth and he's intimidated and didn't want to bring that all out here? He doesn't normally do like drama type of things. Maybe he was sharing with people behind the scenes, but
If that's the case, then why did he send you information to expose Tony? If he's scared, why is he encouraging it?
because
Again, both
other
things
things
can
have
be
come
true.
forth now that he feels safer. And but I don't want to speak for Trevor, but he's experienced a lot of trauma, and this is all getting off the focus of Sebastian. Honestly, all
I
of it.
understand that. And I don't have any problem with Trevor. There's nothing personal here. But I think when people are defending this man, it's not, again, you guys love this guy. I'm not trying to get you guys to change your opinions. I think this
I'll
guy
be
has
honest.
potential.
I just met Trevor, so I'm not
Okay.
somebody who's like overly biased or anything. I just do think he has a lot of potential. I think he's done a
He
lot of
does.
good, and I think the way Seth has treated him is despicable. But I also think the way he's treated Chris is despicable. I agree with all of that.
Absolutely. Both things can be true. And the thing about it is like, this is nothing personal. This is, again, take all personal issues out of the place. I don't think Trevor has to be drugged. I don't think any of that. But I think it's worthwhile to acknowledge because here's the other part. Josh, his buddy, and again, this isn't Trevor's fault, but these are their buddies, associations. We watched Josh build a false narrative off of that phone call, and look at how he talked to Chloe, and look at how he treats women, and look at all this stuff. Meanwhile, that was intentionally done, yes, by Seth, to release that call so people could get a character assassination of Chris once again. But they all helped build that narrative out there publicly against Chris and Katie. They all took part in it. And then he misled Dr. Gary, is that his name? Dr. Gary and
You're
Chris
talking about the
Sumner.
lab did, right?
Yeah, the
did
lab,
all that.
who is their buddies. Like this is all the stuff. So they have been intentionally helping target Chris and Katie, and you can't overlook that. And it's just what it is. And it's unfortunate as it is. It's a huge mistake, but that mistake could have potentially cost a big situation with minor children involved. And he doesn't
Yes.
know any of those parties. And
I
that's
agree.
dangerous.
I agree with that. Nonsense is right. You can't
It's
get
a
deeply
huge
involved.
problem.
It's unacceptable to get that deeply involved when this situation is going on. Now, we many of us have seen what's happened to Chris and Katie, so we've tried to be on the other side of it, saying, you know, all of this other crap is happening as well. I don't think that makes any of us
Absolutely
right. You know what I mean?
Agree.
I think it shows that we don't want to see any of the parents attacked.
Right.
So you try to balance it out. But once you become so involved in it that the custody hearing becomes a topic that we're even involved in, we're crossing a line.
See, and that for
We
me, and
never
that's all I
crossing
wanted
the
to
line.
say. Y'all, like Trevor, I hope you understand. Like, I have no hard feelings. I wish nothing but the best for you. I really hope you do well with your things. I'm impressed by what you have done. I've told you that. I just cannot overlook these things because it's dangerous. We don't know who's responsible for the disappearance of Sebastian. Sebastian's still missing everybody, and that seems to be the last thing people are talking about. And when you come out swinging from the fence, no matter what, we also have to acknowledge our dislike for Seth right now. This has been Seth all along, everybody. This is no shock to anybody. He has been doing things intentionally behind the scenes to harm Chris and Katie. He's a man going through a turmoil.
Yeah.
And we have to acknowledge that and understand that these people are not going to have the right responses. And as YouTubers, creators, advocates, whatever you want to call yourself, we have lines that we shouldn't be crossing. And child custody cases of minor children should be a freaking hard stop. And I hope that he
Absolutely.
continues to do better. That's all I can say. But I wanted to bring it back to like the facts of why this ain't personal for me with Trevor at all. I, again, wish him nothing but the best, but the facts are the facts. And when you help do damage, it is what it is. And it has long-term effects on lives of real people, such as missing children.
Hey,
Have
can
a
I
good
throw
day,
can I throw
everybody.
something in there? I'm going to throw something in there. See, the thing is you've got this case started off where there's absolutely no information whatsoever. I mean, like right now, there's no information still whatsoever on the case, and law enforcement stated that the Proudfoots have done everything that they've asked, that they've helped out since the beginning, and they can find no evidence of foul play. However, then there's nothing to do. There's no content if there's no boogeyman. So what happens is you got a case where there is absolutely no information. So then you go, and then you got people like JLR who jumped out there and started going, oh my God, the Proudfoots did it. The Proudfoots did it. The Proudfoots did it. Everybody, the Proudfoots did it. And then everybody jumped on board on that bandwagon, and Seth was nowhere to be found. He was nowhere to be found whatsoever. And then he shows up, and he's the knight in shining armor. But prior to him showing up, the Proudfoots were always kind, referring to him. They were always saying nice things and everything. And then as soon as he shows up, he starts just joining in on the trash fest. And he's been the most passive-aggressive person I have ever seen in a case of a missing child. This guy, behind the scenes, everywhere he goes, even though he has a conversation with Chris Proudfoot, everything seems like they're working together. And then boom, 2 minutes later, he's out there on some show, trashing them again, over and over again. And then people get angry when the Proudfoots try to defend themselves and try to like speak out against what's being said against them. And it takes all the attention away from the actual missing child. mean, isn't it just really frustrating? I think it's so crazy that people just started jumping on the Proudfoots when there is zero information, and law enforcement even told you out loud that they can find no evidence of foul play whatsoever, and they've helped out since the beginning. So what makes you think, wow, let's keep just trashing them? So what you do is you get them on your show, you stay mean shit. Then Chris Proudfoot, who wants to defend himself, probably has a couple drinks at night, jumps in there, starts going, hey, what the hell are you guys doing? Oh, and then you use that. Every one of the channels uses that show as another source of content for the next day. Then he comes back, and it's a self-perpetuating, I don't even know what else to call it. It drives me in batty.
Gray's been around a long time,
Yeah.
and he's seen this over and over. He knows.
Yeah, every case.
Every case.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at like Brian Koberger, for example. Who the hell, that guy did it, right? But you got all these wackos out there that create content by inventing something else on the side. Other than that, there's no more else to talk about. We've already gone through all the stuff that matters. And it's absolutely, this is just like that. It's incredible. But it's even worse, though, because in this case, there's nothing. He literally just disappeared, left the house at like between midnight and 6 a.m, and there's no information at all after that, right?
What do you think happened, Gray?
I think it might be like a Harley Dilly type story where he left the house in the middle of the night. And if anything, he's actually given way more freedoms at Seth's house to use social media and interact with people out there. So it's possible he contacted somebody, but it could be a Harley Dilly where he walked away trying to, he wanted to run away, whatever the hell it is, and he fell into something. I mean, the Harley Dilly case is exactly the same, where everybody blamed the parents for a long time, and then they end up finding his body inside of a chimney because he climbed down in a chimney and he was just stuck in a wall or something. You remember that?
Yeah. Yep. I do.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something just like that, right? He could be really close to the house somewhere.
I think there was a lot of stress going on, and he couldn't deal with it. He knew he had to leave soon, and maybe he was just stressed, and he got himself into a situation he couldn't get out of in some way. I don't know.
And you know what about that scenario? The Proudfoots, though, won't escape the wrath. Even if he walked away, they're going to go like this. See, but he ran away because of the Proudfoots, and that is, and then they'll justify all their hate the whole time. But that's not what you guys were saying before. You guys accuse them of killing him, right?
Yes.
Right.
Which is insane. Sorry,
What
Granny.
do you think of the fact that Seth is saying like things like, "Oh, I think he's in a room playing a video game right now. I think he's in a homeless encampment." Do you think that's just a father grieving, or you think Seth's? I don't know.
I mean, I've actually thought it before, like it almost felt like at the beginning that he knows exactly where Sebastian. I mean, this is just a theory; it has no basis in fact whatsoever. But it was a theory that he knows where he is, and that's why he was going out there trashing the Proudfoots over and over and putting out dirty laundry that has nothing to do with finding Sebastian. About the abuse allegations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they're putting it out there. So eventually, when he reveals his son again, people will give him a break because he was just protecting him from the Proudfoots.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah.
There's a similar case.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That was one of the thoughts I've had. Everyone says, well, it's confirmed where Seth was. Okay. But he also has friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had no friends at all, none, nothing, nowhere, no communication, just wanted friends. Then we find out he's allowed different freedoms in different areas. So you don't know who possibly could have gotten a hold of him and promised him something or told him something. You just don't know.
Encouraged to get the waitress's number. And then we just heard Seth say it again when he was trying to frame Trevor. I do think he was framing him, blackmailing him, that where he can play his video games without somebody breathing down his neck. Like the way he says things.
And then he tries to correct that by saying, but the PlayStation I had, if you didn't have the headphones on, you couldn't talk. Okay,
Right.
he was there for 12 hours while you were at work. Do you really think he wasn't talking to anybody in those game rooms whenever you have him
And
doing
you
it
can
when you're
still
there?
chat. You can chat.
You can, yeah, you
without
can.
headphones.
Right. And I
Go ahead.
haven't heard Seth mention at all that he has checked the communication logs, and there are parental controls, very advanced parental controls on every console for that reason. I don't understand why that
Not
hasn't been talked about, but yet it's
Because he's a
openly
lazy.
stated.
He's a
It's
lazy
open.
father.
Well, I don't
I'm
know
very
that, but all I know is what we're being told, that it definitively has not happened. Then show me the proof that it has not happened.
But then you
That
have his
it's there.
PI. You have
Show
his
me the
PI.
record.
Then you have his PI on the TikTok saying, complete opposite. How if you don't let your child go out, then they'll run away. And he was alluding to different things. The shady Tony Mathis.
Yeah, I mean, the FBI has the electronics. It says on the TBI's website that, every bit of data is being looked through, combed through, gone over. Everything that they can possibly look at, they're looking at. Hopefully, there wasn't like a little track phone or something that they forget to give them, or because we don't know. According to
Chase said.
Seth, he did have that other
Yep.
phone.
So I was going to say,
Don't know.
Jesus. Seth said he snuck a phone to Sebastian, right? He gave him a phone.
Right.
And I
Well, there
hope
you
they
go.
had that. I hope they
Yeah.
took that, but I don't know.
And maybe I wanted to say something too, like regarding just to not to change it again, but like Trevor up there, he seems like a cool dude to me. We were on Court TV at the same time together.
Yeah.
But if I was going to give him advice, I'd say to try to find different mentors here. A couple of the ones that seem to be having be your mentor are not really the greatest people in the world, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you the reality, the truth. Like I know stuff behind the scenes that you're not aware of. So I don't think you're going to get any, there's no backlash from it. I think the timing of Seth doing this was good for you. Had he said this 3 weeks ago when he was the knight in shining armor, it would have made a difference. People would have been like, oh my God, man, we hate Trevor now. But Seth has turned out to be where he's not the greatest guy in the world either. And people see him as this, passive aggressive person behind the scenes that keeps creating issues in the case. And I don't think anybody's going to care at all that he said that on that show regarding you, Trevor. So,
and he was immediately confronted as being a liar. Thank goodness for once I seen something good out of the lab where he directly comes out and says, well, no, Seth, you gave that to, pretty much, you gave it to me. Right. What do you think about all that, Greg? What do you think about the fact that Seth's like behind the scenes, handed off things and setting tones and narratives for YouTubers?
I think it's crazy. I mean, I think it sort of makes him seem a little sketchy. I mean, look at Chris Proudfoot. He doesn't share any factual information, very little. He talked to me for an hour one time or something like 30 minutes an hour, I don't remember, on a phone call. And we worked out where the path was that the dog scented on. And he showed me exactly where the camera was that filmed the so-called flashlights. And it turns out it was a garbage truck up on a street behind, up above. Absolutely made 100% sense. I mean, it absolutely is what it is. He took all this time doing that, but he doesn't go on shows telling anything. He always says, oh, I can't mention that. I can't say that. We're not supposed to say that. We're not supposed to say that. Even the time, I mean, Katie wasn't supposed to mention that there was a thud sound at 10 something. She just said it, and he even said, well, yeah, we weren't supposed to say that, but there you go. And it doesn't mean that
her story changed according to people, is because she kind of slipped out there and did, and you just mentioned something important where the dog hit. Why are so many people coming out and saying the dog didn't hit? Is that something else that maybe wasn't supposed to get out here?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it was okay to get out because police said, didn't the police say at one point that it did hit on, and he gave me the path where it went, just south of the house and then behind the house and then right in front of the house across the street from the camera, and then up north and then around to the where there's a pond that was put in that's not on Google Maps at this point. You know, like if you look at it, it's not there, and it went just to the pond, and then it.
And you did a video on this, right, Gray? I'm not
What's
mistaken.
that?
You did a video showing all
Oh
of
yeah.
the yes. So you should see Gray's video on that if you're confused or don't know where all of these paths are and how they went. That information is out there.
Yeah, I would check out his lights video too. That's a good one to show where the trash truck lights were.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's weird how very few people watch mine on the case when it actually makes a freaking difference.
Makes sense.
See what
We have
sells
watched
is
them,
drama.
Grace. We watched them. We did.
I
Other
know you
people
watched
don't
it,
watch them.
but
I
but the
watched it,
problem is
shared it, and played some of it on my lives.
right, but it doesn't help it get viewed. As a matter of fact, it doesn't sell because it wasn't the right narrative, and it also isn't drama. So it's just sort of
Well,
like-
you've got to title it different, Gray, and say, "Look what Chris Profit did. Look at."
yeah, look at yeah.
They'll come over. Yeah.
Breaking news. Or wait,
Yes.
no, wait. Let's see. What is it? Shocking. Yeah, that one YouTuber always everything's shocking.
Yeah. Get a thumbnail with a
Shocking.
shocked look on your face as well. Don't forget that part.
Shocking scent track. Hey, that might have worked.
It would have worked. It would have
Shocking
worked,
scent
sadly. Can you elaborate more on the garbage truck since there's new narratives that is shadow people fighting?
Oh
Very
Oh yeah,
reminiscent
well
of
that's just because that YouTuber is the one that propagated the. She said that the lights were from a satellite looking straight down on the ground,
That's what I was saying.
then that was immediately debunked. So then instead of accepting the fact that my video completely debunked that whole thing, she then decides, well, it's at a different house where the camera is, and it's actually filming down this direction, and there's pixels moving around. See, when you zoom in on lights on a already, at night and it's pixelated, you can do that on any video of your own. Zoom in on it on a video and things move around, little pixels, because that's just the way it is, And so I don't know how to explain the reason why it does that. So they zoom in on this really, really, really tiny light and then say, look, those are people fighting. I mean, it's absolutely insane. And then once I said, well, you got the wrong direction. It's actually the house over here. She still said, but it's still people fighting in the. Well, wait a minute. You've already.
Details. She said, I see a woman with red hair and a ponytail and it's flaring all around. And there's this person laying down being plummeted. I'm like, huh?
That's what they did the same thing in the Wasp case. Look, you can see Nicole Kessinger's outline. Here's her ponytail, and here she is carrying one of the babies. And
what's amazing is she's an embarrassment of a YouTuber, but people think she's just on and really edgy and onto something, and it's never accurate. I mean, it's unbelievable. Remember the Heidi Broussard case?
Yes.
Yeah, she blamed the boyfriend for months. Okay, like weeks or whatever it was. Every day, the boyfriend was a guy. The boyfriend was a guy. The boyfriend was a guy. He did it. Then it turns out it was her girlfriend actually, abducted her, killed her, and took her baby. And then, but it broke live, like while she was doing a live stream. Somebody called in and said, "Hey, no, they got a girlfriend," and she got all this credit for breaking the case when she's the one that was blaming the boyfriend the entire time. The whole show that was on was blaming the boyfriend.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It's ironic whenever certain people want to blame one or other creator because of the people that they're associated with. But yet, if you take everybody as a whole, that would include the entirety of YouTube. Then we can watch nobody, support nobody, because everybody's going to have friends that we don't like. Everybody's going to have done something that we don't like, especially as they become more popular, because the factual stuff is not the popular stuff. The popular stuff is the gossipy
He doesn't
stuff.
give a shit. Gray's gonna say how Gray says it. He doesn't care, and that's it. He's gonna say what he believes the facts are. A lot of people can't deal with that. They can't take it. They just think, "Oh my God, he's so mean." Allegedly.
And they can't take the nuance. They want me to. Mean. Yeah, I mean, I can be, but it's usually mean. This is what I mean: is when somebody types in something ridiculous. And then I'll say, man, that's ridiculous. Why the hell would you say it? Then their reply is, oh, you're an asshole, Gray. And then boom, you're out of here. And then they go, Gray blocked me because I disagreed. No, it's because you trashed me after I disagreed with you.
Yeah, and he has a higher standard in his chat. He's not going to allow bullshit theories to just be all over his chat. He's going to call you on it, and then you're going to be like, oh, what? And he's like, yeah, you're an idiot. That's idiotic. That's not, it doesn't even line up with the facts. What are you talking about right now?
I don't
And
just
people are like,
immediately
"He's
call somebody
so
an idiot.
mean."
Yeah, that's right. I'm
Oh,
so
after he-
mean.
Maybe.
Right. It
And
takes a
that's why
while.
they
Like
think
it's
he's
back
mean,
and
and he's
forth.
not.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is actually a
he's
good
not mean.
question because I was wondering the same. Did you hear about Seth ripping up his floors, Gray?
No, I didn't.
Imagine
I
if
didn't
that
heard
was
about
Chris. So a photo was leaked from no other than T-Rev, inside because he's now living there, not living with Seth, but he's in the state, and he was at Seth's, and he leaked the photo to make fun of Seth's crotch. That's his brother and all. But anyway, in the photo, you see that his floors are all pulled up. He's getting new flooring. Now, I know it probably isn't a big deal, but imagine if it was Chris Proudfoot. We found
Oh,
out they were
yeah.
ripping up their flooring.
Burying a body. It'd be all kinds of.
Mhm.
Then we need to rip up that floor and see what's underneath it. And then you'd see questions in the chat. Have they tried ground penetrating radar in his room? And that's
Did
where
they
I'd say,
X-ray
oh my
machine
God.
on the floor? Wait, T-Rev
Yeah.
is living. What? And he
Yeah.
leaked the
Here's
photo.
what I don't like when people ask stuff like this. Hey, do you think they've checked their cell phone data?
No, probably not.
Hey, those police should check their cell phone data. It's like, hello. I mean, who wouldn't do that? It's like you don't have to ask those types of questions. Move on to the ones
Do you
that
think
like.
dogs searched, Gray? Do you think there have been any dogs?
God, I don't know, man.
No, but
I
you
don't
know what they
know.
really need to do? They need to separate Katie and Chris and interrogate them separately.
For sure.
Oh my
Oh yeah.
gosh.
That's what they need to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love when people say that. It's like, oh yeah, great idea. I wonder if they thought of that one.
Well, like the lie detector test, right? When Seth passed it, those aren't very accurate. I mean, not when Chris passed it, those aren't very accurate. Those lie detectors. When Seth does it, oh man, I knew it. He's innocent, right? Except he fell asleep the first time he took it. I mean, who the hell would fall asleep during a lie detector test, knowing it's a really important thing to do? Well, Gray, he was on medications. He was just okay. All right. You have a ready-made excuse every time. And then Katie passed too. So here's the thing, everybody. They all passed their lie detector test. All right. There you go. What do you do
Shocking
with
news.
that?
They all passed. Well, and I love the fact that people keep saying that Chris lied on Nancy Grace about taking one, but Seth lied. Seth lied because they said, have you ever taken one before? And Seth said no. And then a little bit later, Nancy Grace pretty much sells them out. It's like, well, you couldn't because you fell asleep.
Right.
And what do you think about the fact that Tony said that he gave the questions that were allowed to be asked on that polygraph? Do you find that to be normal?
On Nancy Grace's polygraph?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. That is weird. Yeah, you'd think it would just be a professional with no, bias. Makes you wonder. I mean, Tony, is that the guy that was with him today? Like, is the guy that's by his side all the time? He's
Tony
also
Mack.
doing the that other case too. What's his name?
Caleb Harris.
Caleb, yeah.
Yeah, Caleb Harris. Yeah.
He tried
I
to
was
get
like-
involved in a few cases.
That was so funny. I was like, when he said Caleb Harris, I was like, that sounds familiar. But
Yeah,
no,
Tony tried to get involved in a few
Caleb.
cases. Matter of fact, Caleb, he was also out in Idaho and did a lovely video of the Idaho house. Tony did.
From outside of it, or
Yeah, like he did.
I
like
don't think Gray
one-
knows yet the ins and outs of all of these people.
yeah, I don't
like
know.
the
I don't.
Nina.
Yeah, I don't really follow. I don't
No.
do the drama shit. I just
Well,
do my
this
videos.
necessarily isn't drama, Gray. What it is Tony is a convict with money. Then he wants $2,200 to get his friend Nina's truck fixed, who less than a year ago was in court for shooting a gun while her teenage daughter tried to fight an adult. So she's actually on 10-year probation, but she needs $2,200 to fix her truck and then money to fill up her truck with diesel to come to Tennessee to search for Sebastian. Then they introduced their friend Crabtree, who comes out with the 3 new break-in information. That was all lies. You've missed a lot. Very interesting characters around him right now.
Well, I don't know if you guys are doing following the Caleb Harris case, but I'm just going to throw something out there really fast. It was so interesting because a while ago I made a video. Somebody, I think it was on their group, they sent out, one of the people in the Facebook group made a post regarding something, a username on Reddit, and it turns out that Caleb Harris at 12:30 at night sent out a message to meet up. He was on this Reddit group all the time as a sexual meetup site. That was it. But at 12:30 that morning, the same morning he goes missing, he is messaging and put out a message saying, "Meet me at this park," and the park's right near the home. And I guarantee you, and then after you go on to Reddit, you meet him on what is it? Not Instagram, Snapchat, right? But he wanted to meet up with somebody at a park, and I guarantee you that is exactly why he's missing. Something related to that. Wow. There's no way that isn't related, and they know that. The police know that, and they search that park too. But that's not, the parent doesn't want to say it because he's a very religious person.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a crazy story when that one comes out. But anyways.
Well, you know that the same guy, Tony, is the spokesperson for Caleb's dad.
Yep.
And he's the spokesperson for Seth as well.
I know, it's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It is definitely strange.
But
I didn't even know about the Reddit post. I had no
I made
idea.
a video on it. You guys should go check that one out. Or a
And
show.
not just Tony, but then the various little players that are being brought into this case are also involved on a minor level in Caleb's investigation locally. It's curious.
Start. Yeah, that's weird. He won't come on I can't get like Chris to ever come on my show because it's like I want to just go over the facts and he can't do that. But he goes on shows just to randomly, talk. You can talk about facts that have already been talked about, but like, he doesn't. I don't know. It seems like he always goes on people's shows late at night.
Yeah.
You ever notice that? Like he's had a couple beers or something or whatever.
And he's kind of like responding to the bullshit that's gone on the past week or whatever. And it's not the facts. So it's not, and he's smart not talking about the facts either. But at this point, there's nothing, how long has it been? How many days has it been now? And what can you discuss? I mean,
invite him up for what he can discuss.
I don't know.
I mean, it's a weird case because what is there even to do from the public? Like what are we supposed to, I mean, people can be searching. So this is the reality. This is a case right now that really shouldn't be. What YouTube content is there without just talking about Katie and Seth, right? I mean, that's really about it. Right? I mean, Katie and Katie, the Proudfoots and Seth. That's it. Yep. Because other than that, there's just sort of like nothing. But
that's kind of what we were saying earlier. There's nothing. What are we talking about here?
Which is why I think Seth keeps creating this type of drama. I mean, so I don't know if you heard this, Gray, but when what took place yesterday on that panel, supposedly it was a troll account under Tony, was telling everybody that they'd be on that panel that night. So her views were almost 4 or 5 times what they would normally be. Oh, I'm being dramatic. It's probably 3 times more. She acknowledged it herself. So right when Seth gets up there and he acts like he doesn't realize he's on panel and he starts right off on Trevor, it seems to me he was punishing him for showing messages over here, but whatever. It was a whole orchestrated game between them. I think he's doing it on purpose to keep his name out there. I don't even think he's doing it for Sebastian. I think it's for him. Unfortunately, though, he's done it so much that, unfortunately for him, that people are starting to wake up. Because me and Chasen, and I know you have, we've been shouting from the rooftop. Look at the red flags coming off this guy. And I'm not saying he's guilty of something, but he's sure shady.
Yeah, well, I tried to bring this stuff up at the beginning, and then you just get attacked so viciously.
No.
Yeah,
it was bad. It was bad.
It was. I know Gray was trying to point out, there's no evidence of any of this stuff. Why are people attacking these parents? And immediately he was seen as a hater. How could you defend these people? They were the last ones to see him. How could you do this? And it's just like, well, because there's no evidence to suggest anything criminal happened yet. So how do you not see that? That's the question.
Yeah, I have somebody keeps
Yeah.
getting really upset with the fact that I said the police that do not suspect foul play. That's all I've ever said, because right now they said that. They said they said they have no signs of foul play. If they did, it would turn criminal. Right now it's not criminal. They're also upset at the fact that I said, for whatever reason, they believe Sebastian walked out the front door. Well, I guess the police never said the front door, but we've heard all the doors were locked. The only one that can lock itself is the front door. And then you have the scent path. If you're going to be a true crime sleuther, it doesn't take much, but at least it takes a little bit of common sense.
Just a tiny bit. Just a little. No, people want to make up a whole theory. He closed the door behind himself, so it locked. There you go.
Like the door shuts.
People are like,
and
yeah,
locks
but
on
what
its
if he
own.
walked out the other door? Well, all those doors were locked, so he couldn't have. What?
Right. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, if they suspected foul play, one, they would say as much. And two, wouldn't the investigation turn a different direction? Wouldn't it then be labeled criminal? I don't know. I don't get it.
What do you think about that, Gray? That he went out the door. I clearly think he went out the door, but there was a scent path, but then it kind of ends. It goes away. Do you
Right.
think he got in a car? Do you think he was picked up?
Well, that's the whole thing is I guess you would think he got picked up by a car, but wouldn't that have been on some sort of surveillance on one of the cameras, at least driving by or picked up?
Mhm.
So it feels like he walked away. Obviously, he walked. Yeah, so near the football field or whatever. Maybe over there, somebody drove by and.
Well, they've argued the fact that there wasn't a scent path, but we hear it on the 911 calls that there was. So when people were saying there wasn't any scent, I'm like, well, that's
They're wrong.
crazy. That's impossible. Like,
Yeah.
no
the
scent
thing
at
is,
all.
when I say like this, well, Chris Proudfoot told me that the light. Oh, you're believing that guy? Are you kidding me? So it doesn't matter what that guy. Even though we sat there for like an hour talking, and he literally went through and would look at the map and go, no, right there, right there. He was working through it. You don't do that shit if you're making something up. You would just say, yeah, over there, and he went over there. You're not gonna, So for me, it was totally legit, and actually looking at it, it makes complete sense. Where even and then I showed him the overlay, and he goes, "That's exactly right there." Boom. Yeah,
Well, not only that, but then you get Seth comes out here, and we've caught him in several lies already, or inconsistencies. I'll give him benefit of doubt that they don't offer Chris, and people still take him at full face value. Everything he says, they take it as facts.
Well, yeah, and whenever Katie had some reports against Seth, so again, this has nothing to do with the case whatsoever. What's weird about this one is it's like you feel like one side was trash so much, and I agree with my opinion on this would be the same, even if it turns out that they are involved at some point later, the Proudfoots, because how they're being treated with no evidence is still true regardless, right? But I just think it's crazy how people. I don't know. I don't even remember what the hell I was going to say, but what did you just say right before that? I was just
How everybody takes everything Seth says at face value, but then says, oh, you believe Chris.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No. So like, that's what I was saying. Like Katie has these reports out there, and there's even a picture of like Sebastian's neck and, like literally images that were sent into as an investigation, right? That he like abused him. But then,
Oh,
I don't know what that is. What is that?
Chasen, you're demonic.
Yeah. Well, I've seen this.
She sounds so adorable, though.
That is horrible.
But Granny, I'm going to jump down. Thank you for having me up so long. I enjoyed it. Great live.
Thank you, Kathy.
Bye,
See you guys.
Kathy.
Bye.
I didn't even hear what you were saying, Greg. I was so distracted by Jason.
No, I'm
Well, I
sorry.
was just saying there's there's actually, reports from Katie against Seth regarding physical abuse of Sebastian, and there was photographs included in the abuse allegations. But of course, those are all fake because Seth good, Proudfoot bad.
Right.
Right. That's how this
With
case
photos
has
and
been. I've said
everything.
this since the beginning. Proudfoot's good. I mean, bad. Seth good. I've said this from the beginning. That's exactly what the narrative was.
I feel like that's what these creators always do, though, because that's what sells, right? Get a villain, get a hero, and then pick. It's kind of like Mortal Kombat. Pick your player, and then
It's
they'll
like
drop
wrestling.
them.
It's like
Right,
wrestling.
like wrestling. Me and
Yeah,
Jason
and-
were saying he's going to drop Seth, and the tides have turned. Seth is losing the influence he had on people.
Well, but it's also this, like Chris, he goes on the show and he's the same every single time. Right. So now it's like, okay, nothing new. Hey, now we can switch it on to Seth, because that'll be a whole nother direction we can go, and it's just like it is just like wrestling. And I'm not saying Seth has something to do with it. I'm not saying the Proudfoots have anything to do with it because there's no evidence suggesting that any of them have. But you sort of want to try to balance things out when you get the Proudfoots being just demolished. And their first interviews were amazing. I thought they're sitting there talking calmly and just answering questions. And every interview they've done where it's an official interview, they're absolutely normal. I don't know why people are saying that there's something. Oh, did you see the way she changed her story? She said she heard a thud, but she told somebody it was a noise before. But then but here's the thing: is Nancy Grace said, "Well, people said you heard a noise at 10:30," and Nancy Grace said, "Can you describe what the noise sounded like?" And she goes, "Yeah, it was kind of like a thud." Oh, see, she's changing the story. Well, yeah, because Nancy Grace was better than you at asking questions. She actually got a description of the sound that one of you guys should have done too, but you didn't. So,
well, it was clear that this was going to switch up at some point because Chris and Katie were not coming on panels. They weren't going to talk to all the YouTubers. So at some point, it had to switch on Seth. You couldn't just keep going with this narrative that Seth is great because Seth was on and is on every damn panel. So at some point, he's going to mess up and you have to. And, we tried to warn him. Well, they're going to turn against you, buddy. Stop going on these panels.
Right.
Yeah. He didn't want to listen. And he clearly listens to this stream because he threatened Trevor and told him not to come back up here. So he knew.
Yeah.
He knew.
Yeah.
Wild.
Hey, it's Miss
Hey,
Ann.
everybody. Hey, Granny. Thank you for having me.
Hello, Miss Ann.
How are you?
What really drives me crazy about the whole thing, and I was honest about this from the start, is the fact that people were so hard on the Proudfoots. And when it comes to that drama aspect of this case, I feel like Seth played every hand in it. I feel like he set it all into motion.
Yeah, well, the first one out of the gate was JLR. He did these live streams. He gets those 8,000 people watching. And he goes, they did it. The Proudfoots did it. And he said it right away. And that started this sentiment. And then, T-Rev is one of his buddies. And they just do the same thing over and over and over again. And, he tries to pretend that he's not against Chris Proudfoot. But, oh, my God, every single comment on the show is a reference to that. So I don't know. It's just this massive group of people who started that, and it hasn't, it's now sort of even. It's becoming more evenly distributed. It should be zero distributed, and actually they shouldn't be on shows because none of these guys are going on shows. Even Seth, he's not going on shows to find Sebastian. They're going on shows to just kind of keep perpetuating something, some sort of
to throw jabs at each other.
Yeah,
That's all Seth's done since he's been up on any of these shows is subtly talk about Katie's past, Katie's mother, Chris,
Mm-hmm.
Chris's behavior, Chris's family, and he does it in a way that he thinks people aren't picking up on this. Dude, we can see exactly what you're doing. Why are you doing this? Which is why he brings in Tony, who's supposed to stop it all. And then, because of whatever happened, the gloves came off. Well, there were supposed to be no gloves on. You guys shouldn't even be arguing with each other. What the hell is this? And then they're blaming the YouTubers. Well, you're the ones providing the YouTubers with the content. You're on the panels. Without you, there is no them. So what are you doing? If you're not talking, they have nothing to talk about. If you only get up there and spout facts, watch how quickly they don't want you on their panels anymore.
Well, he's
They're
learned
not
that
going to
very
want you
hard.
up there if you're just talking about finding Sebastian and the facts of the case. They don't want you up there. They want the digs at Chris. They want you to point it out.
They also don't want to watch.
Show.
They also don't want to watch channels that only do the factual part of the, because I mean that's the thing is that's exactly in a microcosm. They wouldn't want Seth on there to go, hey, listen, I don't really care about that. Now what we know is that at 10:30, yeah, we've heard that. Now what do you think about Chris? Hey, what do you think about? No, hold on. They would just go, yeah, okay, can we? Hey, everybody, lines are open. Come on in, everybody. We need. That's how it would be because facts are boring. They're just not really.
Well, he learned that. He learned that when Tony came in and initially said, I'm going to work to, clean this up and I'm going to get the families to work together. Immediately, JLR, whatever her other name is, Crime Lines, they all kind of went live and said to Seth, like, oh, basically like this isn't going to go in your favor because you basically fed this hate mob towards them and now you're working with them. So now you're an enemy. And that night he caught wind of the change of tone and he went and, started back up on Chris again publicly, which is why Chris was so upset when he went up on Web Sleuths. And he said, what are you doing, Seth?
It didn't even last 24 hours. The minute he saw that people were turning against him, he was like, oh, no.
Yeah,
it was
I didn't like
fast.
that at all. I mean, I like Trisha. I like Trisha, but I just thought that the whole show was biased against Chris, anyways.
We were so thankful when you went up. Oh my goodness, we were.
Oh
so
yeah, I
thankful.
forgot. I actually forgot that's what that I went on that one. I mean,
You
literally
did.
right there. Just now, I forgot that it was up there. But yeah, I mean, I went there and I was just like, hey, I went through the whole thing about how law enforcement said they've been helpful since the beginning. They've done every single thing that they've been asked to do, and they can find no evidence of foul play on the side of the Proudfoots. I mean, they didn't say the side of; they just said
The chat was
Proudfoot.
horrible to you, the same way they were to you, Proudfoot
Oh, yeah.
supporter. Have you been accused of being Chris yet? Oh my goodness, I can't.
Oh
tell you how
no!
many people
Well, they
yell
say that
Chris.
me and Chris are buddies. We hang, like.
Oh,
hey,
they
I'm
say
good friend-
worse than that. Oh my
Well,
god.
yeah, worse than that. Yeah, I don't see. I hardly know him. I mean, I text him everyone. I mean, not text, but like on Facebook, the messenger. I'll say, hey, and now, hey, do you hear Gray? He said he texted him. Oh, we must have his phone number, and they talk all the time.
Secret lovers.
I just
That's
do
disgusting.
Facebook, and I'll say, hey, how are things going? He goes, same old thing.
I got something I wanted to say, if I can, please. What is the purpose of all the adults? I understand money, views, and all that stuff, but here's what I got to say. I don't care if Seth is listening, Chris, Katie, Tony, whoever. Stop the bashing of each other and focus on looking for Sebastian. Stop it. It's BS. Am I correct, y'all?
That's what we've been saying this entire
You
time.
are.
You are correct.
However, but what? Let me ask you this: if they all
There's no
quit talking,
content to be had. Yep.
yeah. So if all of them quit talking to anybody on YouTube, what would you guys would then have to shift your show to something else, though, too, right? I mean, because
That's
what would
yeah,
there be?
absolutely.
I mean,
Right.
all of us
And-
creators, we get out and about, and we talk about this and that. Me personally, I don't really get into true crime as much, but what little bit I've seen over this situation with Sebastian, hearing this adult and this adult, the parents basically, and that guy Tony, doing all this cussing and acting like third graders. It's got to stop. I understand they're all frustrated. They're all upset. They're at their wits' end. But bashing another creator and accusing him or her of something is BS. You know, don't do it on live on YouTube. Go and find the reliable source that actually leaked out the information. Go to that person and bash them. But you know,
Miss Kim, the minute they stop talking, the minute that there's no more Seth on a panel, nobody covers Sebastian's case except for those putting out factual information. Like Trevor was putting it out before they talked. Trevor had Sebastian's picture up there. I can tell you, if you go back and you look to see how long it took for everybody else to cover Sebastian's case, it wasn't until Chris came out and they wanted to start attacking Chris. So the
don't be
minute
silly, Jason. They were just sitting
it's
back
now
and
a-
watching.
yeah, it's a double-edged sword. The Sebastian content will go away, which means their fear is, well, my son's now not on social media. Nobody's covering, nobody's keeping his face out. What do I do? What am I gonna do?
I don't know if that's their
Nobody's
fear,
gonna
though.
cover it.
so many rumors flying around and not
I
enough
know.
facts, and that's wrong. That's BS. You know, these rumors, whoever the hell's coming up with the rumors and bashing Chris and Katie or bashing Seth, you know, they need to stop. That's one thing. And, you know, like I said, the focus should be on Sebastian, looking for him. Understand all these adults, the parents, whatever, are upset, you know, and tired of it. He said, she said crap. You know, ignore it. Take it from me. Ignore it, Seth.
They're not tired of. They're not tired of it because Seth is feeding it. That's the whole problem here.
Yeah,
Seth
stop
is
feeding.
Speaking
Stop,
of which,
you know, slow down, stop, and act like a adult, responsible, and quit. You know, the cussing, the accusing, you know, that's not helping the case of looking for Sebastian. If anybody is more important to, you know, it's Sebastian. Let's look for him. The hell with all this he said, she said, crying and bitching and moaning and groaning. You know, it's out of hand, you know.
well,
Now,
and also at the same time, I mean, it's a double-edged sword because, like we said, if that stops, then so does the coverage of Sebastian. So in a way,
yeah,
it has to happen, and it's unfortunate. Thank you, Wee Frosty. Speaking of which, Gray, you say you don't follow much of the drama of everything. Did you see where Seth was willing and ready to read out the CPS reports?
yeah.
No, I didn't see
I
that.
don't think that
You
should
didn't
be
see that?
public.
So he actually set up to go on Pascal's show. They advertised it as if he was going to be releasing the documents, and SF Investigates contacted CPS, who contacted Seth and told Seth, "You signed a confidentiality form. You can't go do that." And it became this whole big, you know, thing. Yeah. So that's how far he's willing to go to keep himself in the spotlight, because that wouldn't have benefited Sebastian at all.
Yeah.
It would have just furthered
it
the
wouldn't.
crap towards the Proudfoots, and he knew it. But ask him about his own CPS
Right.
reports and see what the guy tells you.
I mean, there's literally nothing out there to help find. There's no information to help find Sebastian. And even if there was CPS reports that were like, oh my God, he was abused, it doesn't help find where Sebastian is. Like, where, you know, there's no evidence of foul play. So, you know, it would just make people believe somebody did something. That's it.
Yeah. On the other hand, Granny, if you don't mind if I speak about this for a moment, I'm down here in Savannah, Georgia. One of my very close friends, she lives in Richmond Hill, which is about 20 minutes from me. Her 16-year-old autistic daughter is also missing. She was in a group home in Jonesboro, Georgia, south of Atlanta. This is bizarre. She left high school on April the 18th, allegedly, supposedly, with two other girls, and ran away. The mother, my friend Jennifer, called up there April the what I say, the 23rd, April the 30th. 12 days later to schedule the therapy session, and they said, oh, well, your daughter's missing. Now, how bizarre is that? They, the group home, nor Clayton County Police or the school police, nobody's contacted the mother and told her. Now, I mean, that's shocking. So on my channel, I hope you don't mind, Granny. On my channel, Friday night, I had the mother up on my panel. We put everything up there about her daughter. We're trying to find her. We don't have any kind of tips. The only tip we had was one of the kids that's in the group home supposedly told the authorities that she might be in Miami. That's all we've heard. They won't give the mom, my friend Jennifer, no kind of information whatsoever. None.
Does she have custody of her, Miss
Yes, ma'am.
Ann?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
The sperm donor has not had no contact with his, with the oldest one and the other two since 2015 or 2016. Now, she also has two other small children by a second sperm donor who also don't have anything with his kids, anything to do. And the youngest one, 3 years old, has leukemia. So the mom has to deal with that every day, running him back and forth to get treatments and stuff. But if you go back to my live that I did for over 5 hours Friday night, there's pictures, there's links, everything in there.
If you could drop the link maybe in the back and Granny can share it for you.
I don't know how to do links, honey. I know I'm a creator. I just hadn't got around to doing.
I got them, guys.
How to drop links. But yeah, you could actually go over to my channel, Miss Ann Horn.
Hey, I actually have to take off, so I wanted to say thank you for having me on. Let me come up there. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good talking to you.
Everybody.
Hey, see you guys.
Nice.
All right. See you later. Have a
Nice
good
meeting
one.
you, sir.
You too. Bye bye.
If you want strictly facts, like many claim they do, then make sure you
They
go
don't.
over to Gray. I know. That's why I say like many of you
They
claim
don't.
you do. Everybody always says that. They say that, but they don't tune in for it. I'll tell you. They
Nope.
sure don't.
It's
Gray
hard.
covers everything that
I
ain't
got
being
rid of
paid
them.
attention to.
Yeah, I already got rid of them. I'm sorry, nonsense. I didn't see them sooner. I would have absolutely got rid of them quicker. I apologize for that. Wow. Yeah.
I just haven't got into sharing and linking and all that stuff yet, so I apologize. Eventually I'll learn. I mean, at the same token, I have to listen to these scanners here local, and I run a group on Facebook that I got over 30,000 members there, so
wow,
keep up with that too. So my friend Taylor snitching and bitching, she is also doing a live 4:40 Eastern Standard Time this afternoon. So if y'all can, Taylor's in Oklahoma, so she has, her channel is Taylor with Stitching, Bitching, and True Crime. If you don't mind, Granny, if one of your mods can drop her link in here. I mean, I'm not trying to ask or tell y'all what to do, but that would be wonderful because we're trying to get the word out about this 16-year-old autistic girl.
Okay.
She's 5
We can do
foot
that.
10. She's 170 pounds. We don't know where she is. We don't know for a fact if she's with the other two girls that ran away. But like Huntress just came in here and said, the mother shares custody with Department of Juvenile Justice and DFACS and all that. So
that's why they're not giving her information.
Right.
Okay.
And
Welcome,
like I
Duchess.
said, what was so wrong was for 12 days, they didn't even contact the mom and let her know anything. So, Sammy Smart, I'm sorry if I'm being disrespectful.
No, she's talking in the chat, not to you, Miss Ann.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Duchess, welcome.
Thank you for having me, Granny. How are y'all doing today?
You know, how are you?
Hi,
Dutchie.
sweetie.
Hey, Wee. Hey, Chasen. Hey, Pearl. Um, wow, last night was it was a
Bizarre.
lot.
Yeah,
Yes, it
horrible.
was. And you know, of course, I talk to Chris and Katie every day. And I think that's the thing is that people don't really know a lot about them, and they haven't spoken on a lot of panels.
I forgot you were up. I'm so sorry.
You know, so it's hard for people to really gauge when they're getting attacked. But I will say that Seth and Katie, Chris and Katie have not really outright attacked Seth from the get-go. They came on my channel because Katie's family member is a friend of my family, and they reached out to me because they follow my channel and asked me if I would please, you know, just share this case. And I always try to share cases with respect and integrity because we want to get out the factual information to help bring these children and missing adults home safely to their families.
Exactly.
And it kind of went off the rails after that. And I was brutally attacked by other creators because I didn't do this, or they didn't like the way that I handle my channel, or, you know, things like that. And listen, to each their own. You're entitled to feel the way that you feel about my interview with them. In fact, I did 2 interviews with them, and we stay in touch. And they, you know, I let them know the things that I see going on. And what I can tell you is that Katie doesn't want any part of this. She doesn't, whatever needs to be handled between the adults, they prefer to handle it between themselves because she wants the focus to stay on finding her son.
Amen.
That is
And that
all
makes
that
sense.
matters to her because she is a mother that is grieving. She had to go through Mother's Day, and that was a very difficult day for her because she didn't have her son.
Smart lady. Smart lady staying out of all of this.
Yes, and I advised her that it was probably for the best because, I mean, isn't it already stressful enough to be going through all of this? And then to have people going after your family, looking up all of these heinous details and re-victimizing her. It's
Re-victimizing Sebastian.
It's just horrible. It's horrible what's being done to them. And I know people don't understand why Chris chooses to go the places that he goes. But it's his decision. It's wherever he feels comfortable. Cluminati is local to that area, and they talk often. So that's probably a place where he feels comfortable. And he goes up late at night because, well, his work schedule. You know, it's whenever he has free time. And I thought it was really bizarre when somebody came up on Smiley's panel as Chris, because Chris definitely wasn't there. In fact, I was talking to him on the phone when that happened, and then he went on Clue's panel. It's just very bizarre. They really just want to keep the facts out here, you know.
Smiley pointed out herself that whoever that was just happened to have the same skyline, the same trees as Seth himself. So
Yeah.
whoever that might have been.
Well, I did hear
Chris.
that. I did hear, you know, obviously we know Tony was out there, but I also heard that T-Rev was out there. So, I mean, I don't really know who it is, but it was strange to say the least. And a lot of people want to know, well, you know, why aren't they attending the vigils? Why aren't they going on this motorcycle ride? Well, if you guys remember, Chris and Katie went to the Harley shop, and they were wearing their Sebastian shirts, and they were there passing out flyers and getting some information out, and they were bashed because they were buying a new motorcycle, which was not true, but they were vilified for that.
Sure were.
I tried to straighten that out, Dutch, and people are crazy. They think that they were in there buying a damn motorcycle.
And that wasn't
Ridiculous.
true at all. And the bizarre part to me is that now apparently Seth is renting a motorcycle to do this ride today, but nobody said anything about that. Like, I mean, we have to be fair in this. Like, we can't just go after one side, and I mean, it's
And
just not right. That's not helping Sebastian. When Sebastian comes home, he's going to see all of this. He's not 5 years old, guys. He's
You're correct.
15. And he is going to be so hurt by seeing and knowing all of this. You know that his friends have probably heard about all of this, his friends' parents. Like, if you guys think that that is not happening, it is. And can you imagine how he is going to feel seeing people talk about his mother that way, even his own father talking about his mom that way? It breaks my heart.
Or about him that way. He has also put out things about Sebastian and nobody should have known.
Yeah. Can you imagine what he's going to think about that? It hurts me so bad. And, I've had people say, well, sorry, that's my pit bull. She's got her squeaky mouse.
The comedy relief is kind of perfect, though, Dutch. You couldn't have planned that, but it's perfect nonetheless.
And listen, I probably would not have covered this case. I normally don't cover a lot of kids' cases because there's a lot of cases that aren't getting attention, and I try to focus on a lot of those cases. But anytime a family member reaches out and asks for help, I'm always going to do whatever I can to offer assistance, give them resources. And I did let them know there's people out here that are going to try to use this situation for content. And so just be very wise about the decisions that you make, because the internet is not your friend.
Sure.
You don't hear me out here releasing phone calls and having to get into a 7-way panel conversation about, well, I didn't leak this, or I was being blackmailed, or I just feel like that is way too much. Like, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned in this situation. And if you find yourself in a situation like this with other people, it's probably best to take a step back and reevaluate what you're doing on this platform. And if you think that what you're doing is actually helping families and the lost, stolen, missing, and murdered victims, because if it's not, then you should probably take some time away to reflect about what the real end goal is, because I don't feel like trashing other people or vilifying them. And I mean, one minute you're like, oh, we feel bad for you. I'm team Seth. I'm team this. No, you need to be on the side of the victim. You need to be on the side of the person who's missing. We can all have our opinions, but is it helpful? Is it kind? Is it going to bring Sebastian home? Probably not. That's why I did the billboards. The parents didn't ask me to put the billboards up. I did that with my team. And then that is when Chris said, I really appreciate you doing that. Let me send you some money to support that, because this is what's going to help find my stepson. And he did. He contributed a great amount of money to those billboards. And, we had those billboards up in Nashville, in Hendersonville for 2 months. And then we relocated those to north and south of Nashville on I-65. And we actually put up 2 more billboards in Bristol, Tennessee for the races. So we actually have 4 billboards, and Mind of Monsters and Vern also have billboards for Sebastian that are out of state in case he is not in Tennessee anymore. I'm getting ready to put a billboard up this week for Sebastian in Myrtle Beach, because we have a lot of tourists coming into town from all over the United States and out of the country that may possibly see Sebastian's face and be able to say, hey, I've seen this kid. I want to challenge people that if you really want to help find Sebastian and you're collecting money, you're monetized, take some of that money and do something. Go hang up flyers, start your own billboard account. And I'm happy to send you a sized billboard, just reach out to me and let me know what you need. I'm happy to make one for you at no charge and send it to you. And you can make your own blip billboard and run it for Sebastian or any missing child or person.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you.
Teamwork makes dream work, and really we're better together when we help support to help the missing, lost, stolen, and murdered victims in this community. Instead of beating up on other people, why don't we just work together to help find these missing kids?
Duchess, I have a very close, good friend of mine here in Savannah, Georgia, that owns and runs, is the big boss of billboards. And if you and I can touch base, I guess on Facebook Messenger, that would be great. I can hook you up with him. And of course, I can also do the same thing. We could do it here in Savannah, Georgia, because as you know, we got Tybee Beach. We don't know if Sebastian is down here either.
That's right.
He could be
That's
anywhere.
right. And
Absolutely.
I'm on Facebook. I'm under Duchess Discussions, Miss Ann. You can feel free to send me a message and we can certainly connect.
Sure.
And you can go to blipbillboards.com if anyone in the chat wants to check out Blip Billboards. I encourage you to go over there and read it. It tells you how you can start your own account. It tells you, it gives you a lot of information under the Learn button. It kind of tells you all about that, but I'm happy to help anybody. I know TM said she'd be happy to answer any questions and help anyone if they wanted to reach out to her. And you can run blips for dollars a day. You know, you can fit it to meet your needs, and you can pause it at any time. You can start them back. You can choose the locations. You're in total control. And I even explained to Seth that if he wanted to do that, I could help him create his own Blip Billboard account that he is in total control of. And if he wanted to run his own billboards.
Another thing that we did for Summer's case was created custom Facebook ads. They are not expensive, and they get in front of thousands and thousands of people on social media who may not be aware of the case. You know,
Absolutely,
the ad's going to run right
That's a
in
great
front
idea.
of your face. Yeah, so maybe that's something that I'll work on this afternoon. Try to make something for Sebastian.
That's a great idea. Yeah. Social media is so
it worked
heavily
for, I
visited
mean,
as well. Mhm.
yeah, because people are always on their phones, you know. I mean, I see ads that I'm like, why would I see this ad? But you know, they're going to put it in front of people who are looking at anything kids, anything teen. You know,
Yes.
that's how you end up targeting it. And you
Right.
could be clothes shopping and all of a sudden you're seeing the ad for Sebastian because it's tagged under teen.
Oh, I like
So,
that. Great idea.
Yeah. And it's not expensive.
Duchess, I just sent you something in private chat here.
Okay.
If you'll check that out, please.
Okay.
Miss
I
Pearl,
will.
you've
Thank
been so
you.
patient up here, my friend. I forgot to even say hello to you. You came in so quietly. How are you doing, Pearl?
I'm restraining myself so that I didn't talk over people because I know it can get a bit multifaceted when you've got a lot of people on panel. I wanted to come up actually in connection with the CPS report that thankfully didn't happen in this case, and connect that back with misinformation in the Summer Wells case. Unfortunately, very recently it became clear that somebody that we were friends with was actually way back at the start of this associated with the fake foster parent connection with the Wells boys. And we know that the supposed CPS report is essentially a pile of nonsense given through Facebook groups that Ziggy chose to run with. And a lot of that has really coloured from the beginning the narrative on the Wells case and the narrative against Don and Candace. Now, I don't find Don and Candace particularly sympathetic people. Nevertheless, that doesn't make them guilty. I find Chris quite an antagonistic person, and equally so is Seth. Katie has a type. That doesn't mean that they're guilty of anything. But I'm now concerned that we're seeing the same thing come round in this case. As particularly, and I know that Dutchie has an idea about this. A neighbour came up on Smiley's panel and then decided to hotfoot it after they had a camera slip.
Yes.
And Smiley tried to play it off as, oh, well, you know, they didn't want to face being attacked by the public. No, actually, they didn't want to face it being revealed that they are, in fact, not a neighbour or connected with that area in any way. We grabbed the screenshot of that neighbour and got it checked out, and they are not connected with that neighbourhood at all. So again, we're seeing in this case already people who make themselves friends of the parents of the missing child, people who claim to be in the know, fake neighbours, fake cousins. It's starting all
Yes.
over again. And indeed, the whole choose your fighter. Are you team Andy B or are you team Fred? And now we're getting it here, but it's even more direct because these are actually parents and step-parents. It's like the Summer Wells case on Speed Run. And I'm just begging people not to take at face value anybody appearing on a panel that is not strictly dealing with the facts. Yes, I know that people love the speculation. They love their stupid sort of thumbnails with the creator having a shocked face, you know, and sort of some bizarre headline on it that actually isn't relevant to whatever they're going to say, but it's just to draw people in. We're becoming the National Enquirer sector. You know, it doesn't really matter whether anything's a fact. It matters whether it's a catchy headline. And I would hate to see this. I mean, it already is turning into Summer Wells 2.0. But I'm really hoping that we're not going to be here 2 years down the line having this same scenario. I would like some real facts. I would love them to find this boy. We just don't learn. We don't learn, and a lot of people in this sector don't want to learn. They want the clicks, the views, the money.
Yeah, because unfortunately, without facts, people are left to speculation, and that's exactly what happens. It's unfortunate. I mean, unfortunately, Sebastian, as soon as everything took place, it had the perfect cocktail, if you will, for what people do. It's sad.
Yeah, when that person showed their face, I immediately just sent it over to Katie, and she said, I've never seen this person before. And she said, let me call you back. And I said, okay. So she actually went to see her neighbors, you know, the ones that the other channels are saying that, you know, aren't her friends, that she doesn't know, they don't like her. Well, it turns out that's not true either. She went to many of her neighbors, and none of them recognized that person. In fact, the person who said all of the heinous accusations, the gentleman that said, I've lived here 13 years, he kind of sounded like Joe Pesci. I hate to even say that, but that's what he reminded me of. His accent, you know, was definitely from up north. He said he lived in the neighborhood for 13 years, and he saw Sebastian get hit with the pressure washer that Chris sprayed him down, and all of this other crazy stuff. Number one, they've never owned a pressure washer. And so that was bizarre to them. But they really wanted to see the proof of all of this and how all these neighbors witnessed all of these things. They and said, there's no one that lives in our entire neighborhood that sounds like that even lives close to us. Like, we know all of our neighbors. In fact, there was one lady who said, I can see directly from my house inside of Katie and Chris's house.
Mm.
Wow.
And to top it off, the neighborhood doesn't do neighborhood barbecues, right?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they told me that they know all of their neighbors, and they told me, they were like, none of these people are our neighbors. We have no idea. And the guy that came up and said that he was Chris Proudfoot's cousin is not Chris Proudfoot's cousin. It's just very bizarre.
It's not even basic checking happening. The people who asked these people up onto their panel and allowed them to speak, there is no procedure. There's not even the basic, can you show me your address on something? Nothing. They're just allowed to get up and say the most heinous things. And it's taken as face value. Oh, well, they're a neighbour. They must know. Where's your evidence that they're a neighbour? We've already seen now fake neighbours and a fake cousin. How far is this going to have to go?
Well, they did the same thing in many cases. Stephen Stearns, they had all these people call in, with her horrific memories or stories, and they're the same characters, the same YouTubers. They don't verify it.
Now I saw somewhere that Chris, Katie, and Seth all has passed the polygraph test. Is
Yes.
it true?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, good. Thank you. I didn't know if that was another one of those rumors running around out there. I mean, I don't know what to believe anymore and who to believe. I'll be honest.
Just believe Sebastian is a 15-year-old boy out there missing, and he's our eyes. That's the only thing there is to believe, sadly.
Yeah. And I just wish everybody, like I said at the beginning when I started talking a while ago, when I came up here, I said, I just wish all these adults would quit talking about each other and let's work together and find this child. I mean, come on, he's autistic.
Unfortunately, it's got to the stage, though, where it's the conversation around the parents has also become a way of dividing the parents against each other. I would imagine it was already an awkward relationship. And now the intervention of the internet has just created even more backbiting and bad feeling.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with Girl Next Door in the chat. She says they don't want to vet who's coming up on the panel because they like the chaos too much. And the hate for the Proudfoots is all that matters to them. And while I find Chris quite a spiky character, that doesn't mean I'm going to out and out hate him. There are many men like him. We all know them. He's got a strong personality. He does not like even the slightest implication of disrespect, which he's entitled to feel like that. I'm certain that there are panels I could go on and I would take offense pretty damn quickly at the way I was spoken to. And I don't have all that emotional stress of a missing child.
Right.
It's been so easy for them to already pick the good guy, the bad guy.
Yeah.
We don't know if anybody here is responsible for anything, but everybody really wants to pick their team. This is not football. It's not pick your fighter. There's a missing child here, and people are getting. It's like The Sims. People just want to tune in and sort of move things around and look at the storyline. It's like this is not entertainment, folks. At least it shouldn't be.
Right. Sadly, it is, and it shouldn't be. But you're right. People are tuning in, and the more drama, like what just happened last night, the more people, the views went up drastically when the drama popped off. It's sad, but that's the way YouTube operates. Nothing's going to change that. It's the viewers that change that.
I really don't do much true crime.
Yeah.
When I originally had my interview with them, I did ask if Seth would like to join us, on panel, because I felt like that standing in united front for Sebastian was important. And as uncomfortable as that might have made Katie because of what she's been through in the past, they did say that they would ask him if he wanted to do that, and he did not want to do that. At a later time, Seth did come into chat, and I asked him if he would like to join on panel, and he did not want to do that. And then later on, he saw me in another chat when he was on panel, and apparently they were saying that I'm the Proudfoot's PR manager, and also I'm the cousin. I don't know. All kinds. It's very bizarre, and I'm like, I'm just here to get out the factual information. It's not about choosing side. It's just about being respectful, and Chris and Katie have not really said anything about Seth, but I know that Chris is trying to defend his wife because of the things that has been said, because they did not want it to even go to that point. none of what's transpired in this case should have ever came to that.
Mhm.
But I feel like
Why?
this is it's not good. It's not good at all.
Yeah, I agree.
It's toxic.
Yes. Very toxic.
But you could, I mean, my husband told me the same thing. He said, if somebody was attacking you, he said, I would defend you. He said, because it's not right. Like, none of that should have ever been said. And I'm not going to just sit idly by while somebody trashes my wife. And he was like, you can like Chris or you can hate Chris, but both of our families are in the military, and my father's very much, he's like Chris. I mean, as far as he's just very straight, blunt, to the point, and no bones about it. And either you're going to love him or hate him. It's just how he is. But he's always honest and truthful, and he's going to tell you exactly what he thinks. And some people don't like that. But
Yeah.
I think that's just part of being in the military, too.
Well, I prefer that. I instead of the games that Seth is playing and the straight face lies and the behind the scene dealings and all that, I'd rather somebody that comes straight out and shows us this is who they are. He's defending his family. I don't understand.
I'm not trying to take sides with Seth or Chris, but I think what little bit I saw last night, Smiley's with Seth going off like he did, I think he's just had it. I mean, he's just tired of it all, and he wants to find his son, and he's getting shoved to the side now. Like I said, I'm not taking sides.
No, I disagree. He's getting shoved to the side.
On the other hand, that is not the way to approach how you're feeling deep down inside, as far as Seth. He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have let loose like that, because that makes him look bad all the way around now.
Well, this isn't the first time that's happened, though.
No,
Right.
He has put out other information and talked very, very badly, and put out information about Sebastian and put out information about Katie that really had no business being even brought up. And I just feel like it has fueled the fire in this case. And it's one of the very reasons why people are attacking Chris and Katie, and why people are choosing sides. But
I agree. And personally, I'm not choosing sides with neither one, because I don't know which one to believe. I mean, they're I know they're frustrated, they're upset, but their actions speak louder than for their personality when they do something like that, bashing another one. So being negative, Seth being negative towards Chris being negative towards Seth, it's wrong.
Well, Chris has never been negative towards Seth. He's always been very respectful. He actually refuses, even to this moment, to badmouth Seth.
Right.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. He's always
And
trying to be.
there's no side to believe.
Right.
There's the TBI.
There, yeah. I just
Other
go
than
with what
that-
law enforcement says.
And that's another thing I'm upset about, because, following and listening about Summer Wells for the last 3 years, good grief. What is TBI doing out there? All these missing kids.
Well,
what?
to be fair to TBI, they do result in the finding of missing kids more than they don't. I think it's just that we hear more about the cases of the kids that aren't found than we do, like Summer was such a heavy topic. So we hear all of that. We don't hear about the happy endings as often. And that's unfortunate.
Chad, I understand Chris has not been negative, but I'm just saying, it doesn't help, anybody being negative. It really brings out your true colors being negative.
Yeah.
And, I'm, like I said to begin with, I'm not taking sides with nobody, because I don't know who to take sides with, to be honest with you.
And thank you, Tim, for making that video with the court documentation. I mean, I hate that it even had to to come to that, but re-victimizing Katie, you know, that was really hard for her. And then people just basically looked at the information and then just continued to attack her and re-victimize her over and over. And do y'all know how hard that was for her?
Well, even with the documents out, because me and Chasen talked on them well early on, people then started making excuses. Well, she can write
Yes.
whatever she wants. It doesn't mean they're, you know, so there was a lot to it. People still didn't want to
Well,
believe it.
because TM read them out, she specifically read those documents in the video and left it like that. You know, we did it during like a conversation. They are just there on her video. People
Yep.
really need to read the words contained there, because I understand people can say anything that they want, but she also followed it up with the school contacted CPS. The neighbors were saying other things. There are marks on the neck, and she provides pictures of that. This is not a he said, she said, you know, I mean, it is, of course, but it's, I don't know. Did the restraining order go through, Dutch? Do you know if there was ever a restraining order?
Well, there was one for 2 weeks. And in California, once you make the report, you have to go before the court at the hearing to testify in front of the judge. And for whatever reason, that didn't happen. So the restraining order was lifted. But I've also seen the documentation where Seth got into an argument with the people at the Naval Hospital where Sebastian was being treated, and they banned him from the hospital.
Wow.
They were also banned from military housing because of Seth threatening an employee.
Wow.
I have seen all of this. So for Seth to say that after the divorce he lived in military housing, that's not true. Because they weren't even living in military housing when they were getting divorced, because they had already been removed from military housing because of him. Because of his anger issues and things like that.
Okay. Based off of what I've heard in over time now, it didn't make sense to me that they would have still been living on military housing. I'm like, wait.
No,
but
they weren't even living in military housing when at the end of their relationship because of that situation. Like, this isn't, you guys have no idea the things like that she has cried to me and told me. And I said, don't worry, I'm not going to put it out. She goes, I just have a bad feeling that people are going to start digging. And I said, well, I can't promise you that that's not going to happen, but it won't come out from me, you know. And then people started digging, and here we are. And she said, but I stand on what I said in those documents. She said, because it happened, I had to live through it. And the only thing that I can say is that this was really hard for me to even digest. But she did tell me that when they got married and they moved to Georgia, that Seth wanted to join the military. He's always wanted to be in the military and law enforcement, like that was his thing. But he could not pass the physicality portion because of his weight. And so he told Katie that she needed to join the military. And so she did. And she said, and that's the thing that saved my life. She goes, so I'll give Seth credit for that, because I joined the military, and that's what helped me to grow into an adult, that helped me to realize how to take care of myself and realize what was going on in my life and how I needed to handle things, and how things that I was going through wasn't okay. And it helped me to get the courage to be able to leave that relationship and move on with my life, because it was what was best for me and Sebastian. And, you know, I have to respect that, because I understand what that feels like. I've been in a relationship that is similar to that. And it's sometimes you've got to find the strength and your support system to be able to break free of situations like that. But she's never went out on any of these live streams and bashed him or said anything negative about him. Like, she could have said so much, but she never did.
Well, Duchess, I got a question for you. There's
Sure.
been an aggravating narrative going around that Chris has come out here and said horrible and mean and cruel things about Sebastian, but yet nobody can ever direct me to where.
That's not true.
Right. Okay. I didn't think so. So he hasn't talked
I've
major.
never heard him. In fact, I've talked to Chris many times, and he's told me amazing stories about. I mean, I have pictures that they had sent me about different things where they've been to Top Golf, and I've shared some of those that Katie told me that I could share. The fishing trips they've been on.
So he didn't talk major trash on him by any means, correct?
No, that never happened at all. That never happened. Chris loves Sebastian. He really does. And he just wants Sebastian to come home. He cares about this kid. He loves him.
I mean, wasn't it recently said that Sebastian wanted to get into big machinery like his dad, like his stepdad?
Yes.
If
Like his dad, right.
hate somebody, you don't want to follow in their footsteps and do what they do. You try to distance yourself if you can. So that was telling too. It doesn't feel, and in the beginning, Seth said that they all had good communication. They all were on the same page. So what the hell happened that it turned into a shit show of them all attacking each other?
They clearly weren't on the same page. That's where there's.
Oh yeah.
Well, they were,
think,
but one was scorned. One had hidden or
Right.
inside resentments that didn't come out until this, unfortunately.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They weren't on the same page.
Yeah, because he spent
So-
you got to. People seem to forget. Seth spent the first 3 days of Sebastian's appearance inside their home.
Exactly. Yeah, so they were on
means-
some level of communication at the
Some
very
type of
least.
cordial.
They were trying to be, front facing to the public on the same page. Maybe there was
Yeah.
animosity underneath, but we didn't ever need to see any of that. We didn't
No, we
need to know
shouldn't
about
have.
Katie's life or Sebastian's abuse or any of that.
Wow.
Terrible,
Right,
and
they
it's
just
all
wanted
at the
to
hands
stand
of
together.
Seth.
Granny and late, excuse me for a minute. I'm gonna have to jump off of here. It's getting real dark here, so it looks like it's fixing to storm.
Oh yeah.
So
Thank you, Miss Ann.
thank you for having me, ladies. Just keep praying that we find Sebastian and all these other missing kids safe.
Absolutely.
No chat. I'm sorry if I hurt anybody's feelings over there by bringing up my other subject. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're fine.
But
Don't
I want
apologize
to
to
get
the
that out
chat.
in the open real quick. Granny, get in touch with me. Duchess, get in touch with me, please.
I will, Miss Ann. I will.
Thank you, Miss Ann.
ladies. Nice meeting y'all. Thank you.
Thank
And
you, Miss Ann.
I love all of you.
Stay safe in the storm.
Yes.
Yes,
you
stay
too.
safe.
Yeah,
This-
the wind's picking up right now. So let me get off here and tighten the bunkers.
All right.
I'm here.
Good night.
Love all y'all.
Bye, Ann.
Take care, Miss Ann.
I found this be an interesting comment because Jason, remind me, have we not from day one said that Seth shouldn't be hosted on any panels? That he's a grieving father and these are vultures taking advantage of him for content purposes. So the minute Seth shows he truly slipped, his mask slipped. He thought he was backstage allegedly, and he's threatening.
Absolutely.
Now all of a sudden that the person who was pretty much arguing against us is now taking that stance. So that's some round of applause to you, you idiot. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
we need to
remember
move
when
on
you
from that
very
subject.
first.
Try.
Well,
Trying.
when you first said it, I remember how people were reacting in your chat, and I'm like, I agree with you 100%. You're like, wait, you do? I'm like, yeah.
Thank goodness you agree with
Something
me.
is wrong with this guy. Something's not right. He is a blamer. Every single thing is somebody else's issue, somebody else's fault. Every single thing has to be turned around in a way that he looks like this caring, great, wonderful dad, and perhaps he was. But
all at the same time, he's throwing in these little shady ass digs at everybody, from his
Right.
PIs to Chris and Katie to Sebastian to the
To local
military
police.
police. Yeah, to the military, to the TBI, to the FBI, to everybody. Unless they're willing to play how he wants it done, exactly how he wants it done. And this is a very
Which is
sensitive
great for
thing with
him.
thousands of people on social media watching. Can you imagine what it's like one on one with this human?
No, I couldn't.
Well,
I
If
could not
I
if
fathom.
you're not getting your way, if he's
It
not,
feels a
if
lot
it's
like
not going,
projection.
yeah, it's rough to
Projection,
watch.
distraction. It's
well,
it's a
we
lot.
have watched him outright lie, and I agree with
Yes.
that comment on the screen from Chaos B. He
Yeah,
knew
he
he
knew.
wasn't backstage. He's an awful
Oh, he knew
actor.
he wasn't.
I felt that
Yeah.
exact thing whenever that was happening. He knew that wasn't the case and
Hmm.
tried to play it off, and it was an awful situation. It was a very bad look for him.
Yeah,
But it was
That's
the real
all.
for
him.
him.
And he orchestrated it because he thought that everything else he has done thus far to blame somebody else has gone in his favor. So he thought and set up to make that his
Hmm.
perfect scapegoat at that moment. That was all a setup against Trevor. I don't know how people don't see it. Those who don't want to see it won't see it. And what blows my mind
It
is
went in
do
his
people
favor for views, though. That's the only reason, Granny, and you predicted it from the beginning. The only
yeah,
reason it was
you're right.
going in his favor is because they wanted to dislike Chris at the time, right? But then Chris didn't play into their hand, neither did Katie. They didn't come on panels like we said that they wouldn't, and that the internet would turn on him because there's nowhere else to go. What else can you do? You're backed into a corner as a creator. You're either going to keep going on his boat with him down this
Yeah.
river of hell, or you turn on him and you have to make up your mind on a second's notice. And they
They're
did.
doing the slow switch. Yeah. Some are still excused. And he gets all the excuses and all the, praise and accolades and all that. But nobody else wonders, like, why is this guy trying so hard? Well, Dutch, I'll ask you. Did you watch Jennifer Coffendorfer's interview with him that was supposed to be about Sebastian?
I did.
How negative was that entire interview?
It was very biased, kind of like web sleuths.
Yeah.
A lot of people like Trisha. It really was a game changer for me because I feel like if you're going to host a platform where you're trying to get out information, but you're also allowing private investigators that are not obviously private to come on your panel and interrogate the parents of a missing child on a YouTube live stream, it's a no for me. And I just don't really have a lot of respect for a creator who handles theirself in that manner because I don't think it's appropriate. That could have been handled off of the live stream, and at any given time, Trisha or anyone on that panel could have said, this is not good and this live stream needs to end. Or they could have easily just dropped down from the panel to say, I refuse to take part in this because this is not how it should be handled.
Yeah,
But
should have
that
went
didn't
backstage.
happen. That didn't happen. And I think that Chris was so angry at that point. I was texting Katie saying, abort mission. Please don't. But it was just too late. He had already had enough. A person can only take so much. Listen, we're only human.
Right.
We're,
And people heard that excuse to Seth over what happened last night. And that's great because I understand, yes, people, but he went up there and lied through his, what did he call them? Teeth? When he was grinding his teeth, whatever he said, he was lying
He
through his
showed
teeth.
him his teeth. He
Yeah.
showed him his teeth and he didn't
He
back down.
Right. I showed him his, right. And then here he was lying through his teeth. That's important it's not just that he exploded, he lied. That explosion was based off a lie. It was based off seeking revenge against a creator who will no longer do what he wants him to do. That's it.
And my opinion for what it's worth is that Trisha Webb Sleuth is a very good person, but she is also a very trusting person. And I truthfully believe in this matter, and I have seen it repeat itself, that she has believed the story that was being sold to her at the time. Would we all choose to behave in that manner? No. But then again, I don't have also
Stop
the
it.
credibility to bring that Trisha also does. So I think it's unfair to judge her on one live alone.
She was so biased. I'm sorry, I'm judging. And I get what you're saying. Well,
Well,
same way
absolutely,
there's
but then you also have to hold to the same scrutiny. If that's going to be the same for one, it has to be the same for all. And
well, it is
Trisha,
because same thing
uh,
with Trev. I held Trevor towards the panel he did. It's not like I'm trashing Trisha or Web Sleuth, but I totally disagree with what she did. Absolutely.
well, the PI, and again, private doesn't mean that you're not seen. It means you're hired privately. You're not a member of law enforcement. So yeah, is it usual for a private eye to come up on a panel? No.
No, I
And
found
we've
that's
probably seen
despicable too.
why. We've seen why that's not a good idea. It was
Hmm.
a bad plan. And she
That was
said out of
horrible.
her own mouth, she was there to antagonize. She was there to cause that. And that's where I personally, that's my perception. And I know that might be because of how I perceive Trisha, but
Yeah.
I see it in that manner. I'm just saying it's a different way to view it, I suppose.
Okay. I just differ from your view because I
Right,
heard
yeah,
Trisha
yeah.
herself say she enjoys the drama aspect and said, let's talk about the Proudfoots now. Like she literally said it. So she
Right.
was
Well,
clearly biased, which we all are as creators. We as much as we say we're not or we try not to be, we do tend to lean
that's
one
it.
way or another as humans. So, I still respect everything else she's done. I do. I just strongly
That's it.
disagree with that stream.
Right. We all, and again, it's the same as the Trevor thing, or the reason why I brought up dates earlier. We all
Hmm.
have our perception at the time on the information we have at hand. It
Yeah.
evolves over time. It should do.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make anybody right or wrong in the whole thing. We just all sort of pick up what we have at the time, and you hope to be able to share that with other people, and you hope to be able to gain more information. There's some people who choose not to gain more information. That part is frightening, but
Right.
that's their problem, I
Well,
suppose.
I think for me, one of the things was I think, I'm a big on don't attack the parents, right? But you get to the point where the other parent is providing the ammunition for people to attack. So then
Right.
you're working against the gonzo media or whatever you want to call YouTube. You're working against them, Seth. We're saying don't attack any of these parents. Leave them alone. Focus on this kid. And he's up on panels providing all this information so that people can go attack them. So now you're just working against everything here. And of course, there are creators who are going to welcome you with open arms because they want to see that happen. They want to see a major shit show go down. But now it's
Yeah.
backfired on you because you look like a gossip. You look like you are jealous and
Scorned.
controlling and manipulative and leaking information and
Chris
getting
Senator.
involved in custody cases, and it's a mess. This
It is.
whole thing because you're out here being messy as hell in your own child's case.
Messy
That's right.
Sethy.
It's gross.
Right? Missing
Mhm.
in your child's case and now messing in other people's custody arrangements. That's weird. Stop that.
And it's
Stop
also
it.
weird because Seth himself said that Sebastian and Chris's daughter were really close, that they would FaceTime all the time and da da da. So why would you try to intervene in what's going on there? That's just it's sad. Sad.
He
It just
also
shows you that he
said
is very
that
spiteful.
when the CPS situation happened, Sebastian was at his house. So what are you saying? You're talking in circles. You're throwing out little bits and pieces of weird shit to make people suspicious. And you're like, yeah, there was CPS there over the holiday, but Sebastian was at my house. Well, what
And
are
you're
you
not
talking
asking the
about
right
then?
questions. You're not
Yeah,
asking the
why
right
are you
questions,
saying
Jason.
that?
Go to
Well,
church.
clearly. Yeah, go
That's
to
why I
church
keep
and
saying projection and distraction, because if you really watch all of his interviews, it's very interesting how, as long as he's putting out all of the information against Chris and Katie for people to attack them, then no one can be looking at what anything that Seth is involved in or what his past is or anything about that because they're too busy focused on what's going on with the things he said about Chris and Katie. And that's kind of the aspect that I've tried to look at it from, is because I'm like, why is this happening? Like, because it really is taking the focus off of Sebastian, and whether Seth realizes that or not.
I think he does realize it. I think he wants to be center focused. Everything I have come to see myself appears that way. I mean, the interview that was supposed to be about getting to know Sebastian, he brought it back to him. Everything was about him.
It's
It's just
his
what he tends to do.
operation. It's his
Yeah.
operation. If you're not on the same page, if you can't get with it, it's his operation. He's going to have to let people go. Okay? He has to let them go. As if they're working. Like, what the hell is happening
He's
here? You should
intelligent
want
enough.
every hand, every eye,
he's in-
every piece of information you can get. Get an army of people. What the hell
Especially
are
from
you doing? Alienating all these people.
Right.
people with
What?
experience too. Yeah.
And you're
I
bringing
don't
in
get it.
felons who are shooting through walls. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Are you okay, sir?
I just want to know why he hasn't put any of that money towards a reward fund or doing. He says he's printed flyers, and I don't know where else this. He says this money is helping him search, but is it?
It's bizarre.
Like if Katie and Chris had started a GoFundMe and we're doing this, they would be dragged all over the internet and beyond.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
Well, what
he
about
gets
the PTO pool? The PTO pool
about
that I
to
was
say
just
that.
made aware of.
Yeah.
So PTO is personal time off. You might get a bank of it at work. Most places give 3 to 5 days of PTO time if they're giving you sick time and vacation. So you might get a bank of PTO. If there's
Right.
40 people working at your job and accumulative, they have 100 days of PTO. It was said that everybody was donating their PTO time to Seth. PTO is paid time off. Paid
Not only
time off.
not only did they
Paid.
donate, apparently it reached such a high amount that they actually shut it down.
So he had the PTO. He doesn't qualify for FMLA. No, FMLA is not paid. That's a federal law, and it's not paid. It just guarantees your job back. But PTO, you can qualify for anything. PTO is just PTO. You can use it for whatever you want to. But it got so high that so they shut it off. So he's getting paid for that. But his sister's GoFundMe that she put up said because he can't work and will not have any income, that's why she did it.
Right. On day
Okay.
three, and then miraculously, or coincidentally, when the the goals like met, now he can't go out and search anyway because his injury from years ago is now upsetting him. But he can ride that motorcycle
And yes,
today.
it's limited. That's
Yeah.
what we're saying. Yes, it's limited. It got so high that they had to say, okay, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. We've donated the PTO. And that's it, right? So we don't know how many days he got. Let's say he got a month of PTO time, 30 days. You still got paid for a month, right? So what is the story there? What the hell is going on?
If you're going to be so forthright as to put out your ex's sexual or medical history, both thereof, you should have the ability to say, well, I happen to have been given this many paid days off so I can help search. That shouldn't be a stretch. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, it's regular pay. PTO is just your regular paycheck. So it's just like you're working. So if you get 40 hours for that week, you're getting 40 hours in PTO time instead. It's regular pay, and we don't know how much he got. We just know that it got so high that they had to turn it off, allegedly.
Right.
Okay, even if he only got it for a month, that's still a false narrative, and he's blaming YouTubers and social media for his PayPal thing being shut off. You can't have it every which way that you want it. And if you're asking for donations, at least be transparent about what the hell's going on here, because it doesn't feel right at all.
On the panel yesterday, when everybody agreed this would be about Sebastian, he goes, yeah, it should be. And, people are angry about my GoFundMe, but if people are kind-hearted or, he went into money again. Why is that? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, so the argument in the chat. Okay. FMLA is a
Family Medical Leave Act.
12-week program that is by the federal government. Most companies with over 50 employees adopt it. If you work over 1,250 hours in a year, you qualify for FMLA. 99% of the time, it's unpaid. It's dependent upon the company. So if the company he works for says all FMLA is paid, then he's paid for it. If it is not paid, you're not paid for it. FMLA is a federal law. It's not required under any circumstances to be paid.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if the county jails, if that county pays for FMLA, but 99% of the time it is not paid. You're working for a pretty special company if they give you your FMLA off, for
Yep.
free. Like Massachusetts has something completely different called the Small Necessities Need Act and other things. It's part of what I do for a living. It isn't a benefit that people can take and get paid for. Typically.
And that's true, Rapunzel. You do have to jump through a lot of hoops, and they can still deny you
Absolutely.
the FMLA.
And
You
he
can
doesn't
say that you want
qualify.
it, but they can say, well, this doesn't meet our criteria, and they can deny him.
And
Yes.
it doesn't. He's 100% not qualified for FMLA. FMLA is to care for an ill family member or for yourself or a spouse. It's very specific, and you have to qualify. You can't. Now, if you had a psychotic break and you're caring for yourself and you have to be on medications, maybe. And that's a maybe. So I don't know. And what is the argument? That he has a psych letter and he is getting paid from FMLA? No. That's completely off track.
Anybody can actually look it up.
For sure. That's why it's called paid time off.
Yeah.
No, it's not 6
Yeah,
months.
you can check it
It's
out.
12 weeks.
Entitled to a total of 12 work weeks of unpaid leave during a
12
12-month
weeks.
period for the following reasons. Yeah. There's a whole guideline, but I guess he doesn't benefit for it or qualify for it, or he would have had that instead of his coworkers so kindly, gifting their paid leave. So
Yeah, I have to take training courses on it constantly. You have to stay up with every single little thing that's changed on any of these laws. And his company could be gracious enough to give him FMLA, which ensures that he's able to keep his job. It guarantees your job back. And it'll hold it for you. But again, it's really up to the company if they want them to get paid or not.
And regardless of what we think or don't think about Seth, it was a very generous and kind act of Seth's co-workers to pull that paid time off for him to have that extra time. That's a very kind thing. A lot of
See,
people
Thor
don't get
just said,
even that
I got
support.
FMLA for 2 months, and his wife had a brain tumor removed. Whew. And that's clearly something you would qualify for because it's the care of a spouse.
Yeah.
I had to go to FMLA a couple of times. I was part-time with making so much I got sick and couldn't work. Yeah. It's a good thing. FMLA is a great thing to have, so.
yeah. It's up to the doctor. Well, I think if Seth was on that, I think he would have came out and said that. I don't think he is. But I think he's also been given or gifted enough money that he doesn't need that either. So he's just lucky to have a job and coworkers that care about him.
Yeah, that's a major part. That was part of his fit last night, is when they tried to turn it back to the vigil and what's happening today, he turned it back to himself and how he had to stop the GoFundMe. And I'm like, what? Nobody's talking about that. What are you talking about?
It was even more
And then somebody
pathetic than
said
that.
about the PTO.
It was even more pathetic than that because he said he asked his sister to stop it. But
Yeah.
he had no control over it. Again, so it's somebody else's responsibility. I'm getting the blame. It's not my fault. I'm just happen to be the one that's taking the money, but it's not me. What?
You're right. You're right.
There's a lot of blaming that's happening, but there doesn't seem to be any accountability.
Exactly. And that's been going on for almost immediately. You could pick up on that. It's so sad. I don't know. I mean, could you imagine just in everyday life dealing with somebody like him? I couldn't.
Well, I mean, we do understand that Katie and Seth are probably divorced for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And people can only tolerate so much, and they have to break the cycle. I think what really bothered me about the Coffindaffer interview was when she was asking him about when they got married and all of this stuff that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. He gets this fake teary thing going on. Like he's going to start crying about her. And I'm like, are you kidding me right now? This, what does that have to do with anything? It doesn't. And to see him get emotional and stuff like that, it was just very bizarre to me. Sorry, I had to get my truck keys for my hubby. I don't know. That was, I don't know. I when I watched that, it was just very, a lot of the things that I watch, I have to rewatch it. And then I'm trying to process it all because I can't make it make sense, y'all.
Well, for me, what that told me is that what I felt was true is that Seth is seeking revenge for Katie moving on with her life, her leaving him. I mean, it was her fault he ended up homeless. It was, she left Sebastian. He just everything was so negative, and we were supposed to hear more about Sebastian, but instead we heard about, instead of hearing Sebastian's weight at birth, we heard about the weight on his shoulders suddenly. And I knew I said, I'm going to be a bad dad. And my son's first words were curse words, and I miss his first steps. Like everything is always a woe is me with him, or is passing the responsibility on to somebody else.
He never said that when Katie filed for divorce, that he filed for her to pay him alimony because he didn't want to work.
Oh, but he was this hardworking stay-at-home father.
No.
I mean, yeah, actually, that was ironic. He did label himself a stay-at-home father, but he was so hardworking, his full-time job, right? Remember that? Yeah. Oh.
Well, he chose that because he told Katie, I can't join the military, so that's what you're going to do.
That makes
sense. So she did. Okay. Because he couldn't pass the test to get into the military.
I caught it.
So so she said if I can give credit to anything for to Seth, I'll give him credit for that because joining the military saved my life.
And then he comes out here and he makes her like she just abandoned them. Oh, you haven't heard the pizza story, Jason?
Buckle
Jason,
in, Jason.
please.
Buckle in.
Oh,
I might have, but I have no idea if I did. I was busy reading about
but
FMLA.
also get a bag.
Like, what?
Get a bag so when you have to spit, you can. And also mute.
What? Come on. What happened? I can't. What is
I can't say it. Granny, you do it.
What is it?
Oh, it's so
Granny's
cringy.
going to do it. Granny's going to tell you.
Do it.
This motherfucker. So I'm just kidding. But no,
I don't know.
Well, you kind of have to start it like that.
It's actually despicable. So once again, Seth is, he's so mistreated, that poor guy. Everybody's horrible around him. His idea of seeking revenge was to put hair on the pizza that he was going to serve to the guy. Am I getting this correct? That he felt that fucked him over pretty much. Like he thought it was acceptable way of seeking revenge was to put his personal hair on somebody's pizza, not just his hair, his personal
like
hair.
The hair in his head or his pubic hair.
I feel like Jason's face
Wait,
right now,
wait,
we need Petty Betty's face to come up
bitch,
right now.
Ma'am, Are you saying he took
Uh-huh.
his pubic hair and put it on somebody's fucking pizza?
He said that
Nope.
himself.
Mm-mm.
He was proud of
No.
it. He retold
Play
the
it.
story to
Play
me.
it.
Mhm.
I don't
something
think.
wrong with you? Is there something wrong with you? No.
He certainly did.
No, ma'am, I don't.
He
Where?
did.
Where did he say this? So he worked. He stop it right this minute. He worked for a pizza place and he cut pubic hair and put it on someone's pizza. You're dead ass serious. That happened.
Yes.
It
That he
wasn't
said it.
Pascal's. It was the
I
labs,
hate my
wasn't it?
life. Stop.
I
Who does that? Are you fucking joking right now?
No.
Mm-mm.
No.
Listen, I woke up to 13 text messages after this happened. And I was
I'm
like,
gonna die.
quit saying that. Where? And then I can't remember where it was at because
I'm gonna
I didn't
die.
even want to go look at it. I felt so sick. I was
No, we
like,
need it right now. I need
No,
it
we
right
really don't.
now.
okay, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go ask one of my mods. Do you know where it is, Green? I don't.
I'm pretty sure. I
Right.
don't
No,
know the
right
exact
this
stream. Let
minute.
me see
Out
if
of
any.
all
Nope.
of the receipts that we have to hand chasing, it should tell
This
you
is the one
something
I
that
need.
we do not have
Well,
that one to hand on
I'll
purpose
die
because it's
this
one of those
minute.
things that you've tried to block from your memory, but yet
It
you
was
know
early.
every word.
It was early on the labs. It wasn't
Yeah.
Pascal would not let him back up on his stream if he said he cut his
Yeah.
pubic hairs off
I
at
think
his
it was the
employer and put
lab.
them on someone's
Yeah.
pizza. There's
Pascal
no
was
way.
actually disgusted when he found it out. He's like, "Whoa, I never heard that." He's like, "Yeah, that changes things." It definitely wasn't
No.
Pascal's show. It was the labs, and it was early on. It was
Yeah.
early on in the interviewing
All right.
processes.
We have enough smart people in here. Someone pull it right now.
I think
Yeah.
it's on
Right
the
now.
lab.
It is definitely on the lab. It's just a matter of which one it was and time stamping it. But it was definitely the labs.
What does that tell you about this human being? Are you fucking
Told,
kidding me right
it
now?
told you a lot. You just
Yeah.
needed to be ready
Do
to
you
hear
know what's on your pubic hair, you sick fucker? Like, we're just imagining maybe the clean up top part. We don't know what part it came from. Like, I'm literally gonna die.
And this guy
Never
is
in
now
life.
excuse me. He said on Pascal's, I am not the police, I am a deputy sheriff. Okay. Just put that in the same sentence with I also put that on pizza. No, ma'am. I'm sorry, but
No.
you got
What
I
kind of
honestly,
human
after
does
the
that?
way
I've
he
never,
trashed law
ever heard of that.
enforcement, I don't even know how he still has a job at this point because I mean he's literally just trashed everybody. And then to know that he's out there doing that, I can't imagine what people that work with him or I just don't know. I just can't even wrap my head around it. I'm so disappointed in someone.
Jason,
Why?
do the work where you type the word in. I forget how to do
I'm
it.
never eating pizza again. I
Out of
just want to put
control.
that out there. I will not be able to eat pizza for the longest time now because after I heard that, I was like, nope, nope, and nope.
25 years. Seth
The show with Sebastian Rogers vanished. Wait,
2
damn
hour
you.
mark. I thought you had it up. All right.
I have
It
it
was
up
around
where?
the 2 hour mark. I thought I heard you typing
where?
back there. The lab.
Me?
It's under the lab. Yes. All right, I'll grab it. I thought you were. I thought I heard you typing
motherfucker.
down there.
Jason needs a hug and a blanket right now. She's in
Poison
shock.
ivy. I had pizza last night and then looked down at the ground. I'm gonna pray for you, poison ivy.
Face. I need my booty patted like I need something. This is horrid. I refuse.
I can't.
Never. That's why somebody kept asking, like, what's the pizza story? I'm like, I don't know. What the fuck are you talking about? The pizza story? Oh, no, we are playing it. Are you friggin' kidding me?
Yeah, I think it's only right to play it to get his actual words, not because it is what was said. And for those people who have wanted to point out repeatedly that Chris Proudfoot has went on shows and done various little voices, etc.
Wait, Shaggy. Trevor Lee was on panel on that one?
No, no. Please say you weren't on panel.
I'm going see.
They threw the
I
dough
don't
on the
have
floor.
anything. I don't have anything anything personal against Trevor. I don't. But I think that sometimes people are impressionable. And when you start running around with people that are doing things that are not good, that tends to rub off on you. And I'm just encouraging Trev to just take a step back and realize that, like, it's just not good. I think that he's better than that.
I to be fair, I do think he has taken a step back.
And because I think he has a good heart, and I'm just so disappointed in things that are happening and the people.
All right,
A lot of us have to go through that learning experience.
Yeah, I'm
We're
ready.
going to
Go
learn
ahead.
to
Go ahead. Go ahead.
this. I am.
She's preparing herself.
She had to prepare herself
Because I
mentally.
can't even believe it. I'm like squashing my hands and face together. Just go ahead and play it.
Just play it.
Met my match a couple of times,
Gonna
but like
mute.
the ball hair on the subs is yeah.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't a pizza. It was a Subway sandwich. Here we go.
Ball hair.
It was traumatizing, to be honest with you. It was just,
hey, we want to look at Cat H.
Okay.
Cat
H.
Yep.
Sorry, wait.
But it's already on the screen
I mean,
saying they ate a sub.
Yeah, probably.
Wait.
I've met my match a couple of times, but like the ball hair on the subs is that's next level for sure.
Well, I can tell you one that I did.
Oh God, I don't think you want to
That's
put that
right.
out into the
It was
ether,
the
dude.
pizza. Here we go.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, fine. Do whatever you want.
All right. I worked at a place that no longer exists, and I was a manager there.
Because what you did.
Lord.
No. They just went out of business.
What did you just do?
But
Oh, that's how I
a lot of places went out of business during COVID and all that sort of shit.
Yeah.
But it was called Gumby's Pizza of Ohio.
It's an interesting name.
Just pull that out.
Huh?
That's an interesting name.
Give it to me.
Well, it was Gumby's
You're
Pizza.
not, Jess. You're not
What?
muted.
in
honey.
Columbus.
You're not muted.
Okay.
Normally had one around every major college campus. And I had an ex-roommate come in that had cost me my apartment. Because one day he decided that he was going to walk around outside in the middle of winter with a dungy hat on, which is the old Navy white hats, boxers, and a fucking cleaver. Okay.
So not only are we were going to hear from Seth was disturbing, but his roommate was disturbing as well. That's what I gathered.
What the fuck?
Blaming again.
I know, the blaming. Yep, got me kicked out of my apartment.
Yeah.
Don't know what kind of drugs he was on, but it cost me my apartment.
He got evicted?
So I got evicted because the cops got called and the owner didn't appreciate it. So I got evicted. Okay. Found me another place to live. Like 8 months goes by and he comes into my store and he was like, "Hey, how's everything going?" I was like, "How are you doing?" He was like, "I'm back on my meds." I'm like, "Oh, nice. Great. All right." And I'm like, "So what can I do for you?" And he's like, "I want a supreme pizza." And I was like, "Okay, what size?" And he was like, "Large." Okay. I walked back there. 3 other people that I had hired knew him as well. And they lived in that apartment building. And when we all got evicted, we all took it kind of personal.
I can imagine.
I don't believe
So
a word he's
I
fucking
made his
saying. But
pizza.
anyway, go ahead.
I just wrote the same thing in the chat. Not only do most of us probably hope he's bullshitting, but believe he's bullshitting as well. I believe he's bullshitting.
Yeah, because now there's 3 other people working there who were also evicted from the same apartment
right.
building. What the fuck are you even going
How
on
many
about?
places?
Cuckoo bird.
How many
Should-
places has he actually been evicted from? Because this is like one,
million?
two,
2, 3,
three,
4. Yeah.
4 places. What?
Mm-hmm.
So weird. So
Yep.
weird.
I
You
know.
And he's
do you
happy
believe-
about this story. He's
Oh, he's
happy.
proud of
Like,
himself.
oh,
Uh-huh. All right, let's hear the rest.
And it had floor
I just heard
spice,
Wee. Was that you, Wee?
spit. It had hair in it.
Yeah.
Spit had floor spice.
wait, what?
Spit.
He picked up
Floor-
spice from the floor.
Floor
Spices from the
spice.
floor.
Spit.
Spit. Like your
Spit.
spit from your mouth.
It had hair in it.
Yeah.
And I cooked that, and he ate the whole thing in my lobby.
Now this man ate a large supreme pizza by himself in the lobby.
And turned around and told me it was the best pizza he ever had, and ordered another one.
And then ordered a second one. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Put a 1 in the chat if your bullshitter meter's going off. Put a 2 if you unfortunately believe the unfortunate guy.
Does
So
he
proud
ever
of
say it's
himself.
from his balls? At all?
No, I'm sorry. I did mix that up because the sub sandwich was ball hair. He
Okay.
never where the hair came
Ooh.
from. He
It
just
doesn't
said-
matter. He spit in it and picked up stuff off the floor. And the guy was clearly on medication, so he had mental issues. What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Right.
What are you doing with your life that this
Look at
is
the
normal
smirk of-
to you?
Smirk of pride on his face. And this guy works every day with criminals.
Well, while he is wearing his "Have you seen me, Sebastian" T-shirt, that was sad.
Yeah.
And look how proud he looks right there.
That's what I said. He's all smug and proud.
I
Mhm.
cannot, y'all. This is.
And to be fair, in my clinical opinion, Seth,
Give us that
Seth
clinical
was
opinion.
somewhat, unlike some, I have the background to back it up. Seth was somewhat medicated himself while he was retelling this story. So the
allegedly.
irony was a little bit much. No, I'll say literally. Challenge me, Seth. Let's go.
Ugh.
Mm.
Yes. So, yep. Seth is getting off on a celebrity right now. This is the most important he has ever been. He talks about drama, but he literally has been the one creating and spinning it and keeping it going. I mean, I added that part in, but let's see how this conversation ends out.
It's like YouTube famous. Or
Service
something.
with a smile, baby.
And he got you evicted. What do you want to do? I mean, what are you going to do, man?
Service with a smile.
Maybe, yeah. He would still. He got you evicted. I'd have been pissed too. Floor spice. I've never heard that one before, but that's a perfect.
That's when you just drop it on the floor.
Well, I've eaten many.
That's when you just plop the pizza on the floor, he said. Floor spice.
I can't.
Yeah, the chat
So
finds
this-
it hysterical.
This just shows the level to me of the vindictive person that he could be. So just imagine things that like are involved in other parts of his life. I mean, we're literally seeing that
Yeah.
play out in his missing son's case. I mean, the vindictive things that he has said and done to the mother of his child and her husband out of spite.
And how long did he wait to seek that revenge on that roommate? I think he said
8 months.
8 months. 8 months. And he was still angry enough to
And I
roast
get
you.
that he cooked the spit, so there was probably nothing in it. But you know the filth that you're carrying around in your fucking mouth. And I don't know what it could be anything. And you spit on someone's food, I
Or
will
lie about doing so.
absolutely die.
So he says service with a smile, and as he has a huge smile, and everybody's so angry that Chris sat on a panel and had a little lighthearted conversation. But what about this? Nobody was angry about this. Oh my!
This
This
is
is a
where I
mock
get
trial.
confused because I don't understand why people want to vilify Chris, and then everybody in this chat with their laughing faces think that this is like YouTube gold.
Yep. And to be
Like, it's
fair,
not
the people
even-
that were
it's-
on panel, they were having a great time. They thought it was hilarious.
Well, I only heard the lab laugh, to be completely fair with your guys' biasm here. I only heard
I
the
haven't
lab
heard
laugh.
Trevor yet.
No, I
But
haven't either. But
does
I
Trev say
do understand
anything?
Wade.
If you listen, honestly, he did speak. He did, to be fair, and they just
Okay,
thought
Did he?
they were bantering. Look, if you want to term it as that, there
they
was
were,
banter,
yeah.
but
Oh.
fair's fair. If we're gonna critique one, you got to
No,
critique them all.
Yeah.
I'm being fair. I'm
I
saying
just
I
didn't think
didn't
I heard
hear
him.
Trev come off mute. I
You
was
gotta
waiting.
listen. I swear, if you listen to the entire live, go
Oh,
listen
I'm
to
sure he
just.
wasn't muted the whole live. Yeah.
No, I never.
Oh,
No, you're
I'm
being
sorry.
I've
a
never
little.
listened to it.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Fuck.
Sorry.
Stop giving me a hard time,
I would
Granny.
do it for you too, Wade. I promise. Leave me
I don't
alone.
listen to Josh at all.
Me
Not at
neither.
all. Ever. Ever.
I
I
tried
will
the other
not
night
do
and I
it.
couldn't get very far because it was so ooh. So all right, so I mean they're right. The ladies are right. Trevor is involved in this conversation.
I mean,
He's
he's up
involved with
there.
the lab. Yeah, it's true.
But
So the whole translate event. He
Got you evicted. I'd have been pissed too. Floor spice. I've never heard that one before, but that's a perfect.
Oh no, Gina.
That's when you just drop it on the floor.
Well, I've eaten many things with floor spice on it because I've dropped them, and I don't care typically.
Yeah, not with wet dough.
Now the dough was wet, so it could gather as much of the nastiness off the ground as it possibly could.
Wow,
my
this makes me
I'm
sick
dying.
because I could not even be friends with this guy because no. What
They
kind of
both appear
person?
to
What
be
kind of
friends.
person does this? I mean,
A vindictive one.
Literally
an
nobody.
immature, right?
Teenagers, weirdo, crazy little teenagers do this. Grown men don't do this. No, they do not. They do
Yes.
not. And they don't hold on to it and ask him, "Oh, how you doing? I'm glad you're back on your meds," and then do crazy stuff to his food. No.
It's heartless.
And if it's a lie, that's even crazier that you're making this up in the spur of the moment, like right now.
A full elaborated story. If it's a lie. Yep. So now the dough's wet.
That shit sticks in there, and you got to imagine when you dropped it was right where you've been standing all day, and you've done walked out to the back.
Yeah, I saw it. Wait, I circled it for you. I
See,
did. I
you
saw
wouldn't
it.
wait. You wouldn't wait.
Wait,
See?
maybe he
Granny,
coughed.
Granny,
Maybe he coughed. Hold on, let's hear it again.
Dropped it was right where you've been standing all day, and you've done walked out to the back of the building to throw trash away in the alley. All right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not with wet dough.
Yeah, you cooked that floor into the pizza.
All right.
Oh, Trev.
It was a stuffed crust, but it was something like it.
Oh man.
All right.
He's proud of himself.
No.
Hey, I've lived several decades, so I
You're
have
somewhere
done.
between 40 and 50.
Yeah. I stopped counting when I was 26.
That was a nice reach with that shoulder, by the way. He stopped counting when he was 20. So yeah, there we go. We got me. I'm sorry, Wade. I owe you an apology. Yeah, you got me.
I need 10 videos and 8 community posts, please. Thank you.
You ain't
I'll
getting
get all
shit from me, damn it.
I've been knowing Wee a long time. She's pretty on point when it comes.
You said it was pubic hair, so you're getting
I
nothing from
did.
me.
I literally said public because, like, she'll tell you whenever you go through your training, you learn a lot of crafty ways to say things, so you can say things in front of people without saying a thing. And
Well, to be
public
fair-
hairs is one of those things I picked up many years ago.
And to be fair, it was
In
public
every
hair.
possible way. Thank you.
Ugh.
It is what it is.
He even
That's
added
what you
in
do.
extra detail of, you go outside to the garbage and then walk on those floors. Like he even made sure it was as gross and ill as it could be. Ugh.
Isn't that like a crime though to do something to somebody's food?
I would think so.
I mean, in some states, I feel like it is. I think Burden of Proof said something in chat earlier about,
Yeah.
That's like battery or something.
I would
Like,
imagine it is something.
Something.
Spit is a bodily fluid. You can't
Yes.
spit on stuff.
Well, that's why he made a point to say the business is no longer operating either.
I'm sorry, but this
certainly
is trash. I just
Yeah.
Yeah, it breaks all the food handling regulations known to man. We know that. Whether you could prosecute somebody for it, that would be a bit of a stretch. But yeah, there's people that do such things, certainly. But I wouldn't be, in my 40s and run around telling people such things and being so proud of it.
Oh, see,
That's
I knew Burden was going to come in.
Right, with such pride too. Like you'd be ashamed as an adult if you did that as a
Yeah.
teenager. Like you'd be embarrassed.
right.
And he's so prideful in like all of these things.
Mm-hmm. He sure is.
Concerning, I
It's
think.
really concerning. I can't. There's so many concerning things pertaining to Seth and the way his face lights up with certain things and the way there's so much. Honestly, there's so
It's
much that we are
filthy.
on 7.5 hours at this point. Filthy,
Oh
perfect
my
word for
God.
it.
You see, before we wrap up, and maybe just to sum up our feelings on that whole situation and to give one of our chatters a little treat, can Chasing just give, in the most beautiful Bostonian way,
Your mother's
her favorite phrase, please, because it makes my heart happy and it fits with all the things.
Your mother's
Oh, you have to say
oh,
it
mother's a fucking whore for this one. A complete whore.
Oh,
There's no other word for her.
that's
It's gross.
so
There.
gross.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I appreciate you ladies spending this day with me and having this conversation. I think it was very enlightening. I think it was necessary. It's unfortunate.
I've done like a million
but-
things. I've done like
Did you?
laundry,
I
taken out the
haven't.
dogs, chased the cat. Yeah, the cat got out. She went through the whole yard. It's been an eventful day.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why your mic was doing weird things.
Thank you for having
I'm
me.
literally
Really, I really
everywhere. But
appreciate it.
Thank you, Duchess. Thank you for being there for the Proudfoots and especially for Katie.
definitely.
I'm glad to know she has somebody of good support there for her because she needs it. Listen, and same goes to Seth in some weird remote way. I'm sure we can find a part of us that wishes. I from day one I've said I wish Seth was surrounded by good people. Unfortunately, he's chased them all away. So, he's made this bed. We are now just pulling off the covers, if you will. It's unfortunate, but we saw this coming, didn't we? We saw this coming.
Yep.
Yeah.
I hope he can stop the train and he don't never get back on social media again. He needs to run and never come back on here no more.
Well, if any of these creators actually cared about him, the ones that say, I love you and love your brother.
Weird.
They would not. Chasen says she's going to be going live, right? Right?
Yeah, I am going to be going live at some point for sure. I don't know what time, but yeah, I will be.
Well, we'll pops over there then.
Yes, and I will see you all over there. Last time I close out on the video about Sebastian, because it should always be about Sebastian. If I don't get to say bye to you ladies before this end, again, I truly appreciate you. You always bring your awesome accent that everybody loves. Thank you.
Love some weed.
I'll get you back for calling me. Thank you, chatters. If you guys haven't, please hit the thumbs up and let's take this moment to remember that this is about Sebastian. On February 26, 2024, an Amber Alert went out for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian is white, 5'5", 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. He has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have seen Sebastian or have information regarding his whereabouts, please contact the Sumner County Emergency Center or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Let's take this moment to pray for Sebastian's safe return.